Hello, everybody. It might be the last day of the regular season right here in VCT China Stage 2, but the excitement of these last four teams that will match up for today, as well as the excitement of China being the host city with Shanghai for champions, is already on the way. Today, like I said, four teams each having their own storylines here to tell. But right now, with me and Asian Angel, today we are going to tell the story of TYL versus JDG. And I think Angel, these two teams have quite the season so far.
Yeah, it's been very interesting. You could say it's very up and down for both of these teams. TYL in a spot where they could be making playoffs. They could actually push for champions. And on the other side, a JDG that has been kind of struggling throughout the split and is in a position where this is their last shot to make playoffs this year, to push for a run into champions. And the gatekeepers for this group, for Group Alpha, is TYL, right? So if JDG beat TYL here today, they found their way into playoffs. And on the other side of things, TYL, this is their chance to defend that spot, to keep themselves in the running for champions, to make that last push, and to give themselves a good temperature check going into next season. Because like we mentioned, Shanghai 2026, that's going to be where champions is. We already had Masters there last year. This is that chance to really start to build some momentum and build some experience on some of these players at the international scale.
And for both of these teams, I think for pretty much TYL as entirety, we saw them very much in a lukewarm position throughout last year. They weren't really the team to talk about. They weren't really top of the cream. But right now, after what we saw of them, they're having a lot more of a more explosive, a better season than what some people would have expected. And this is, like you said, a possibility, a chance for them to show that, yeah, we improved a lot and we want to go to champs as with any means possible.
Oh yeah, and you have to give credit in part to, I think, the kind of coaching from this team. Obviously, we talked about Sword9 a lot throughout the regular season, being someone who brings a lot of calling experience to this team as a former coach, now stepping in as a player. And on the other side of things, right, when you're talking about JDG, it's been just a lot of work from these players themselves. Like when you talk about Corrode, when you talk about Stu, kind of on the ground, ready to try and take those engagements on executes, on site holds. It's a very kind of brains versus brawn matchup that we're seeing here. And for the most part, for TYL, it has gone in favor of them when you're talking about statistics over the season. I mean, they're even leading the league sometimes
Yeah,
in some
that
of
is
these
the first
situations.
kills percentages. I believe 55%. And
Yeah.
true to their playstyle, because we've seen them a lot more aggressive on the backs of like a player like Slowly, where he's flourishing
Mhm.
in the duelist role. Because last stage, I believe on kickoff as well, he was playing more of flex, more on the initiator. We saw him a lot on Tejo, but now he's flourishing on the duelist, and it just shows how really shines, especially when now his job
Mhm.
is to shoot. It's not just calling, it's not just maintaining utilities, but when he shoots well.
Well, and that's just it, right? When you're talking about kind of the meta changes that we've seen, especially around China coming into this split, it has been the kind of presence of the double duelist. And part of that brilliance of adding a double duelist is that sometimes it brings a lot of pressure off of your main duelist. And I think that the step up in performance that we've seen Stu have, being a top 5 easily player in this league, and even at some points I think you could argue higher than that, especially when you're talking about some of these stats, right? When you're leading the league in ACS, when you're leading the league in average damage per round, you're top 2 in those stats. That has to be something that's mentioned, especially when you're considering you're doing this on an entry agent like the Neon, like the Rays. Stu has been JDG's focus ever since their inception here into VCT when he was brought into the league a couple of years ago. And the fact that he's still trying to push this team across the line, get them into playoffs, has to be mentioned and has to be commended.
No, I do agree, because not a lot of people that really knows that, yeah, Stu has been way before the inception of VCT China. But coming back towards the predictions by our talents here, fun fact, I've casted TYL for pretty much their entire regular season stage, so you did not, you won't be surprised that you see me on this position right here. But Angel, who did you pick here?
So I have, for the first 3 weeks, my pick'ems were outrageously bad. I think I went like 3 for oh my god, I think I actually only got like 4 or 5 right. So I've just given up on trying to predict the week before. I'm the day of predictor. I'm copping out, and you know what, after seeing that and seeing how many people voted for TYL, I gotta root for JDG. This is their one chance to make it into playoffs. It has to come off of this game. We know how good this team can be in moments. You just have to hope that they can push it across the line in at least 2 of these 3 maps. And they have a chance of doing it here today. And we're gonna see the walkouts. And you know, this might affect the predictions a little bit, but I'll go ahead. I'll lay it out officially. I'll say I think JDG are winning today.
Brave, but and as much as I want to glaze about TYL and how much the percentage that they could have won it, but I do agree where this matchup isn't as clear-cut as people really think about it, because yes, TYL looks pretty good in some of their matches, but at the same time, JDG, some of their losses has been, I mean, all of them has been 2-1s. It is understated where they have the momentum, they have the capability of just going for it and dominating a certain map, but at the same time, they just couldn't hold their momentum.
Yeah, it's been a kind of a point worth noting throughout this split, not even necessarily just on JDG, but throughout a lot of these teams. A lot of these matches throughout the split have been 3-map affairs, right? We've been going the distance for every single one of these matches, it feels like, and I think that just shows how strong the region has gotten as a whole, right? The fact that we're seeing a lot of parity, we're seeing a lot of these kind of quote-unquote underdogs be able to compete with EDG, with Wolves, with DRG and Shilai and Billy. It has to be a testament to a lot of these team skills. And when you're talking about both of these teams, specifically JDG and TYL, and all of the times that they've been able to go 3-0 against some of these other teams, you'd expect this map to also be going into the distance, or, you know, potentially seeing a map 3. But also has to be mentioned, the last time these two teams played, TYL, it was a quick 2-0 sweep, get JDG out of there. So
yeah, at the same time, yeah. And it really kind of shows that even though, like you said, there's a lot of parity, especially on this stage, it also just shows how much improvement these two teams have gone. Because, like I said before, TYL were really not being talked about a lot, especially last year and the start of kickoff. But now, everybody wants to see them succeed. Everybody wants to see them win. And at the same time, JDG, people kind of expect them to kind of lower themselves down, maybe not perform, especially looking at their own group. But now they're in this position, the sky's is the limit for them. And really, I do agree, 3 maps is not out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah, and I actually do think that when we get to map select, that's going to be a lot more telling.
Yes, I do want to talk about that.
Yeah, because when we're talking about these teams' map pools, I think they're very hot and cold, so to speak. You know, they're very, very specific and particular about what maps they want to play, what maps they're looking to avoid, right? You know, we have not really been seeing a lot of Corrode from either of these teams. Maybe TYL's been playing a little bit more, but overall, I mean, Corrode should be out of the question. I'm trying to wonder from the side of TYL where you're expecting them to go in this series.
So both of the teams have their own perma bans. TYL have been banning Sunset for the entire stage. and on the other side, JDG have been banning Bind. And for TYL, Bind has been one of the two maps that Ray really shines on. They lost 5-13 against BLG, but they won very convincingly against Trace 13-10, where I believe, so I want to see them actually kind of go towards Bind maybe, or maybe challenges now. Maybe a bit of Lotus. I see JDG going to Lotus a bit. And right now, as we see the huddle, we are expecting the map bans to show just a little bit in a moment. But early predictions here. Oh, actually, hold your thoughts.
Yeah.
And yep, there we go. TYL will be banning Sunset. JDG will be banning Bind. That was expected. But we'll go to Haven, Ascent, and Corrode for our decider. To be fair, kind of interesting because I believe TYL has only played it once against Titan, which is a 13-2 loss, 13-2 win.
Yeah, and on the other side of things, right, the only time that JDG played Corrode was against EDG, and that was a 13-5 loss. So the fact that we're seeing Corrode as a decider here is very shocking to me. I felt like neither of these teams wanted to end up here, but I guess that's just the way the map pool is played out. So, you know, we talked about map 3 being a possibility. We go to Corrode. That's where I think things might start to get messy on both sides. And it's really just going to be who can kind of find their way through the rubble and debris.
Yes, and I do really want to talk about, as we go into Haven, let's talk about agent compositions here, because I believe TYL is one of the only few teams that still play ISO on the map. Yeah.
There's been a little bit of you know, some Haven going on for the side of JDG, but the comp that they've kind of leaned towards most recently is going to be that double controller, right? They like running the Viper and the Omen on this map. I think just with the way that they have their playstyle sets up, I think it just helps Corrode a lot in some of the fights that he wants to take. You know, we talk about this guy as a star lurker, and we got it bang on. Look at that, TYL running that ISO Yoru Fnatic comp, and JDG opting for the double controller. And I want to know from your side of things, I think the big thing is going to be with this double duelist, how effective do you think TYL's going to be at kind of finding Corrode on these lurks on that attack side? And how good they're going to be at kind of snuffing him out? Or do you think that there's a lot more value that Corrode can find than you would initially think?
Because they are playing the Cypher, right? So there's still that, you know, camera. You still have the advantage of having those trips. And Corrode really gets themselves sometimes on the lurk, like deep into it. But I think what TYL needs to be worried about is just having that a lot of like defensive pressure. But at the same time, JDG is starting on attacks, so it'll be interesting to see how the idea gets flips on its head as we are now coming into Haven.
Yeah, it's Haven, map number 1 of this series. A spot for playoffs on the line. If JDG can bring it across, they've found their way into the top 8. TYL looking to defend that spot with the better record coming into things. It's JDG opting for that A-site hit immediately off the rip. Yo-Yo has to back away, wait for rotations to come in, but Stu looking to try and break through towards short alongside Corrode, and it's the snake bite plus the classic to take care of Yo-Yo and Scales. It's that A-site plant going down by Baby Blue, and a 3v5 retake already needing to get started with slowly out towards Heaven. 2 players looking to burst out of that smoke in CT. There's the Cyber Cage to try and help Sword9 on the run out, but the Poison Orb completely collapses all at once. All 3 players from TYL go down, and JDG pick up that pistol at lightning speed.
Amazing utility usage there for Corrode. Throwing out the Poison Cloud, throwing out the Snakebite almost immediately, and Skills didn't have a chance to try to set up his own defensive position, and Yo-Yo was stuck on an island. And JDG was immediately on a faster pace. Just look at that. Just look at that amount of damage coming from both of that combined utility.
Just a complete tsunami of damage. And now JDG on that better buy. There is a little bit of an investment from Slowly and Scales into this round, right? Marshall and Sheriff trying to get some cheeky kills over towards C. But again, Yo-Yo, we talked about an island in the pistol. It seems to be more of the same. Just going to be that use of utility, clear the site, and then this round is theirs. But for TYL, this is going to be kind of a rough start of things. And so when you're talking about this defense and some of the successes that they've had on Haven, what are you kind of looking for with these guns coming into play in the next round?
It's kind of interesting because you can see that with Slowly already investing into the Marshall, he's gonna be a bit lower on the buy. Maybe I see him playing a lot of maybe a Stinger combined with maybe the rest of the guns that TYL has. But right now, actually that Marshall have been getting some sort of value. That's two gone, but it's still going to a 5v4, but they are still in a bad spot with the amount of denial utility that JDG has.
Yeah, you're hoping for any sort of other kills if you're TYL, but J-Kuro does get Scales with that ghost, and that's going to be the fall away for JDG. Okay, Zeon does go down at the very end, but TYL, they still know what the job was, and that was to go down to that spike. So all of the guns, or at least 3 of the guns, being converted across for JDG, as rifles will now be in the hands of TYL. And I think the concessions being made, I think that is someone on TYL with a Outlaw.
I think I saw an Outlaw, I think also a Stinger right there as well, so
we'll see.
Yeah, it is going to be... Oh no,
on JDG.
On JDG, sorry. But yeah, full rifles actually. 9 body with 0 credits remaining for 3 of the TYL members. But still, already spotting Yo-Yo on that A long section. Now he has help from Sword 9, so he's not alone on that at A defense. But the spike actually slowly rotating towards either B or C.
Yeah, it's going to be that late round play over towards C, but J-Kuro, we talked about the lurks this time, just going in with the Bucky, inserting himself in short, waiting to see if there's going to be some sort of a clear from TYL. But with Sword 9 and Yo-Yo playing together on this A site, they have a pretty strong defense between the two of them. They're looking to hold JDG. They do know that they have a really good shot here because they waited out the Owl drone. The info is going to be a little bit lax for TYL. So as they crawl up long here, and this execute is getting ready, going to put so much pressure on Yo-Yo here. Sword 9 as well towards short. There's that run out onto the site for Stu, already in hell. But the retake's coming in fast. It doesn't matter though. Stu and Z unable to trade out, but Yo-Yo in the back of the site, able to find 2 in response. Not a third though, as Baby Blue is looking to try and clutch up in a 1v3, but through the default truck. 9 body collects.
Good effort there. The guns really were favoring the TYL side with the rifle, but still, a lot of utility usage that favors them, and Yo-Yo could have gotten that kill with the contingency wall. But regardless, TYL recovers with that rifle buy win. And yes, they lost 2 guns in the same time, but it's looking good for them so far.
Yeah, and now it's guns out for JDG. This is their chance to try and respond, take that heavy lead. There's that jump peek for Stu, trying to get something done. It is a Guardian in the hands of Slowly. Going to be something you need to watch, especially over towards B. It's going to be hard to deal with a quick run out if that's JDG's plan, which right now, it's where the spike is. It's where the bulk of this attack is. Trying to probe and see if they can find an early pick B.
They're looking to try maybe pulling Slowly out of position here, but he has skills for backup. Baby Blue will spot the trip, but will do nothing else. He has the spike and the all drone from Yo-Yo actually will see nothing either. So not a lot of intel coming from both teams, but still putting himself in the corner as Ward 9, expecting at least someone to be on the lurk.
Again, this insert short was J.Crow last time with a Bucky. Stu this time holds with the Phantom. And Yo-Yo right on the other side. The bait and switch setup with Sword 9. Stu's gonna have to peek in, take that fight. Goes swinging and nothing found. Yo-Yo's tucked and Yo-Yo gets the kill. But that's gonna be the rest of JDG trying to funnel out from long. And instead of it being Yo-Yo in the back of default, it's slowly, and there's no time to cancel. It has to be a full run in, and this crossfire is just too deadly. It's TYL to mow down JDG on this A main hold.
Textbook bait and switch there coming from Yo-Yo and Sword 9. Stu didn't really have the chance to try get an entry towards the side, and JDG, when you're 15 seconds remaining, you really need to push out, and the crossfire was just too strong for TYL.
Yeah, TYL just so strong in these first two gun rounds. And now JDG on that eco. Only really going to have some sheriffs to work with. Maybe the Stu Bucky will come into play.
Nothing interesting to see here. JDG, they will crawl up to garage. They've been doing this last round as well, but TYL, recognizing that it is an eco and there's a potential maybe a lurk or two, doesn't really want to go over aggress on their defensive hold. So TYL now scales and slowly finally supporting on C, but JDG and J.Kuro actually slow all the way up from A.
Oh, no. The insert from Stu. It was good for Scales, but 9-body quick response, but Caitlin's right there again. And slowly is the one to do in JDG in this round. A double kill spray down transfer all throughout garage. And now Zeon, J.Crow, both of the controllers here for JDG have to try and pick up the pieces. Nothing but sheriffs in hand. Slowly has an angle on that spike. Work back plat. No, he was tucked away. He didn't try and hold for the cross. It's J.Crow and Zeon. They try and regroup, but the flank from Sword 9. It's too strong, and TYL is a flawless little 3-round gap they've had.
A bit of a scare there with Stu actually tucking into the corner. Scales didn't check his corner properly, and a great shot from Caitlyn here. But slowly, thankfully, it is an eco, it is lesser buy, and TYL just saved himself from a potential thrifty.
And I mean, it was close for a second, right? A couple good open kills would have went their way, but just again, JDG having trouble in some of these later rounds closing out. So here we are, as it's a timeout called early from JDG. Only 5 rounds have passed, but then again, the only 2 rounds JDG have won have been that pistol and the follow-up. If you're JDG, what are you trying to hope for in these next couple of rounds? What's your real main focus here with these guns?
I think what I want to see from JDG is actually trying to figure out where some of the defensive reads coming out of TYL, because you see, I think it was in the previous round where they're trying to maybe put slowly out of position or maybe trying to prod themselves away from B. But TYL is so patient in some of their... They didn't really want to aggress. They didn't really want to push, except maybe a bait and switch from Yo-Yo and Sword 9 on that rifle round win. So if I'm JDG, I just want to see them trying to see where they can find that particular hole that they can take advantage of.
Well, hoping that JDG can find an answer after that timeout. A C site execute now seems to be the focus here for JDG. Or at the very least taking that long control, but this push up mid from Slowly a bit ambitious, and Caitlyn can take that opener away from TYL. Is this the call from JDG to just regroup towards mid, put the pressure on Sword 9?
Aldron didn't really see anyone there as JDG finally maybe making up their mind towards B here. Still will entry, but 9body and Sword 9 actually getting ready for them. Xian gets the trade as 9body hunts him down. And JDG, they couldn't really aggress in time. Now, J.Crow actually getting wiped out as well by Caitlyn, and JDG might have found their answer for some of for their woes for now.
Yeah, that's the hope, right? But you have to give credit to Caitlyn there. I mean, it's just a really unfortunate swing from TYL. Two players out towards a link, swing at the same time. They line up. Caitlyn can take them both down. But it was close. Nonetheless, sure, it was one round that goes their way. But trading J.Crow like that, it's a close round. But JDG can get it across the line, and now this is their chance to build some momentum here in round number 7. And it's this immediate play out towards C Long again, trying to catch 9body off guard. There's still no kills going either way, just some chip damage onto 9body, getting that shield down just a bit further. TYL, they still keep 2 on this B site, and this will be a problem for JDG. If they try to go exploring a bit too far, you're gonna have to contend with Scales and Sword 9.
But look at what Slowly is right now. He was B last round, now he has been rotated away towards A short here. Yo-Yo, Aldron will not spot anyone here, and JDG still a bit passive, trying to find their entry point as actually possibly looking at a garage execute.
Yeah, they do seem to want to go for that C split, but at the very least, just looking to try and draw some rotation. Slowly, the only player over towards this B site to try and hold. It has an off at that. There's the decoy coming through, as well as a flash trying to walk through. That's the off revealed, but Stu able to try and hold to this C side of the site. Try and take care of that retake. They do kill Scales off in the meantime, so TYL down a player now for the retake. Baby Blue stuck in towards the plant. A lockdown now being committed. Stu's able to take care of another one, but Baby Blue gets timinged by Sword 9. Xian and Caitlyn, they're trying to hold for this post plant. They're trying to keep lockdown in play. J.Crow's been revealed. Xian takes care of Yo-Yo. And J.Crow has to take care of this slowly op, otherwise things can get unraveled, and J.Crow can hold down perfectly. It's now Sword 9, a 1v2. Has to try and get this defused, but with time just ticking away ever slower. Wait a minute, Sword 9 could just stick, but J.Crow goes running in at the last moment. It's a close defuse, but JDG get it across the line.
Oh, what a close call there. JDG and TYL just messy exchange all around. But JDG finally showing a little bit of pattern here, trying to catch TYL off guard, trying to make noise somewhere else so that they can evacuate a site or to defend. And JDG finally prodding in, finding the spaces, and even though it is a massive fight, they still get to win. It is 3-4.
Yeah, and this now timeout from TYL after 2 rounds of play. Keep in mind, just 2 rounds ago was a timeout from JDG. Now TYL's taking that opportunity. I mean, this feels like an early timeout to me, but
I think it's really 50-50. You know, I think I do agree where it might be an overreaction, but I do see where they're coming from. You just lost 2 in a row against maybe some small mistakes, and you don't really want to like get it snowballed a lot. But at the same time, I feel like those small mistakes just can be addressed by say, hey, we need to calm down. Let's not over-rotate. And for TYL, so far their passive holds have been their biggest advantage so far. And the fact that JDG finally gets them to say, hey, we need to go here fast and try to anchor a site completely shows that maybe TYL needs to calm down a bit as we're now heading towards the 8th round.
Yeah, TYL looking to try and put themselves back in the driver's seat, tie this game up 4-4, but on a weakened bye, arguably a hero rifle, maybe a force you could call it. Losing Sword 9 this early, not what you want to see.
Not at all. You can see maybe a bit of desperation, maybe a bit of an over-eagerness from Sword 9 trying to get some of the balance out. Now C already evacuated. Only the camera remains as the rest of TYL is actually going to be stacking B and A with slowly the only sole person on that side.
Execute coming in now. JDG flooded their way into this empty site. Completely vacant for them. And it's going to be 4 players all on the flank. That means the pressure is going to be on, because you want to hold this site from long, you're going to have to fight for this site from long as well. Scales looking to try and find his way in. Does pop the double tap, but it's immediately broken. Contingency out to try and flood, but Baby Blue and Jake Rowe are both there. Caitlyn can also respond with 1. And slowly now, 1 versus 4. You're going to be playing a lot of aim labs, and Baby Blue locks it in. Guardian in hand. Gets 2 for the round and brings JDG a 5th.
Not bad there for JDG, and for TYL, I believe their economy will suffice for them to at least get maybe a half buy or a bit better than that. But for JDG, right now they're in control. They're looking a lot more calmer, a lot more controlled here, especially with some of this engagement. They're not as jittery as before, and for JDG, 5-3 is a good scoreline if they want to go far.
And especially because this is off the back of the TYL timeout. Gives them a huge opportunity. US to tuck in. Tagged out by the Apple drone. Almost immediately used by Yo-Yo. Look at the ults. TYL have 4 ultimates to work with.
Yes.
And JDG, 4 in response.
A lot of them are actually attack ult. You see the Hunter Fury, you see the Overdrive Force 2 as well. Maybe J-Kuro with the Viper Spit. But right now, not a lot of movement. But look at slowly here. JDG might not expect him actually. Gets the trade by Baby Blue as well as 2. Kills turned down to 42 HP. It's a risky 4v4, but the rest of JDG remains healthy as the... Actually, the Gulag didn't find anyone.
No. Not going to be any use of the kill contract here. Just backed up a bit too far, expecting someone in garage. When in fact, it was clear it's going to be all 4 players for JDG out from long. Use of the Hunter's Fury, going to clear out the site. Holding now, afraid of a potential wrap. Viper's Pit from Jake Rowe out onto the site with a Hunter's Fury in response from TYL, only going to find a couple of tags. So it's everyone on JDG weakened up significantly, and Scales finds Xeon in the meantime. This makes things so much harder with a neural theft to be used as well. The pit will drop. Caitlyn has to go huge, and he just can't find it, which means Baby Blue, a 1v4, and it Scales with 4 of his own to bring TYL forward into a 4th.
Missing your kill contract? Not at all when you have that 4K on the back of your rifle.
Yeah, right.
But with TYL, amazing ult usage. They've been a lot more patient with JDG, trying to dump it all at once. With the neural theft kind of been delayed, and Scales just absolutely shooting heads here. TYL getting that little bit of help that they needed if they want to equalize this.
This is the opportunity for JDG to try and sneak one over on TYL, and on the other side, TYL, they could really bring themselves back into this half off of that win. Ults are gone for JDG. There's the money, and slowly crept up. Gets the 2 off the drop of the wall.
Ooh, a little bit close there with slowly didn't really get a chance to center his aim, but Scales already looking at the off angle, spotted, but decided to regress. Xeon only with the Sheriff as well as Stu, but Stu has the overdrive.
Ooh.
Actually has the Guardian rather. Traded. And it is a 4v2, but you know, you never know.
You definitely don't. Stu's still in the server.
3-2 now. Stu still has the Guardian, still has the Overdrive, but Spike is marooned all the way with Baby Blue. And not a lot of entry point here because you still have 9 body. You still have 9 body on C, and the rest of Tai Lu still has the chance to rotate. But Stu already pushing in with the fast lane.
They don't know.
And 9 body decided. Yeah, no, I think they don't know.
They have no clue that 9 body's here in Cubby. Oh, this could be disastrous. If they they don't go lurking just yet. Instead, slowly with the dimensional drift is baiting for the backstab, and 9 body gets Stu, but slowly still taking care of Baby Blue on the site. It means Tai Lu has done it and tied us up. 5-5 is where we're sitting going into the last 2 rounds of the half.
We've been talking about Stu, how much impact that he has on the server. You see him almost equalizing that maybe a bit of a disadvantage coming from that round in particular, especially on the Nico. But 9 body with the tuck into that little cubby on C long really saved them from another round, from a 4-6 rather.
Yeah. Getting that pivotal 5th round. Huge. To give Tai Lu an opportunity to take the lead at the half here. JDG on the other end of things. They have the rifles in their hands. And working towards this C site, it's been looking good for them throughout this half. They want to try and test it just one more time. The play. Exec out. So is the fast lane, and there's the spam through all the smokes. Baby Blue and Stu pick up 2. Stu goes pushing even further. It slowly falls as well. There's the overdrive just to try and delay a bit longer for any potential flood. Tai Lu doesn't even give it the time of day. Sword 9 and Yo-Yo waiting for that utility to fade before they even think about retaking over towards C. Raj has been cleared by Yo-Yo. This could just be the save.
Will it be the smart choice here, but ooh, Yo-Yo didn't expect Caitlyn there. On the angle, Xian will clean it up with Sword 9. That's the rifle's gone. Still able to half buy for Tai Lu for the next round, the last round of the first half here. But so far, JDG looking like a good recovery, especially with how the first rounds have gone against them.
Yeah, and Tai Lu in a rough spot now, down 5-6. They have a chance to equalize here in the last round of regulation, or the last round of the first half, I should say. Have a chance to equalize, get it to 6-6. They have slowly back on that op. Scales. Towards B. This is a very, very pushed out slowly, though. I mean, look at his position. He has so much info towards C.
I believe that is going to be the only utility that Caitlyn has is the alarm bot, so he doesn't really have enough intel. But yeah, slowly, already all the way towards the end of C long. He didn't see anyone, so... And the kill contract actually gets Baby Blue. That's a spike down, and... kills. If he actually can't confirm the kill. And Stu already running in, killing 9 body on top of window. And now Tai Lu. Stu ran back actually. Look at Stu where he is.
They went to A. They want to try and crunch the A side. Stu in the back line over towards Heaven, trying to flush out these positions. Baiting, trying to buy as much time as possible for the team to crunch out long. The op shot goes a little wide, but slowly Shorty takes care of Stu. And now, pushing up, slowly gets Corrode in the crunch time, and with 20 seconds left, a lockdown committed, but not being able to be capitalized on. Caitlyn and Baby Blue have to rotate. It's a race to the C site. And it's a quick pivot from JDG, opting towards B instead. Caitlyn runs in, gets Sword 9, and now a 2-on-2.
The operator! No!
And misses! And Caitlyn gets slowly, and now Yo-Yo on a wrap has already made his way out a link and looking from the front of the site to take a timing and take care of these players. Yo-Yo runs back, revealed by the shock dart, and Baby Blue locks it in. JDG get a lead 7-5 at the half.
Oh, I thought it would have been a disastrous round there. JDG might have been a bit too overstressed there, trying to figure out the rotation, especially with the Baby Blue advantage. Still already all the way up towards heaven, but slowly couldn't confirm the kill on Caitlyn right here. And that just gives enough amount of time for JDG to reconvene.
This is a golden opportunity for JDG, right? Especially because we know how good TYL are on their attacking side. Getting yourself at the very least this 2-round buffer, it gives you a chance coming in to the defense of your opponent's map pick.
Yeah, and you know, Double Duelist really favors TYL, as right now I believe this is an audience interview. It is going to be, I believe, an actor, a local actor here, but at the meantime, TYL doesn't really show that. Yes, they were 5-7, but at the same time, a lot of these rounds were really close. A lot of messy exchange really boils down to 1v1s in most of these cases.
Yeah, it's gonna be those kind of mid-round situations where JDG could really, really thrive. And if they're able to kind of collect themselves and, you know, pick up the pieces at the end of all of the initial chaos that TYL's gonna try and inject into these rounds, it gives them a golden opportunity to steal away TYL's map pick and potentially take things 2-0, but not get that ahead of ourselves. We're still contesting with arguably a top 3 attack side team in VCT right now.
Yeah, you see the first skill, you see those first skills potential earlier. TYL, a very aggressive team, especially with that double lowest comp on attack. All things could happen now, facing against the second half here, as TYL will actually spread out on the default, 3 members towards A, but the spike marooned a bit towards mid, so not really too much of a confirmation there, as Yo-Yo trying to make noise and still gets the kill through the poison cloud.
Not a great opener for TYL. That's your initiator. Yo-Yo's gone and off the board. No, not a lot of info is going to be left for you. Baby Blue looking to play on the site inside of the dark cover from Sword 9, or from Xeon, the defender smoke. There's that re-hit towards the C site. TYL don't want to give up. Just because Yo-Yo fell doesn't mean the rest of the team has to as well. But they don't clear out Stu, and he gets a huge double kill. Can fall back towards the back of the site. Let Caitlyn take the next fight onto 9body, and now Scales is alone. A 1v5 to try and take this pistol. Unless you want JDG to potentially be up 4 rounds to the better.
Scales here. Still actually going to be trying to find out where Scales is, but Scales...
That was an ambitious jump peek.
I mean, that's an idea. Third will spot him towards the long, but with 15 seconds remaining, it'll be JDG winning the pistol round. And so far, JDG now on defense, looking a lot more confident now they've won their second pistol.
Yeah, there it is. Double swing in. Baby Blue gets the credit for the kill. JDG, they're looking solid here on Haven. Yeah, this is just ridiculous from Stu. What a series of kills, and now gets rewarded, right? Can afford that outlaw here in round 2, can post up towards C. And I think the big thing with this outlaw, right, is it's going to free up the rest of this defense so much. You can see Caitlyn willing to just play over towards the B site alongside Corrode. You still have that kind of duo of Xeon and Baby Blue over towards A. Like, there's a lot of freedom that JDG have in this round. You just have to hope that Stu will hit some shots.
Alarmbot will actually spot, I believe it is going to be Sword 9, and immediately gets killed there by Stu. Already one man down. That's the controller. That's a smoker there. And the rest of Tai Lu, slowly, the only one with a rifle or some sort, the Marshal, actually spotting Baby Blue, but beyond with the bait and switch. And right now, JDG trying to get some sort of advantage, but Xian with the better weaponry gets a 4K at the end. It is going to be a 9-5, and JDG starting to gain that 4-round buffer, and they're one away from double digits.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, when we're talking about this round, when we came into this and we looked at that kind of bait and switch setup, I was a little concerned because the Stinger was the one taking the far fight and the Guardian was up close, but Xian calms the nerves, hits the shots when he needs to, gets rewarded with a 4K. Halfway to from the shadows at this point, and you know, it's a kind of underrated shot.
God.
Oh my god, Stu!
That was an arm! He just saw Ninebody's arm and immediately called ball on it. Now, that's a rifle gun, and Caitlyn actually having a lot of information here from Barrage, hearing the stats all the way. Aldrone will spot slowly here, but Tai Lu now scrambling on. They couldn't really push in towards side because the wall is there. And now, 1 minute remaining, and Tai Lu still not yet entry into the site.
No, it's been a lot of investment, but not a lot of reward. 9 bodies out, so it's hard to hold any sort of space for Tai Lu. They have to constantly be aware of some sort of a flanking presence or just potentially some really solid re-clears that JDG get the opportunity to do now. You have Xian and Stu over here towards A alongside Corrode. This is a triple stacked site. And Tai Lu, they want to go in. And he does sit and wait. Stunned up by Stu. Doesn't matter. It was just a ploy to grab the orb and leave. But there's that run in onto B. Slowly, Yo-Yo, both here as the spike goes down. And now it's that full 5v3 retake. As Scales uses that kill contract. It's on Caitlyn, but he gets the shot, and Baby Blue, Stu, and Corrode, they all collect in the meantime. JDG, you mentioned it, they're on double digits, and it's off the back of a bonus round.
Oh, Tai Lu, maybe a bit getting too stressed here, maybe a bit too overthinking on some of their executions. And this shot, oh my god. Just a split second between the dark cover and that. But Baby Blue, important kill onto Yo-Yo while Scales here fighting Caitlyn in the kill contract. JDG. Just pure calmness. They're on their path now. They're locked in.
Yeah. This is a just renewed JDG like we've never seen before. Tai Lu, last timeout available for you in Haven, unless you're able to sneak away with JDGs and do something with their minute when they call it. I mean, Tai Lu on this attack side, right? We know what has worked for them so much in the past. Is it a situation where Tai Lu's trying too hard to counter JDG, or do you just feel like JDG has just been able to figure out how to deal with Tai Lu on this attack side?
I think it's mostly the former, because you see some of the reactionary positions coming from Tai Lu. Maybe once, like you saw earlier, once Ninebody gone, they're trying to throw utilities, trying to gain some sort of advantage. Maybe a bit desperate in some of their usage. But JDG, that Viper, that Omen, that Killjoy composition really serves them well, especially with any sort of denial. That Tai Lu couldn't really get into the side at all.
Yeah. Rough positions for Tai Lu. Look at the buy. It's 3 Stingers and 2 Sheriffs up against Outlaws and Rifles.
Not again!
Stu did it again. Ran out short. Took care of Ninebody. Opening kill the way of JDG. C site looking to try and get snuck away here, as there's a teleport into the back of the site. Slowly, the next sacrificial lamb to the slaughter. Caitlyn might go pushing here off of the kill from Zion. Corrode collects as well. And JDG, it's a flawless round and a way for them to potentially close out Haven. They're up 11-5.
Not again, 9buddy. Gosh, caught at the same position by the same player who kills you earlier. But right now, TYL is most definitely flustered. And looking at their buy now, 3 Stingers, 2 Sheriff on this last round. They probably could buy rifles, maybe a Bulldog in between, but for the next 2 rounds, critical, it's not looking good.
Stu did it again, and this time he did it with an off, but I think 9body finally learned his lesson, leaving that A site alone. Caitlyn has to back up heavily alongside Corrode, because look at all of the space that JDG have over towards A. Zion can call across to the rest of the team. They know this A site is not under pressure right now. JDG can readjust.
Cybercage will be tripped as Zion immediately evacuates here, probably potentially recognizing that TYL wants to at least make some noise, but it is going to be a fall position because the rest of TYL already pushing in, but slowly engagement trade will be on his side now. Fake teleport will be sounded off, but Spike, 35 seconds remaining. It's only going to be Zion, and slowly a bit adventurous maybe on towards window. Now Zion actually spotting scales but losing the fight. The biggest advantage for TYL, the biggest chance so far to try maybe bring some sort of round back towards their side. And Spike finally being put down for the first time.
Put down that Spike. Now you just have to worry about the post plant 4v3 and an op in the hands of Stu. It makes this really hard for JDG to argue, but at the very least, you have the money to work with. So not over if you lose here. Baby Blue goes lurking, and the crossfire between Scales and Yo-Yo is just too strong. Corrode can't find anything either, and 9body spamming out Stu through heaven. They get it done. TYL, a long-awaited 6th. It finally goes their way.
An important exchange too from slowly getting the kill onto Caitlyn really puts JDG off kilter, trying to find out where the possibility of TYL might have gone. Yeah, this gunfight in particular as well. Even Baby Blue trading on, and Scales getting the important kill onto Zion, freeing so much space here for TYL to entry, and finally just 1 round, but it's an important round if they want to come back.
Zion again back up with this play towards long, but Baby Blue is able to trade out 1 for 1. No value initially from Zion. Corrode now doing that same bait and switch with Baby Blue, this time towards short. Gets the Sova into a good position. There's still a lot more to do. TYL haven't committed towards this A site yet. They do still want to use their options to their advantage. Stu's op posted up on this mid line, takes care of Stales, but 9body right there in response gets both Baby Blue and Corrode, and that completely opens up the A site, and now it's Stu alone in a 1v3.
Maybe a bit too, again, another case of over-eagerness coming from JDG. It's only Stu with the operator. Recon Dart will not spot under the dark cover. Overdrive didn't really result much. Sword 9 gets the 3k, and TYL, maybe, just maybe, they're finally breaking the code of JDG's defense.
That would be the hope, right? Take care of this long play between Zion and Baby Blue, and all of a sudden the round becomes so much more winnable. But there's still the problem of the money game because of how successful JDG were in the first opening stages of the second half. They have some money still left to work with. It's still going to be rifles out towards JDG in this round, and this is that JDG timeout. They need to collect their thoughts, and I think this is a timeout talking about how JDG need to find a new look on their defense.
Yes, because how many rounds have Stu running the op, or at least that single shot rifle? I believe it's 4, including the Outlaw. TYL probably already trying to figure that out. Maybe JDG wants to switch it up, maybe a rifle or maybe a position change, because some of the looks there weren't really bad, but definitely JDG getting a bit red there on some of their usual positions and some of their aggression towards maybe trying to catch somebody off guard.
Yeah, it's a rough spot. That feels like an understatement for TYL. They're still down 4 rounds. JDG still 2 rounds away from closing out this map in regulation. Back on that op. As it posted up towards long, towards garage on that platform angle. And it's actually Caitlyn over towards this A site. That's going to be the change up. B site being predominantly left alone, and that might be their undoing, because look at where TYL's headed. Straight in to this B site. J.Crow does commit a snake bite at the very least, just to do a little bit of chip damage here, but it's a fight towards A link. Caitlyn has to back up. Hunter's Fury goes in as Stu collapses in alongside J.Crow, but there's the trades immediately. Scales and Sword9 can equalize into the 3-on-3.
Look at the health there from Skills.
Wait a minute. It's a kill contract used. Skills has the opportunity to take out Caitlyn and does just that. Double tap now reactivated for him, but Baby Blue, a huge 2K, and now a 1v2 for Sword9. Xeon and Baby Blue have a chance to close things out, get the match point, and that they do on the hold. Xeon and Baby Blue in the clutch moment bring match point the way of JDG.
A little bit of a false sense of security here, leaving B wide open for TYL to grab onto it. JDG just immediately waved in, rushed into the side. Yes, they did get traded, but at the same time, Baby Blue just saving the round here with 9body, with Skills here, getting the kill. And JDG, now they're on map point.
This is their chance to close things out, to get that 1-0 lead. TYL, they're backed into a corner. They're afraid of making a step. They want to play off the dimensional drift from slowly already being used, clearing out Garage, but look at the peek up from Stu. It was perfect. They take care of Scales, and Stu has to run away. Hunter's Fury trying to be used, trying to connect onto Stu, but it doesn't quite land, and J.Crow takes care of slowly as well. Means TYL a 3v5, and an Owl Drone being used by Baby Blue to explore towards Garage. 9body has to give up the position, and look who's here on the cross. A swing. Yeah, 9body. You're stuck in a tiny spot, and the only way out is to get a kill. You opt to take the fight onto Baby Blue, and that one you'll win. But there's still so much more that needs to be done, and now you're dropping right into the sights of a crossfire, high-low of J.Crow and Stu. Sword9 will be able to plant on B. But J.Crow killing 9body, it means that there's a gap now. There's a chance, there's an opening for JDG to exploit. Caitlyn, the next to try and take a fight over towards Heaven, and Yo-Yo's not aware, but he gets the flick nonetheless. And now it's 2 on the flank. Stu and J.Crow, both with rifles in hand. They use that Viper's Pit to try and lurk their way onto the spike. And they'll be able to get that space. Sword9, though, with the spam, should be able to take care of Stu, but no, the bullet hasn't connected, and there's the trade from J.Crow, and the third kill can lock it in. JDG snuck away with TYL's map pick of Haven, 13-7.
We might be seeing a different kind of upset here tonight, folks. And JDG, what a statement win, especially at the map that TYL historically has been pretty decent, all things considered. Remember, they won 13-2 against Titan. And now, JDG just say, hey, it's your map pick, it's our win. And coming into the second map here, which is going to be Ascent, all momentum is on their hands.
Yeah, this was a monster performance out from JDG. You have to give credit to Stu, to Corrode, really being, you know, kind of the heroes throughout this map. You also got to give credit to Xeon in some of those moments, had some really beautiful plays. But for the side of TYL, I mean, Slowly was just doing as much as he could for this team to try and bring them across the line, but it just wasn't enough. And this kind of puts a different shadow on the series to this point, because we came into this expecting TYL to defend their spot in the top 8, find their way into playoffs, and JDG were the only team that could put that into contention, and here they are. They sneak away with TYL's map pick in a decently convincing fashion, right? It wasn't like it was a 13-11.
Not at all.
This was close.
This was close, and Ascent has been actually, fun fact, TYL's permaban. The only time that they have played last time was versus EDG, and they lost 9-13. So this is going to be a prime opportunity for JDG if they want to take advantage again.
This was death by 1,000 paper cuts.
I saw
team comes in for JDG.
Okay, 1B. We just go garage. Can you smoke? Smoke and don't need to do anything. Smoke, just only smoke.
Okay. They were so far. They don't know aim.
然后你 OK Killjoy 我们去 A， 我们去 A。
They will smoke again. They smoke again.
Yeah, they no action now.
Okay,
Yeah.
they're fighting, yeah.
1分10秒 we drone
Yeah.
OK.
1分05吧，1分05。
Okay.
We wait for the aim smoke.
Yeah, you guys two guys creep. 来 drone now.
大家开队。
我在你背后啊。
给烟。
近点。
They fight close. They fight close.
花一
不要看到，不要看到。
还是给他
CR 一个，CR 一个。
well done. They fight close. Okay. So far close aim. Can I get fake B?
我赢了。
Can I get fake B and we counter? Okay.
带下包。
Nice.
喂。
OK。
天天頭先。
A 有一個，收吧。
來轉出啦，貼吧。
請加一個前線。
哎，小
A 收後面，guys， A 收後面。
是不是兩個？
OK。這兩個。
人家我能插 A 小大，懂我意思嗎？
我來跟你，插一插。
他可能要 A 大來射擊。
我來跟你這個，你看一下，
A 有一個。
縮彈。他掉了。
放點後了，是不是可以轉啊？感覺。
二樓狙。
感覺可以轉，三個都在，兄弟，3個都在。
時空跳躍。我去找了。
他 C 點可能放的有 TP， 兄弟，就打 B 吧，沒時間了。
可以。
剩餘10秒。
我下包。
他有擊到，兄弟們，他有擊到。
一路是把狙。
兩個 A 了，來。
走去4連接。
留。
來跟我飛上了，3、2、1。我站點後，8點槍。OK， 我射根箭。沒 timing。可以找人打。來，我臉上。來。
Or positive in the KD.
Yes, all around performance for JDG. And for TYL's side, commemoration again, Slowly was the X factor. 7-16, 252 ACS. He was definitely the headache for JDG to overcome. But as a whole, all things considered, JDG 14 first kills, 4 flawless, 7 out of 9 post plans. They were just completely on control. They were just suffocating TYL, especially on the latter half of the map.
Yeah, and this is a JDG that, you know, we talked about it coming into the day of like Brains versus Brawn and TYL having that calling, but I think just the game plan we saw from JDG, you know, you saw the coaching staff of Ego and Wendler and how calm they looked, how calculated those timeouts were, and the effectiveness that they had off the back of those. I think we were kind of sleeping on JDG's brain power coming into today, and I think they have sufficiently surprised both of us on the Haven performance.
Yeah, not a lot of people remember, but Ego already proved himself in the international stage. He was with Attacking Soul, the team that went on to Masters Tokyo all the way in 2023. So he's not someone you really want to underestimate. As well as the help for in another brain with from Wendler as well, just giving that a new perspective for the team. And for JDG, I think it's really shown how much they've already evolved, how much they already improved. Now, one map between them and playoffs, they're really on it. They really want to win. Yeah,
and you know what? They have an opportunity to 2-0 TYL out of playoff contention on their own map pick of Ascent. Don't miss it, because right after this quick break, it's going to be JDG's map, number 2, Ascent.
Welcome back, everybody. It has been a few minutes since that amazing map wins from JDG against TYL on Haven, but right now we are coming into Ascent, a map that TYL doesn't really play much except last week that when they faced against EDG. And production did raise an interesting stat here. You got 35 kills on this map against BLG.
Yeah, wasn't that an overtime win? It was like 15.
Yes, I believe it was 15,
it was aggressive.
13. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, we talk about Stu just being an absolute demon. This is one of those maps, and we're talking about this kind of interesting, sort of weird comp out from JDG.
That is not the comp that they ran last week. They're going default.
Wait. Was it switched? Was that the...
Okay, so last week they ran Omen, Viper.
Yeah. I thought that's what they're running this week.
They brought out the Killjoy.
No, I think that was TYL.
Was it TYL? That's TYL.
TYL was running the default comp.
Yeah.
JDG's running that weird Yoru Chamber Vise double Senti comp. Yeah, you had me scared for a second. I was like, hold on, don't tell me that Stu was abandoning the Yoru after 35 kills.
Yeah, my bad there. But right now, first round. Interesting position here from Slowly with the turret all the way onto platform.
炮塔掉了，
Immediately, Stu into the site, getting revealed, trying to get spammed down by Market as well from Sword 9. It doesn't go through just yet, but still, Stu is low. Slowly has to try and pick up the pieces, though. Sheriff in hand, over towards these crates. Caitlyn will eventually take him down. Stu as well, falling to 9 body. Does mean Caitlyn and Xeon, the two Sentinels we talked about coming into this map, have a lot of work to do. And we've seen the shots that Xeon has hit before. We'll see if he can do it again. No Headhunter available. Just has the Classic to work with. There's the jump out Market. It does work for Xeon to take on the Scales, but now Xeon low. Caitlyn, the next in line with the Sheriff, just has to hit a couple good shots. There would be the first onto 9 body. Now it's a 2-on-2. Yo-Yo and Sword 9, both initiators versus both Sentinels, and Caitlyn's isolated. A 1-on-1. There's the swing, and Sword 9 can take it in the final moments. It's TYL collecting their first pistol round this series.
Ooh, a bit close there. Sword, I believe it was Slowly with the 3K.
Yeah.
Early into the round there. And I want to bring back again. No, they did run. TYL did run the same Viper Yoru Vice composition. They switched on towards a default composition. And so far, it looks like it's working.
I guess, yeah. They have won 100% of the rounds so far on Ascent. That is a true statistic.
That is a true statistics. But the challenge now, the second round, with the rifle actually coming from Slowly.
I like this out from Slowly. After the performance that he had on map number 1, switching on to this Killjoy role, I think it's, you know, more of a kind of easier agent for him to work with instead of the Yoru on Haven. So, knows how to play it, has the Vandal in hand against a bunch of classics. You know, there's potential danger from a shot from Xeon, but other than that, could be overall pretty good workings for TYL here in round number 2.
Flash won't find anyone but TYL. Actually, Caitlyn and Xeon already down half an HP. 39 for Caitlyn and 60 for Xeon. JDG just trying to farm as much up as possible. But no entry point onto the side as of yet. 35 seconds yet again remaining, and JDG slowly trundling towards B, where Slowly and 9 body are ready to welcome them.
Now, it's those opening engagements. 9 body tries to take some fights towards Market. Slowly does try and get rid of that gate crash, but doesn't work. Has to be the bullets instead as 9 body collects over towards main. It just leaves Xeon alone. Sure, a couple good shots towards the very end, but TYL, a very confidently done second round.
JDG might have been trying to, well, their main objective were trying to win as much as possible, getting that close with the timer trying to enter into the side, but TYL, of course, with better weaponry, eventually wins at the end. And I think this is starting to be a good first part here of their defensive half, as guns now equal.
Chance that first gun round out for JDG. There's the double swing though off the flash. Trademark. It does at the very least get the info, but I guess Xeon is also there to spot it out. Gate crash taken out by Sword 9. Decoy shot as well. There's the flashes, and there's the punish. Xeon and Stu doing so much in the re-clear. Yo-Yo trying to help the team. It doesn't really work out. JDG steamroll their way through tree into the A site to collect a first. It would have to be an absolutely insane round. Did JDG not realize the spike's not planted, or are they?
They get the orb, I believe. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Baby Blue was trying to get the orb, but regardless, it is going to be their anti-bonus win. It is 2-1, and so far JDG kind of a good recovery here. A bit of again, a weird exchange, messy exchange, but better weaponry wins at the end with the cleanup here from Xian.
And I think talking about vibes can be a bit cliche sometimes, but every time we've been able to get into the JDG comms, it's always been like just some happy, good, energetic vibes. And then, you know, sometimes we've been going on to these TYL comms and it's just been nice. Like, and that does build up over the course of the series.
Yeah, you can't really underestimate the importance of a vibe energy here, especially with teammates all around. Ninebody will get spotted by the all-round there, but nothing really gets out of value. But the crossfire, Ward 9 still not really. I think they haven't been aware of Ward 9 at all, so he's been stuck well away on Pizza here.
Top spot. Spotted by Ninebody, but Stu still collects 2. Sword 9 next to fall. Oh my goodness, but wait a minute. Scales over towards Tree. Got 3 of his own. Now,
is he aware though?
yes, he is. And now Stu, a 1v2 between Yo-Yo and Scales. The B site's been left open. This would be an ace clutch for Stu. Has to isolate onto Yo-Yo and the HP's just too low. Shot wasn't hit. TYL, grab that first. Don't let it get too far away from them.
TYL,
third.
Yeah, but again, TYL probably afraid of a re-aggression there from JDG. Skills managed to at least clean a couple of up there. Just lining them up. And getting the isolation kills onto Corrode, leaving Stu. TYL so far, it's tat for tat between both of these teams.
Tour de force in the hands of Xian. This could be dangerous for Ninebody. He's just posted up in the corner of heaven. It's a very slow play out from JDG to start things off here. Their way up mid. They found position over towards Tree, but this is where Scales completely mowed them down last time, and this time Yo-Yo is there to help for the side of TYL. This is a really, really dangerous position for JDG to push, and Baby Blue has already fallen. First kill. It's gone the way of TYL at the very least. There's the trade from Stu. Hold in the corner. Dimensional drift. Ready. Off the call. There's Stu in. And a steel garden as well. Ready to be committed. It's going to force TYL back. Scales has fallen. And in the corner of heaven, Ninebody's here. And the shot is missed from Xian. Corrode just 20 HP. No
Ninebody. Sorry there. But yeah, Ninebody lucky to get away there out of his life. A 4v4 and the HP, sorry, a 4v3, but HP from Corrode doesn't really help that much.
Oh.
Still.
Grabs that third, but slowly looking to try and fight back. Now 2-on-2, and Corrode's pinned in hell, so Xian has to do the most here and gets the good shot onto Slowly. It was the must hit. And Sword 9 now. It's a 1v1. Xian playing the time and plays it perfectly. Gets that kill and gets the round across the line for JDG. They're trying to keep things close.
It was a bit of a hope there for TYL, especially with the Scales kill here onto Baby Blue, but still swing from Yo-Yo with the Steel Garden, as well as this important kill onto Ninebody. It did boil down into a 1v1, but the tour de force were too powerful. And 2-3, it's going to be the scoreline as TYL only holds a 1-round buffer.
Quinn tries to get the shot, can't get it off. Slowly instead with the kill. Stu continuing to find his way up catwalk in towards tree. Sends out a flash. Look at the rotation from TYL. They have already stacked this site, and we know just how dangerous this can be, especially considering you do have the hero rifle in the hand, slowly posted up towards tree, but Stu just too good with the shots. But there's the trade from Yo-Yo, immediately scales with one as well as Yo-Yo swings out of the smoke. It's a huge 3K, and TYL robbed that round from JDG under their nose.
It was looking good as the hero rifle fell upon Slowly's hand, but Yo-Yo getting the trade as well as the pick up Vandal here. TYL might have gotten their lifeline once again. Not a lot of comfort here for JDG. It is going to be a 4-2. It is going to be an eco. Only a sheriff here for Stu.
Also have that headhunter from Xeon, but you have to hope for some beautiful, beautiful shots from both of them, just for there to even be a chance for JDG round. And 9 bodies outlaw posted up to him in. Yeah, that's a double swing and a collapse. Hope that Caitlyn with this picked up sheriff can find something in the lieu of Stu.
A little bit of showdown here between Xian and Yo-Yo. Already being backed up here by Scales. Xian will meet the high-low, meets his demise, and it's going to be Caitlyn and J-Kuro remaining. The turret spots J-Kuro as Ward 9. Headshots onto the device. The only remaining omen here, J-Kuro, who probably meeting his demise, his own demise sooner than later. 9-body gets the 3K, 5-2.
And this is a 9-body that is reimagined from a relatively quiet performance on Haven to now completely taking over on Ascent. I mean, that's just a great collab. And for the rest of TYL, go ahead and collect. Gotta respect the aura dynamics there. Just to updraft up with that shorty. And JDG, this feels like the timeout that needed to be called, right? Try and recollect.
Yes. Figure
out the adjustments. J-Crow, 0-6 right now.
5-2. 5-2. I think it's the perfect timeout. If you let it on, maybe one more round, probably one more round too late. Looking at the potential momentum that TYL has. But for JDG, some of the engagement so far has been, once again, very close. A lot of messy exchanges, a lot of messy fights boils down to maybe into a 1v2, 1v1s. But the sheer aim from TYL just wins it every single time. And for JDG, that's a particular problem that they need to address, trying to get some wins off that gunfights.
9-body op in hand now. Upgrades from outlaw to op. And look at this, 5 players from TYL all towards mid. 9-body's going a swinging and gets the kill onto Caitlyn. At the very least, it's a trade, but not onto the person you'd think. Instead, it's Yo-Yo to fall early by the hands of Baby Blue.
No command will be rendered obsolete here with the death of Yo-Yo, but Stu already selling himself towards mid. Our drone will be thrown out by Baby Blue. Will spot slowly here, and Stu gets the kill. It is going to be a 3v4 with 9-body only on 24 HP remaining. B side is completely open for JDG if they wish to enter, but the dark cover will delay that push for a bit.
Dude, using that dimensional drift, trying to confirm the space. Clears out that B site. Says, hey guys, site's clear. Run in, get the plant. Baby Blue gets to be the anchor over towards B main. Xeon, player towards lane. Waiting for Scales to try and get an opening fight. Doesn't get the kill, has to use the paranoia instead to lock it in. Hunter's Fury from Sword 9. It takes out Stu. All of a sudden, this round gets really scary for JDG. It was supposed to be a lock. It's starting to slip away. They need to get the kills. J-Crow's good for 1, but a second as well, but it needs to be a third, and Sword 9 gets 3 of his own. It was so good from JDG, but it just falls away from them. And TYL continue their reign of terror on the defense side of Ascent.
Once again, the 1v2s, the 1v1s on some of these gunfights goes the way of TYL. Good bait and switches all around, but Baby Blue didn't manage to get the kill here onto the skills, I believe. And Word 9 just crushed it up at the end.
Hurts for JDG to be that close some of these rounds, but not being able to pull them across. It's another eco now. It feels like they've conceded 7. On the hold, has to use the rendezvous right on out of there. And 9body still going searching. Will eventually dash away at the last moment before the shot goes off. Owl drone in, 9body out. Looking to reposition, hold from a new angle, a deeper angle at that. And it's been burned off the clock. There's Stu, swings in, takes care of Scales. But there's the swing from the judge. Yo-Yo finds the kill.
Slowly as well towards Caitlyn and Yo-Yo. Another one onto J-Kuro. That's the A-hole completely collapsing. It's going to be only Xian and Baby Blue with a Stinger and a Headhunter. Lesser weaponry, and even if Baby Blue has a Hunter Fury, still has the Shock Dart as well. It is a very, very hard mountain to climb. As finally 9body gets the kill onto Xian. It's going to be Baby Blue remaining stuck in your little corner. 13 seconds remaining. And slowly confirms his demise. It is going to be, I believe it is going to be 7-2 from TYL.
Yeah, this is not the same TYL we saw on Haven. Just the revival of 9body has been something you have to mention. Dropping the op over to Scales in the meantime. Opting for an aggressive play towards A main. Be aware, JDG, because you are in so much more danger than you realize. 9body's going to swinging and guts a double opener. TYL. An opportunity to dominate, and they do not disappoint. Might be taking us to Corrode sooner than we thought.
Oh, I love this new spirit, like you said, invigorated 9body. Alongside this man right here, slowly gets the kill onto Caitlyn on the lurk. Once again, it is going to be Baby Blue now with Stu both holding their Vandals, but they can't really do anything else. Still, 50 seconds remaining. Their only option is trying to get some sort of a weird trade here. Or if not, they have to save.
I think it might be the latter. There is a chance they go for it, because when you have an aimer like Stu, anything is possible, but based on the way they're playing, numbers, and the money that they have left in the bank, I think save call's been made. Stu dancing on top of a table right now. Flash. They're going looking. A baby. But Yo-Yo caught off. You at the very least gets an exit. It's a consolation prize, but how much does that matter when you're staring down the barrel of what could be a 10-2 half?
Oh, there would have been a possibility that 9, but it could have gotten killed by a stray bullet there. But like you said, an exit kill is an exit frag, but with an 8-2 scoreline, time's ticking just a little bit close here for JDG as they finally ran their second timeout on the first half, so they won't have any more for their defensive side.
Is a second timeout for JDG in the first half. Let's be real, right? Because obviously 10-2, we know what's happening.
Yeah.
Do we feel like a 9-3 is salvageable?
I mean, you really couldn't like hope for a 9-3, but with an aimer like Stu, with how far they've been gunned away with some of their kills so far, it's not out of the realm of possibility. But when you look at TYL, you look at how confident they are so far, especially with this amount of scoreline. A 10-2 is also a huge possibility for them.
Yeah. But obviously the goal JDG has is 8-4. 9-3, very least, would be the minimum needed to try and bring this map back into their heads. But TYL taking turns with the op here. Was 9 body, then scales, now slowly. And this aggressive play towards B main. Caitlyn can capitalize. It's a huge 2-for-1 trade by the side of JDG. It gets them into the A site. A lockdown to be used. Hunter's Fury to counter immediately. They don't want to deal with this retake starting before they even get the spike down. And with Xeon taking care of scales, it's just slowly in Sword 9, a 2v4.
No, still a bit of a utility here for Sword 9, but no ults coming from them. Sword 9 though gets an off-angle kill towards Xeon. That's a consolation with Stu. Also at 48 HP. It's still possible for TYL.
Baby Blue and Stu, both in the same position. This could be scary. A lot of pressure rides on Corrode in main, but Stu can pick up slowly. And now Sword 9. It's a 1v3 that's needed. You gotta pick up the pieces. You found the first, but the second is just too much to ask for. Baby Blue, they've got it done. 3-9 minimum for JDG.
Just a clutch. Yeah, that's a clutch gunfight there for Caitlyn to get to on the lurk. Nonetheless, just giving JDG a little bit more hope. Now facing a potential 8-4 or 9-3. Operator will be on the hands of 9 body as well. Look at the ultimates coming from TYL.
Stu grabs that ult orb. One
He can
away.
grab the other one.
Yep, one away from the dimensional drift. Pick up a kill, pick up an orb. World is yours. Steel Garden available for Caitlyn as well to use on an execute. 3 players here in B main. I'm gonna go exploring, waiting for the call. 9 body gets to aggress onto the angle. The hold from in. Corrode's down. Next up to bat is gonna be with those knives. Stu's gone.
Oh my God.
Dimensional drift. It's 3 on the round for 9 body. Baby Blue can only get 1, and it was all the bait for slowly to frag away. TYL, they've locked it in. 9-3 half on the pick of JDG.
9 body becoming the hero once again. An op kill, a couple of knife kill as well. Slowly cleans it up. And TYL gaining that amount of control at the end of the first half now. It's 9-3. But I want to ask Angel, do you believe in the curse?
No. No, I don't. I've seen enough. TYL is collected and locked in. This is a team that wants to take us the distance, take us to Corrode now.
What's happening here?
I think this is a vote. Would you rather get
Oh,
this is would you rather have a good skin or a good keyboard? Like what's gonna help you win?
Oh yeah, or good gear. You know what?
Yeah.
I want my skins. You know, skins give you
No.
that. You know, skins
Give me-
giving you. You know,
Give me-
a lot of confidence.
Give me some good gear, man. Give me a nice keyboard.
I live in the trenches, man. Any sort of keyboard, any sort of mouse that I can get my hands on. If I get some hands on that good skin, my confidence boost is probably a bit higher now. And speaking of confident boost, TYL, like you said, it's 9-3, and whether or not you believe in the curse, TYL might not believe it either. And now they're on attack. Could you believe that we might be going onto Corrode?
Possible. I think we are going to Corrode after that first half. It would have to be a monster defense from JDG to try and compete, and without the pistol, it's going to be that much harder. So JDG, you have a lot of work to do here on this pistol. This will entirely determine whether or not you have a chance in this map.
Ooh, TYL opting off for a TYL opting for a confidence, like a together push here. JDG forced to back off, but it's only two persons though. It's only J-Kuro and Caitlyn.
J-Kuro sitting in the middle of the site, trying to grab one. They do get 9 body, but they're looking for more.
Start.
They're rejoined with the rest of the team as Stu can pick up another. Caitlyn swings in, off the back of the classic, tries to grab another. It won't go their way. Yo-Yo able to trade 1 for 1. J-Kuro finding the return. Now 2 versus 4 again. Seen TYL across before, looking for it again. That kill onto Xeon is everything for Slowly. Brings them back into contention. The rotation over towards B just means that the timer is now against JDG. All going to be rotating, and Slowly will be here. Has the potential to pick them off.
But he doesn't have any more utility. Neither of both TYL members have. 15 seconds remaining on the turret.
Oh, but that's such a huge kill. It's such
it is going to be
kill.
a 2v1. Look at Stu's health as well.
Only 1 bullet away from death for Stu. Baby Blue has to be a hero in this round. Unless Stu can hit a shot. Unlike any we've ever seen before. Slowly revealed in market. Crossfire deadly. Now Baby Blue. A 1v2. Turret in front of his face. TYL have done it. They've grabbed double digits. And it would be an 8-round deficit that JDG would have to overcome if they want to grab this map.
It was looking good here. JDG, J-Kuro actually playing well against the dark cover, but Slowly here. He has a snappy headshot on the J-Kuro. After that, it's just the matter of cleaning up the rest of the kills.
Sheriff's in hand for Stu and J-Kuro. This Marshall from Slowly. It still finds its way to an opener. And Sword9 looking to trade, but it still trades both ways. JDG, they made it a 2-on-2. And Yo-Yo and 9body are not in the good graces of the health department.
Guns are still on TYL's side, but J-Kuro did pick up the Marshall, and he is creeping up, potentially expecting the push on towards B here.
One shot to the Marshall, 9body shot to the Sheriff.
Oh, J-Kuro.
Oh, J-Kuro spotted though. That's not good. 9body gets that kill. And now Baby Blue. This would be a clutch for the ages, running all the way through A main to try and get this round done. 9body already looking that way. Both players doubled up towards hell. There are shock darts available for Baby Blue. Both players behind dice right now in hell. Same side. And shock dart would be fatal. Looks to be sent in the middle. That side is clear. Oh, there it is. Sent into the other side, forces the swing, and 9body gets the kill. That's enough. TYL up to 11, knocking on the door of match point. 2 rounds away from bringing us over to Corrode.
It again boils down into a 2v2, a 1v2. Unfortunately, Corrode couldn't really get any sort of advantage out of that pick Marshall, but it is 11-3. Both has similar guns here. JDG with the buy, but TYL, they have their own side of weaponry.
9body, both in, but Stu playing inside the dark cover. That's a huge opener. Make it 2 for Stu. And TYL still have a chance. Still have some weaponry to work with Yo-Yo taking out Caitlyn. It would have been so much more, but Stu is angry. Stu is activated. Trying so hard to bring this team a 4th. Corrode, the A-site anchor around the side of the dice. Let Stu run in, down by Jenny. Corrode can close things out, and it's a 4th round the way of JDG, but is it too late?
Never say never, Angel. A bit of a misplay here for 9body. Blindly dashing towards market, trying to expect somebody there. Stu becoming the savior as well as Corrode with the anchor here. But going back to your question, is it too late? You know, 4-11, still actually good buys here for TYL, so it might pose as a question if JDG can survive here right now.
You crawling out mid. Potential to find something here. On his way to tiles. And with Xeon holding down Cat in the meantime. Such a great position to be in.
Not really too much movement here from both teams, but
they're not checking. It's a huge 2 from Stu. Again, brings a double entry the way of JDG. Drops the spike in mid. Leon has eyes on tree. Caitlyn holds towards B main. Every avenue's covered for JDG. They just need to hit some shots. Have the info. They have the holds. Corrode uses the paranoia, buys a little bit more time. Only 20 seconds left on the clock. It's an all Hail Mary. Out towards market. Out from B. Baby Blue. So much to do. You just need the bullets to land. No! You don't get it done. It's Corrode there on the trade. And now the pressure's on. Caitlyn, just 8 seconds. Just 1 kill will do it. You get slowly and you turn around. There's no time left. The kill's just a formality. JDG. They got a 5th.
Ask and you shall receive, JDG. Oh, Stu with the amazing lurk there. Too little, too late there for TYL to make any sort of movement. 11-5, JDG won by round as the first timeout coming out of TYL's camp. Do you now I flip the question here. Okay. Do you believe in miracles, Angel?
No. No, I don't. I still think Corrode is on the horizon. I thought you were going to ask me if you felt like this timeout from TYL was too early, and no, I feel like this is right on time.
I mean, no, this is the right time. I do agree on that, but 2 rounds, what, 3 rounds, 2 rounds here, already conceded.
Yeah.
In a 11-5 scoreline. TYL, they don't really want to have any sort of these losses that just stem from these small mistakes.
Especially when you consider that the more rounds that JDG is able to pick up here, the more confident they're going to be coming into Corrode.
Exactly.
And that's going to be really important. So JDG, if you can shut things down now, or not JDG, TYL, if you can shut things down now. If JDG shut things down now, that's going to be insane. But if TYL can shut things down now, bring themselves to Corrode, it gives them a really good chance to run over JDG in that final map and secure that playoff berth. Zion out towards Catwalk, to be held. That rendezvous gets right on out of there. TYL, they've crawled up. They're waiting for the flash from Yo-Yo. There's the flash, there's the bounce, there's the swing. Zion has to fall away. Tree presence taken, Jake Rose fallen. 9 bodies already in, but Zion and Stu, quick response with 2 apiece. Now it's a 3-on-3. That's another kill. Quick shot from Stu leaves 9 body and slowly alone. 1 towards mid, 1 towards Tree, but the rotation's been called to be. Baby Blue and Stu.
Too far for JDG. Too far for JDG to respond, and right now TYL will have the plan set down for them. It is going to be 9 body who takes it on. Still, full set, at least one sort of utility here. It is going to be slowly that gets the plan. Lockdown will be activated as well as a nano swarm. It will be immediately put down 12 seconds as a buffer. As well as the nano swarm already expanded. Stu, 29 HP. Will meanwhile 9 body and slowly still at full. Lockdown expiring, and right now Recon Dart is only going to be the safe disgrace. 9 body though didn't manage to get the trade, but it's and slowly sharp aims with the Sheriff. 12-5. It is going to be death or clutch or kick rather for the side of JDG if they want to stay at Ascent.
Deaths or demise. Now staring down the barrel of Corrode. It's loaded in the chamber, and you're hoping that Zion can bail them out. 7 rounds in a row would be needed for overtime, and you mentioned it, 3 ultimates in the hands of TYL. A null command and a Hunter's Fury would make a retake almost impossible. You have to hope that this op from Zion or this Guardian from Baby Blue will do enough.
Caitlyn though, 1 away from the Steel Garden, could be the X factor if they want to push back any sort of TYL hold. But slowly though,
into the smoke, slowly takes care of it, and that's the pop. Null command in, Zion.
Oh my god!
Takes care of 1, but anything more than that would have been highway robbery. Baby Blue spammed out through the smoke. But Jakiro was still here, so the hit's been cancelled. It's a runaway all the way to B, rotations through. Unless they want to rotate through Cat. Nope. Call being made to go market. Jakiro spotted, fight being given, Sword9 gets the trade. And there's Caitlyn, falls to slowly in the back of the site, and now it's just Zion. 1v3, op in hand. 100 HP only. Right here, Yo-Yo locks it in, confirms it was 13-7 for TYL to lose theirs, while JDG goes down 13-5. As now we stare down Corrode, a map neither team has won on in their lifetimes.
Actually, TYL has did win against race. So it is going to be a favorable matchup for TYL, but regardless of that, Ascent, a tale of two halves, a tale of two worlds, and it is TYL's world that we are entering. A 13-5 is nothing to be stopped at, Angel.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we talked about TYL and their resurrection, and I think it was 9body. And slowly, of course, still doing the most, but the fact that we looked into this map and we saw a 9body that was just resurrected into being like a truly dominant duelist, you gotta give credit to him. I'm pretty sure Slowly's still gonna walk away with the MVP of this map, but my god, was it close.
Well, I think I brings it up throughout the map. A lot of these fights just boils down into that important, again, like this one, 1v1s, 1v3s. A lot of clutches at the end of the day, but TYL were just shooting. They weren't really missing a beat in terms of their gunfights.
You know, despite what Stu was able to do throughout this map, just wasn't enough. Like, the rest of the team went quiet. This was not the same JDG we saw take Haven in a very confident fashion. They looked lost at moments. It felt like TYL, they perfectly countered the game plan, and you know, at the end of the day, we see why this comp, this default comp is so good. But
没事。耶路吃球，他可能会去在 B 点再吃个球，要开大。准备射箭吧，帮我几位。我第一抢的话，第二时间。我帮你打9刀。哦，扎。中海来不了啊，还想不要？丁乙能回来逼通吗？丁乙能回来狙这个逼通吗？别狙中路了。中路我用我的喷子弹。快找到了，我就射箭。等会儿。我听没响，我先进去了，兄弟。我埋到前面了。你躲着吧，你让丁乙狙就行了。走。有。还有说，帮把狙击打了。3个，别打我的，帮麦丁。都在，还两个。我准备帮你补枪。别死，他不知道你，不知道他。打！被阅读了，兄弟。
Duo between these two, between Slowly and 9body, that was just so good. And we talked about Slowly being the MVP. I mean, 314 ACS on the switch over to the Killjoy. It looks like he was made for the Sentinel role.
I mean, it is his role before he moved on a bit towards the duelist, but 340 ACS for 9body, 16-13, 247 ACS. But still, the X factor that we can't really ignore. 20 and 17, 342 ACS. He was doing so much for the EDG, despite the scoreline.
Right. I mean, if it wasn't for the fact that they lost that map, Stu would have been the MVP. And that's what's absolutely insane about the performances that Stu's been able to have here in VCT. And we talk about it, right? It comes down to the end of the day, those first kills. I mean, TYL, 11 first bloods to JDG 7, who had a 100% conversion of post plants for TYL. JDG only able to convert 2 of them. It was, like we mentioned, right? The opening rounds were fine from JDG. Those opening moments, those early moments, they were fine. It was those late rounds, the 2v4s, the 2v2s that kept slipping away from them, and that's what's led us to Corrode.
Yeah, and again, it's a tale of momentum, something that JDG really struggles throughout the stage. And now coming into Corrode, will this bite them back at the end?
Well, we'll have to find out, because Corrode is waiting in the wings, like we mentioned. In order to get to it, we have to go to a quick little break. So don't go anywhere, because map number 3 of this must-win series will be right up after this.
ladies and gentlemen, now we are at the third map, the last map of the series. It is going to be Corrode. And Angel, I think we all expected to be at this point one way or another.
Oh yeah. I think based on the history of Stage 2, on the history of the performances JDG's been putting up, Map 3 was inevitable between these two teams, and the fact that it's on a map that JDG has never won in their lifetime, the map that they've only played once in a loss to EDG, and on the other side, TYL, it's not like this is a particularly strong map from them. This is going to be an absolutely insane matchup, and look at the comps we're talking about. 4 agents are the exact same. The change is 9 body is back to a sentinel role, and Xeon is on Waylay.
Well, we've seen what Waylay could do, I believe, on, what is it, Pacific with DFM versus Boom there. But Dion, on the Waylay, you always want to see an agent, a high-flying agent performing. And, you know, with a map like Corrode, what really more can ask for?
Yeah, this is... I'm not gonna lie, TMV is somewhere kicking his feet right now, looking at these comps, because I think this is like the last thing you would have expected coming into this series. But here we are, a double duelist, no sentinel on Corrode, Waylay Yoru with the double controller both ways, Omen Viper on both sides. Either way, this is a must-win map for either of these teams. Win, and you're in playoffs. Lose, and your season is done. 2 and Sword 9. Looking about. 9 body has already gone in and fallen. Xeon, a huge opener. Sword 9 now alone, has to try and isolate. Grabs the first and the second as well. Is that enough for TYL to swing the pistol? There's a chance. It's a 3-on-3. Sword 9 still on the site. All these players have kept JDG in a box. They're all contained over towards A main. They want to rotate towards B. It's going to have to be the long way through attacker's spawn, and Sword 9 has already gone lurking. Found their way out towards A main. Baby Blue on the hold. This could be dangerous, and there's the shot. JDG. World is their oyster. They just need to figure out their way through it.
35 seconds remaining. They need to go fast here. The rotation on Corrode doesn't really favor if you want to go slow. Wall will be set up here, and 20 seconds remaining. It'll be close, but it looks like JDG might get the plant just in time here. It is going to be a 2v3, however, but Scales with no sentinel. He is available to lurk.
Oh yeah, he's all the way up, but there's the hold from Caitlyn. It does at the very least catch out Scales. Knew he was low. You take the swing, you get the kill. Now it's slowly 1 versus 2. Has the ghost in hand, but the spike is planted oh so open. You have to hope that maybe JDG give up a couple fights here and there. That's the first swing. You duck back behind the crate. You isolate the 1v1. Now Baby Blue just has to play the time, but there's so much left to work with for slowly. You have to peek at some point, and Baby Blue falls.
Pattern be damned. He noticed what Baby Blue was doing and caught him on his tracks. Slowly clutched it up with the 1v2. And finally, TYL wins another pistol, breaking what would have been JDG's 3rd pistol win, I believe, throughout the series.
Yeah. And now, it's just an uphill battle. With how the last map went, after TYL took the pistol there. And that is energy that we missed. That's energy we missed on Haven. TYL's here to play.
JDG though, getting the orb, but can't really do anything else with lesser buys. Most of the map are in control of TYL. Look at the amount of space that TYL has on mid. Slowly with the Marshall, he has been deadly. Dark cover will be their soulless here. Slowly getting caught by the haunt there, but thankfully able to get out alive. Now, JDG still stuck on A. Only with pistols, but the Stinger ready to meet them as the trades are on TYL's side.
在哪里？
Yo-Yo now in mid. Looking to try and catch out Stu. Scales does fall. That's something, but there's immediately the trade from Yo-Yo and now Baby Blue. You know, getting 2 kills isn't bad. Gotta respect it.
Nope. But it is the 2-0 for TYL. And right now, if JDG couldn't convert this bonus, we might be seeing a snowball heading towards their way.
Yeah. It is dangerously close to that position. This is the temperature check for JDG. Now full rifles in hand. Have a chance to really do damage here. But TYL still have some bulldogs to play with. A Guardian and a couple Stingers as well. Or 9 has to fall away. Stu already up mid. Takes care of Yo-Yo. Fast. Efficient.
Not a lot of space in terms of getting into the side, however. They're still stuck on towards A link where Trip is going to be welcoming them regardless. It is Ward 9 and 9buddy. 9buddy with the Stinger. Ward 9 with a Bulldog. Spotted as well as Horzion had to back away. And JDG, they're still stuck on A. Although Stu though getting the kill onto Sword 9.
悠着点儿。
Grab that kill. Find their way in. The 9buddy here posted up towards elbow. Has to swing in, but Corrode gets that kill. Xeon and Caitlyn. A flawless gun round to start things off for JDG, and hopefully that sparks a little bit of confidence into this squad.
Flawless as well. Corrode was 2 HP away from dying, but regardless, it is all guns retained by JDG, so it'll help them into the next round and beyond if their economy might have taken a hit regardless. Now, both are on their buy rounds, and Yo-Yo, knowing Corrode's paper mache walls, an Odin will be held by him.
Yeah. And this is where that Odin will really start to find its value. Corrode though. Oh. Position noted. Slowly wants this kill, but so does Stu. But the spam, it was good from Yo-Yo, but Corrode and Xeon. Quick trades. Quick positions. Quicker flicks from Scales. 3-on-3 now as the call's been made. JDG, they've gone into this B site. 9buddy, the setup. It wasn't for mid. It was just the camera to hold.
爆能器已部署。直面统治吧！
Information given. There's the Nightfall. It just collects, but 9buddy spray is huge. Grabs both. And now Baby Blue 1v2 yet again. Been in these positions so often, but can he convert? He got the first, but now Scales. 20 HP left for Baby Blue, just 1 bullet away from death. There's the swing, and Scales gets the shot. At the very end, he gets it done. Brings around back the way of TYL.
Another clutch here coming from TYL. Yo-Yo and Slowly was wreaking havoc all around, but Dian and Corrode thankfully gets the trade. I do love
还剩一名敌人。
the proactiveness here from 9buddy, and I believe it was one other besides Scales. The frustration kicking in from him. It's 3-1, and JDG, they need to find another round to sound off their retaliation.
Otherwise, this looks to go the same way as Ascent. Without the nerves at this point for JDG. Need to stay calm. 4 players towards mid. Scales alone, watching over this A main hold. There's that.
Dodging the prism though.
Convergent paths. Xeon falls. No one gets hit. Jakero though, there on the trade. Flashes into elbow, trying to buy time. TYL's regrouped. 4 players here. JDG, similar strength in numbers. There's the play out, but Yo-Yo, the spam, it's just too strong, it's just too fast, and slowly with the pick onto Baby Blue, means Jakero is in a 1v4. Has so much work to do, and not enough bullets to do it. Slowly takes him down.
An unfortunate path there for JDG. The convergence path didn't really get scales. And he managed to actually get Diana as well. And again, Corrode's wall are so thin that a simple bullet like that just wreaks havoc into a push.
Yep. Timeout called early from JDG. This has to be just mental.
No, you have to. 4-1. You don't want the send to be repeated. You're already on that position in the first place.
What's the call if you're JDG? Like where should the focus even be? Is it just fighting for mid more, or are you do you try and avoid that because of the Odin?
I think the Odin really has to be their primary target, but at the same time, no, they haven't really get caught on by the lurks. They haven't really get out aimed in several of their engagement. At this point, they have to reset regardless. They have to sit down and say, hey, I think the best way for them is just go default. It's just go back to basics, get to where they have to be. And right now, looks like JDG wants to go to A. Sorry, B rather.
Yeah. JDG going against better judgment, you argue. No defaults, it's just play towards B.
Oh, look
they
at
don't
Stu,
have the
though.
weaponry. Stu just won away from the dimensional drift, trying to swing in, but already oh so low. He executes in. 9 body out towards elbow. Yo-Yo towards mid, trying to get a timing, but Xeon catches one out. Catches him fast. The 4-on-4 now. Sees use 9 body dispositioned. Slowly though. With 100 Jakero, it means the numbers are in favor of TYL. They have a really good shot here in this retake. Gion swinging in. Doesn't find the kill. And it's TYL.
You can take out the Odin. You can take out the Odin, but you can't take out the rest of the rifles. And I think good call there for Jakero to try at least gain some sort of off angle towards tower. But the awareness of slowly right here was the deciding factor here, as well as 9 body just getting the 3k. And inch by inch, it's 5-1.
Yeah, this is a TYL that feels unstoppable. That win on Ascent gave them all the confidence they needed. JDG. An interesting comp. But TYL. They're 2-2 for a reason. Dimensional drift being used by Stu, trying to get positions, trying to give information over to the rest of the team as the exec comes in towards A. There's the pop out. Stu takes care of Sword 9. Again, it gives them a chance in this round, but chances can only bring you so much. Has to be skill.
Counter-dimensional drift.
The retake going in. Caitlyn out towards Link. Joined by a teammate in the form of Baby Blue, but scales slowly. 9 body all collect. And now Stu would be a 1v4, and that's just too much to ask for. TYL, 6-1 lead.
the crunch was too strong. Dimensional drift, the flash, the haunt, having JDG stuck 2 members on towards A link. They couldn't really do anything else. And right now, TYL, they're on a mission. And that mission is playoffs.
EDG collapsing at the final moment. Symbolic of their entire year.
Oh, Viper Spit.
Already used out towards A. JDG, not with weaponry to really try and test towards E, or test towards mid, test towards that Viper's Pit. TYL, they already have a feeling that it's going to end B. Between 9 Body and Yo-Yo, the site is on lock.
Spotted the teleport. And spotted the Prowler as well. Dion will entry, but no kills in between. It is going to be a standoff 5v5 retake here for both teams. I believe the first time in this matchup. Nightfall will be activated from both sides here, but 9body gets a kill onto Stu. All hands are blind, deaf, and 9body gets the kill. 3k now. On towards a 4k, but sadly slowly gets it. A 3k in commiserations. Yo-Yo cleans it up. And TYL, once again, ever so closer towards playoffs.
And this is the TYL that most of us were expecting coming into today. Right? A team that has done so much throughout this split. Talking about a team that gave EDG a run for their money on Corrode. A team that blew out Titan. A team that even had moments of brilliance against Billy. But now, JDG, despite all the hope, despite taking Haven, despite starting strong, these moments, these last moments, these final glimpses where they're starting to crumble, but they have the site, they have the plant, they need to do more. They need to hold on, they need to deny a retake. As TYL commit to the full 5-on-5. Flashes out paranoias as well. Corrode's the first to fall. Xeon holding out towards mid, trying to get the kill onto Yo-Yo. They do just that. Stu as well, equalize into a 3-on-3. TYL now trying to do as much as they can, but Baby Blue and Stu, they both collide, they both connect, and now it's that 1v1, but slowly still gets the kills! But no time!
No!
JDG! They collect nonetheless! But it's still by the skin of their teeth that they bring a second across. And all of a sudden, Ascent just becomes more and more likely.
But you lost all weaponry. Your economy is still on the downturn. JDG, half buys all around. Only Stu. 0 credits remaining with a full shield. If they lost this round, we might be seeing a very decisive first half for TYL.
Dude, on the swing, takes out Sword 9, but a quick trade from Scales means Xeon has to do the heavy lifting, and when you're caught up by the snake bite, it's just too much to ask for. Scales, a huge 3k. Leaves Corrode and Baby Blue alone, 2v3. Trying desperately to claw this half back into contention, make it something closer than a 9-3.
9body though, look at him. He's already still aware of the potential. of a mid creep up. Baby Blue and J-Crow still sticks together, but time is still on their side. 40 seconds remaining, but they can't really lead too much.
Has to be the A site commit. Need to plant that
30
spike,
seconds.
Baby Blue.
剩余
A
30
full
秒。
kit of utility, ready and waiting. Cleared together, hand in hand. Akiro starts plant, at least just a tap for information. I to give away position. And now, JDG, they need to go searching. Akiro teleports away. Baby Blue position loaded. There's the swing. Yo-Yo's down. There's still a chance. Baby Blue tucked in towards the corner. 9 body ready to swing. There's the swing, but Baby Blue gets the kill. And now a 1v2. But slowly, the MVP of this series has done so much. And we know that he's capable in these moments, trying to get it done. But Baby Blue locks it in. JDG, there's still fire in them.
There's still hope in them. There's still that sharp edge that we expected coming from them, even if Skills came away with a monster 3K here. But J-Crow and Baby Blue, I believe they are the longest, besides the longest standing member of JDG so far. It's 7-3, and 2 more rounds, 7-5. It is a manageable score.
能躲不掉的。
交给我。
Back to pressure towards mid for Stu. Looking in towards Link.
空跳跃。
Grabbing information. Convergent paths yet again. It's a familiar play. With oh so unfamiliar results. This time Caitlyn runs in with a judge. Baby Blue can get the kill with the Phantom. JDG, they found their way to a spike plant. Viper's Pit also being used out towards elbow just to pressure that much more. Stu teleports right on out. A spam from Sword 9 is good onto J-Crow.
直面统治吧！
Caitlyn still has to hold. Nightfall out towards Link, trying to take care of 9 bar. He does just that, but Yo-Yo's still there. Xeon gets traded. Baby Blue trying to get the kill, doesn't go their way. It's all on Stu. This rap has to come in, and he needs to come in now. Vandal out. Yo-Yo's down. It's now just Sword 9. 1v2 takes care of Stu.
1v1.
Taps, waiting for the swing, but Caitlyn gets it done. It's these final moments. It's these close fights. But JDG, they've gotten themselves to 4.
1 more round into a 7-5. If they can win both pistol on the second half, that's 7-7. All that they could hope for in this day and age. TYL starting to falter a bit. Maybe a bit of exhaustion coming in. But Caitlyn with an important clutch there.
空跳跃。
Frustration creeping in for TYL. It's been a frustrating map for both sides so far. A hot start for TYL. JDG now starting to get into the swing of things. And Stu's just warming up. Out towards Link. A potential fight between Slowly and Stu. There's the swing. It's a back away from Sword 9. Slowly in this corner. Gets spotted out, but Stu falls. A Paranoia comes in next. Dimensional Drift tries to go for safety, but it doesn't work. Baby Blue gets the kill just in time. 4 on 4 now. Both Yoru's down. So much more work to do for JDG. They don't have control of a site. They just have all this mid control. 2 on A, 2 on B. Yo-Yo, the one to spot. Link, that's the drop of the wall. Yo-Yo has to fall away.
没能量。
It's a slow. It's on to Yo-Yo. 9 body has to be the savior. Bail them out, but it doesn't work. JDG, they've taken that B site. No chance for Sword 9 to try and sneak away with a kill before the spike gets planted. 2v4. But TYL, they've met these positions before. They've been here and they've won out. It has to be discipline from JDG. They have to convert. They can't lose their nerve. Sword 9 holding on to J-Corrode.
在这儿。
as Scales slowly starts to creep out towards the back of the site. There's the swing out, but Xeon and Baby Blue doing the absolute most. 10 kills apiece for each of them as we go 7-5 on the half.
They're starting to become more disciplined. They're starting to find their rhythm. They're starting to find that TYL. TYL are trying to gain advantage out of this little gunfight. Maybe some of the advantages here. And right now, 2 rounds away from JDG equalizing on Corrode.
Oh, quick little sensor. Oh, but JDG are fired up. And honestly, for a lead that was what, 7-1? Yeah, it was 7-1, right?
Yes.
That is the best half you could ask for from JDG.
Yes, but you are looking at a defense half right now, and JDG. Yes, you have the double duelist as well, but you don't have a sentinel. That could pose a bit of problem, especially if they can't counter some of the lurks TYL might be giving.
I think for TYL, it's about those lurks. It's about seeing what 9body can do. We saw his abilities on the Jet. Well, now he's back to that Sentinel role. And if he can show up in this second half, then TYL, that's playoffs for them. But JDG, there's still fight left in them. There's still a way in, and that's through this team. It'll all come down to this. One half. TYL with a 2-round advantage coming into it. You win out here. You found your way into playoffs. Pistol buys in. TYL opting for a bit more of a default approach in the pistol. JDG looking to get aggressive out mid.
Different look here for JDG. They have to be aggressive, right? They have to be taking control of space as early as possible. And Stu already planting himself deep into mid. He's almost all the way on towards the TYL side.
It's so much information. Gives JDG the freedom to dedicate resources elsewhere, at least early in the round. 40 seconds already being burned off the clock, and TYL have no map control to gain. And Stu, through the smoke again, finds slowly, takes out the opposing Yoru. But revealed through the wall, Yo-Yo gets the kill. It's an even trade, 1 for 1. The A site, now to be split upon. Xeon uses that refract. Perfect time, gets out of there, gets the info. But being run down, paranoia is huge just to try and delay. A slow, even further used, but dodged. Yo-Yo still gets a kill, but J.Cro's there. Responds in kind. 3 on 3. Sword 9 damaged, only 20 HP left. Still a rotation to be made. A lurk out elbow from Scales. 9body though, finding J.Cro. Collapse upon. Baby Blue's not going to find the kill. It's now Caitlyn. A 1v3.
Look at 9body though and Sword 9. Solo XP, but... Woo! TYL though, getting another pistol win. An important pistol win for them.
Yeah, it's a huge opportunity. Scales. Such an important kill to get. And that's again another pistol going the way of TYL. Now 4 for 6 in this series on pistols. JDG, they have to play from behind again. It's going to be a 9-5 lead in favor of TYL.
Slowly
No
with the
sheriffs.
outlaw here.
No sheriffs to speak of. No marshals, just classics. JDG. Unless you get some right clicks that will last you a lifetime.
隔离解除。分务器启动。雾化终止。
This rotation through mid. Oh no! Stu! This lurk out A. You've taken care of Scales. You've gotten a collection of at least a ghost. But there's still more that needs to be done. Caitlyn needs to find something here. Alongside Baby Blue. A right click doesn't work. Second one for Baby Blue. This time, it's another kill. But now there's only so much that Stu could get done. 2 kills the better for JDG, but TYL still collect. They're up 9-5.
One more round, it's double digits. And you know, when it's double digits, it is going to be a important crossroads here for JDG. Amazing effort here from Stu. Catching the lurk up as well, but still, the better weaponry for TYL wins them at the end. Now, it is going to be a bye, but look at TYL. 2 Vandals and a Bulldog to their name. They could equalize it as much as JDG can, and slowly gets the kill onto Xeon.
And it's a huge opener. Xeon, one of the players that's had so much impact for JDG throughout this map, gone early. You have J-Crow and Stu trying to pick up the pieces, but 9body's not having it. Now J-Crow has to beat the timing. Good for 1. Still needs to do more. Seized up now.
But TYL didn't want to take the risk.
Yet.
Hikuro survives for another day. Baby Blue relaying the information. Hey, there's currently nobody on mid. While I believe, yeah, that is going to be Caitlyn as well as Scales on a lurk toward A. Baby Blue though gets traded by Sword 9 and Skills. I don't think Caitlyn.
No way!
Oh no! Wait, what? Skills double take kill onto Caitlyn now. A side is wide open for them. 3v1, and J-Crow is left dumbfounded. What just happened?
Scales. It's just a crucial clear. Gets it at the very end. And J-Crow, someone we hyped up at the start of this series, at the start of today, falls in the 1v3, slowly takes care of him. And TYL, double digits now, 3 rounds away from knocking out JDG, from confirming themselves for playoffs.
Oh my god.
That's gotta be a heartbreaking kill.
Such awareness. Just awareness from Skills. And timeout. Second timeout here from JDG, and at this point you have to 10-5. And with JDG's composition very leaning towards attack, they couldn't really do anything on defense. And right now they're scurrying for a way to deny any sort of TYL's aggression.
Bad. Not like JDG are going to be doing too good in the money department. They lost that, what was technically the first full gun round for them. It was TYL's bonus.
Yes.
I mean, at this point, it's an uphill battle for JDG. You're going to be dealing against a full buy for at least the next 3 rounds. Only 2 if you win this, but chances are you're not going for that much of a buy. You can see JDG fingers and sheriffs. Hoping for something. 9body and Scales, both with outlaws in hand. They know what type of economy JDG has right now.
准备切入。
18-6 on Slowly's name. Jakuro spotted there, had to back out. 85 HP remaining for the Omen player. As look at 9body and the rest of JDG gets the kill onto Xian, but there's still one more still remaining. Didn't get the angle, however. Still gets another kill, but gets caught by Slowly. Dimensional Rift is offline, and now he spotted Caitlyn all the way onto lane. And will the call be on A, or do they want to rotate fast? But looks like Slowly is going to back out, and a fast rotate to B will be executed.
Yep. It confirms to the rest of the team they know where everyone is. Caitlyn's the only one you have to worry about here, and Yo-Yo takes care of him on that Sheriff. Yo, Slowly, Sword 9. Scales gets one as well onto Jakuro, and now Baby Blue. All left to fall to Slowly. 20-6 here on map number 3.
2 rounds away. And TYL just so commanding on some of this engagement. The confidence is understated throughout the last 2 maps so far. Now 2 rounds away onto their series and playoff hope. JDG hold by maybe a couple of half shields for Stu and Jakuro. It's up to them. It's up to these two if they want to survive.
时空跳跃。
3 players towards mid again for JDG. They know how important this mid space is, and they know how much they need to fight for it, but East Sight's still a threat. Do have a Nightfall from Yo-Yo to deal with, and that's information given over from Stu. Xian as well with a kill onto Sword 9. It gives JDG a chance here in round 17.
War 9 was one away from the Dark Shadows as well. That's one more ultimate possibility that wiped away. Nightfall and Neurotheft still available. But look at Slowly where he is. He's already all the way onto top mid.
Xian has to play back. Knows there's a gap. And while you do have Baby Blue holding towards mid, wasn't enough. Nightfall goes in, out towards Link. Jakuro trying to stall, trying to delay so Xian can get away. Stu joins in, but there's the swing. It doesn't work in his favor. Jakuro has to go huge towards this crate. Goes huge for 3. But Slowly, still alive. Vandal in hand, just a couple headshots would do it, but at such low HP, it's an easy kill for Xian. And JDG, they're still fighting.
Again, good recognition here coming from JDG. Knowing that, what a shot there for Xian. Recognizing that the mid space TYL that they have so far has been the important part of their pushes right now. JDG, however, 5th round still separates them between equalizing and defeat.
准备切入。
Slowly attack side op. TYL have so much to work with. G-main. It's being done by JDG and Stu. It's a huge opener onto Sword 9. Xian here and Link playing against this back wall, trying to get this kill. Does just that. Yo-Yo's out of the round as well. Dimensional Drift from Stu gets them even more information about where the rest of TYL is. A back away from Xian out of Link. It doesn't work though. Scales gets the kill. And that's the A site completely open. The op shot from Slowly. It just goes a bit too wide. The rotation being called by JDG.
Will be planted.
Yeah. They get the plant. Nothing else. Stu out towards defender spawn. Does get scales, but 9body there for the trade. Means it's a 2-on-2.
我的半线被发现
And
了。
this lurk from Slowly with the op going fast. It puts JDG in such a big timer. They have to get into the site. You don't want to get shot in the back. You don't want to line up for a collat. Have to stick. Just to tap it first. Op shot goes a bit wide again. 9body swings in. Baby Blue gets it to half. Neural Theft in. Swing out. And 9body gets the kill. TYL. Series point. Playoff point.
TYL, a good bait and switch, a good double team play here coming from both Slowly and 9body, securing that plant. Kills, however, with the clutch 2k coming from him as well on the lurk. And right now, TYL, like you said, 1 round away for going. I believe it is going to be their first playoffs qualification ever. And right now, JDG still has the goodbye, but Slowly already hunting towards B.
And this convergent paths again. It has to be aggressive. JDG, they need to gamble, but Yo-Yo already go in. Stomp on Xeon's dreams.
The house of cards is crumbling, and Angel, I don't think JDG wants to be the one that falls. TYL still not on mid, still on mid rather, but they don't want to commit onto the side. Swap weaponry between
out.
Slowly and Yo-Yo, but the trade from Baby Blue killed by 9body. Now it's going to be only Stu and Caitlyn with the judge.
And it's back to A, and look, Stu's run away, trying to join Caitlyn over towards B. But the call was made. TYL, they end things here on this A site. Viper's Pit to add even more insult to injury. And the chances of Stu making an international event this year fades away. It would have to
20
be
seconds.
a series of miracles, and it's just not happening. 4 players for TYL in the pit, waiting, trying to get it locked in. There's a flash to try and probe out some info, but with Caitlyn down, it's an all up to Stu. And we know where this ends. It's TYL knocking out JDG from playoffs, finding their way, at the very least, to the top 8.
TYL exercising their demons from a year past. And you can see the disappointment from JDG. They wanted it. It was looking so good at Haven. But TYL just completely dominating on Ascent, on Corrode. And the amount of development both of these teams had should be commended. But at the end of the day, it is going to be TYL that will move on towards playoff and one step closer towards Chongqing.
Yeah, and this JDG team, you have to give them credit. So close in every series this split. But at the end of the day, they just couldn't get it across the line. It was in those last moments. And for TYL, a commendable performance this split. A phenomenal way to earn their way into playoffs. Confident wins against Trace, against JDG, against Titan. And I mean, you gotta give credit to Slowly throughout this series. I mean, what a way to end your split.
Oh, actually actually we have confirmation that besides locking playoffs, Trace Esports is actually going to be the 4th seed. So TYL will be at least 3rd. That is important for their placement.
Yeah, especially when you're talking about playoffs and, you know, the seeding. That puts you against whoever the 4th seed is from Group
I believe
Omega.
that is DRG.
Yes. No, FPX.
Wait, FPX, right. It is FPX.
Yeah. It would be FPX would be the 4th seed. So then you have on, you know, the next match of the day would be, you know, Billy versus EDG. That's going to be to decide who gets 1st seed. So
that is a banger matchup.
Yep. So that would be who gets to play All Gamers versus who gets to play Shilai. But yeah, lock in TYL versus FPX into your calendars. That's going to be the first matchup for TYL in playoffs. And that is a huge difference.
我没放楼梯啊，我放了上层。
没事没事。
没切入，
没走出来上层，那个连着看的，他给眼了，中给眼了，他们给烟，他们给烟。
我知道你可以等烟散，这人要出来看的。
我知道。
我跟丁丁去给点 B 压力行吗？丁，我帮你抓着黑。
好，继续。
你有摄像头吗？
有，我放了。
B 开口，我帮你打分吧。
1点应该就一个门
，2个 B， 要刷，
快跑，这得跑了
啊！
爆能器落在 B 区，
快了吗？开大了，可以往中路靠吗？
1点欧门，
走吧，定义走吧。
慢点，还1分钟。
减速，
再小一个，
把烟风呲了，
又到我脸上，
哎死了，
A 小一个，
还小一个
，OK，走。
夜路可能踢了，
去大，离定去大。
Nice， 3打3，
还有吗？还有 A 小是谁
？A 小死了，
就是他是吧？
三中
，3个中路 ，S 空的，
加一下，我去拿好
，A 小能过去，
你过来，我拿 CT 了，还有宝宝，
我很慢，兄弟们，
我先我这样行吗？CT 一个，快拿，40
，Nice，
2打2，
哎小一个，
等我没激动，别死，
多一会儿就行了，
别死，警察包是吧？
对，
他应该觉得我呆大呢，
看吗？
哎，两个，
刚到爆点，
贝勒跟 Viper 都在，
你别急，
别死，没有2个都在，我确定，
丢毒了，
我能透，不要死，上头，
上头，
两包
没击
，Nice， 2打1，
别急，还有假身，
没拆，
有闪，别急
，Nice。
It's about him throughout this series. It only makes sense. MVP 3 times in a row, slowly.
3.4 KD.
3.4 KD, 8 multi-kills throughout this map.
You give him time to shoot, he'll shoot back.
Oh yeah. Like, it's nobody's business, and slowly finds his way to playoffs, bringing this team along with him. And it wasn't just slowly versus the world, right? You had 9body, Scales also having some really key moments. Sword 9 throughout this series has been a player who's also been, you know, in some cases overperforming compared to what his role on the team is. And on the other side, you know, despite the impressive performance Stu had on map 1 and 2, it was Baby Blue to be the leader for JDG in that kind of performance fragging department.
And again, a tale of the second half, 100% conversion rate on the post plants for TYL. Their attack side is just humongous for any teams that facing them, alongside 1 flawless and 1 important clutch. Time for skills as well, not to mention.
Yeah, and it's those kind of tiny differences for TYL. It was that polish in those post plants, the way that their attack side has been structured throughout the split that gets them this opportunity to get into playoffs, not only in playoffs in the first place, but as the 3rd seed. It gives them such a big advantage coming into things. And that's where we find ourselves. Up 2-1, JDG, a heartbreaking way to end the year, but I don't feel like this is doom and gloom for JDG.
Not at all, especially considering what have they gone through in last year kickoff. A lot of the team members like Baby Blue, Jikuro, and Stu, who has been with the organization for so long, you see the potential, you see the improvement. And for JDG, it's a missed opportunity, but at the same time, looking into the off season, looking into next year, it's all up for them.
But unfortunately, that does bring JDG's year of 2025 to an end. Once again, congratulations for TYL. We do have a winner's interview with someone from TYL.
再一次恭喜天路获得了本场比赛的胜利。站走身边的是 Nightbody 选手，先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是天路 Nightbody。
欢迎 Nightbody， 首先也是。
What was your mentality heading into this match?
拿到了最后一张门票，在今天比赛开始之前。
Yeah, it's like either we take a vacation or we go to playoffs.
说了就放假，赢了就去重庆了。
今天更加的敢打敢拼一些。
Yeah, and it feels like pretty good first time getting to playoffs.
挺好的吧，毕竟第一次进最后赛了嘛。
对，我相信这一场胜利无疑是最甜蜜的果实了。那聊一聊比赛，因为在对方 JDG 的自选图，你们是选择到了主动。
And why do you guys choose to change comps on Ascent?
为什么会选择在这场去留战做出这么大胆的决定呢？
因为可能我们
And it's like the comp that we tried last time didn't really suit us and kind of restrict us from playing what we could.
约束我们的发挥了嘛，然后我们正好也之前一直想练那个双。
And he's like, I'm more comfortable in Jet, so the team let me on play that agent.
比较高一点，然后就让我临危受命嘛。
对，你也提到了说，可能你的截锋熟练度会比较高。那临时变阵支持你们的信心又是什么？
我觉得就是5个队友之间都信任对方嘛，信任彼此。
对，团队的凝聚力是非常非常高的。那再聊一聊，因为其实，在变阵之后，就像你说的，其实风格转变还是比较大的。当时在语音回放的时候，我听到 Sword Knight 他也是说到，
And how does like Sword Knight like determine what's going on in the round to help you guys?
想一下，当时他是怎样做的判断呢？
因为当时我们是2-2开嘛，然后我在中路一个人带着信息吧，然后他们也是个不爱来做中路队伍嘛，他那个阵容，然后中路一直没人。 然后我们当时就想的是
And he's like, they kept having like no people in mid, so we like kind of had 3 people push one side to like relieve some of that pressure.
那其实这个 Stage 2我们见到了一个进步巨大的天路啊，能不能跟大家分享一下推着你们一直向前进的动力是什么？
我觉得还是就不管我们怎么样。
And he's like, no matter what happens, like on stage, behind the scenes, everyone, the boss, the players, the coaches, they all trust each other.
就越来越好吧，对。
对，那有没有什么话想要对一直支持你的人说？
Yeah, and it's like everyone can be happy now. Like we got into the playoffs. Thank you for supporting us.
大家一起开心一下。
对，那现在常规赛也是告一段落了。对于季后赛，你有什么样的展望？
Yeah, he's like we're taking it like step by step. Now that we've gotten to the playoffs, the next step is like Paris.
目标就是对吧，巴黎。
对我们也非常相信你们一定。
And that's it for the interview.
本场的赛后采访到这里就全部结束了，但是不要走开，有更加精彩的比赛等待着大家。
Yeah. That's I feel like how you could sum up this series, huh?
Absolutely. And you know, at the end of the day, for those who predicted TYL, everybody wins regardless. And right now, I believe the standings have been set. So there will be no changes besides the upcoming matchup between Edward Gaming as well as Bilibili. So the battle of the first seeds, I cannot wait for that, especially with EDG and BLG so far.
Yeah, been an interesting little bout here, but of course, Timos, we have to give the mics over. So thank you all so much, and stick around because we got one more best of 3. Keep watching because the absolute banger of the century, Bilibili versus EDG, is coming up right after this. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome, everybody. I am here in the abyss by myself, but we are back for another series here. Project Horizon covering with a little bit of the English broadcast for VCT China Stage 2. Oh, there you are. Hello, say hello, everybody. That's a really good magic trick, actually, you know, just appearing out of thin air. You know, next week I have to saw you in half. Yeah. And
I was cleaning my desktop, making sure I didn't have any unopened tabs, and then I closed the only one that mattered.
The one important tab,
yeah.
We've all done it. We've all done it. You've never usually done it 4 seconds before live. I'll give you credit. That's a new record that I've seen there. But we've all done it like occasionally, accidentally, I'm sure. But hello and welcome. How are you now that you have appeared on this fine day?
You know, I'm really good. I can't wait for what's guaranteed to be this banger affinity. We've set for first and second seed. EDG wanting to get themselves back to the top of the crown, get that title back in their hands, and BLG being like, we've still got something to say in this. So I'm excited to see what these teams can bring to it.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is a long-awaited matchup. Both of these teams currently sat respectively at first and second place in the group, and both of them only having lost so far to Trace. So that's quite interesting, and the fact that Trace is below both of them, despite the fact that they've taken down the two giants of this bracket. So, you know, it's a bit of an interesting... there's some shenanigans going on here.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in Tracy's boots, you've got to be kind of gutted that loss to TYL was what ultimately cements you into here. Yes, you could fault the score against Titans, but having beat, like you said, EDG and BLG looking so good in those games as well, and then struggling to make that happen, you put yourself straight into the lower bracket run. You make life so difficult to get yourselves into champs. But hey, that's the path that they wrote, that's the path that they will have to stride for. But the path that we are here to talk about, Billy versus EDG, I've got EDG to win this, and you've took the high road and took that VLG.
I didn't take the high road. I wasn't meant to take the high road initially. When I put my predictions in, I just went for whoever had less predictions. So, you know, the game the other day when I was the only person predicting AGG is, you know, I didn't expect to be on the more popular side. So take that with a pinch of salt.
People have followed you. They've looked at your prediction for this week and went, no, Affinity's been right so far.
Quickly switch. Exactly. So I went with Bitty Bitty Gaming solely just because it had less people when I put my predictions in. I'm not going to pretend that I sat there and I tried to calculate every match, you know, try to plan where the veto was going. I know some people, you know, really thoroughly looked into their predictions. I genuinely was like, no, I want the underdog every single time. So I'm a little bit stumped now. I've kind of lost my whole shtick.
Well, to be fair, we'll still say that BLG are the maybe slight underdog in this comparison, if you want to talk just based on who historically has been the kings of the region and who wants to get back there. But I mean, BLG have looked really good this stage at least. They've managed to find some form again. We've seen them at the international stage kind of struggle to show why they made it there, but this stage they're kind of getting their act together and looking like they could be part of the real deal.
Yeah, exactly. And this is an interesting matchup, I think, that we're going to see very evenly so. If you take a look at the context slightly wider outside of just this stage, then yes, EDG look like they have a little bit of an edge here. But within what we've seen over the past stage, this could be possibly one of the most even matchups that we've seen. I did have a little bit of a look because the only opponents that they both lost to were Trace, and Billy Bitty Gaming actually managed to take 32 rounds off of them, whereas EDG only managed to secure 24. BBG, they managed to take one of the maps to overtime as well, which was really exciting to see. They didn't end up winning that map, but they did still take that to overtime. They took a map, both went 3, but if we just have a little bit of a look at that context, piece together how the one game that they've lost so far has gone, EDG looking a little bit weaker.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think even if you dig deep into one of them, I think they lost 13-3 on Icebox as well, which is a map that I'm not expecting to come up, it seems. Ever since that dreaded day against Trace, the Icebox has been a quick ban for EDG. But I mean, you're absolutely spot on, right? Apart from round differentials, both these teams have 7 maps to 3 maps lost. 3-1 record. It could not be closer at the top, and that's why this one is going to be an absolute thriller. You thought that last game that we watched went all the way to the distance. Well, this one has every capability, and I'm sorry to tell you, I know you're sick of best of threes.
I've had awful luck with 3 maps recently. Every single series. It's exciting, don't get me wrong, but you know, I think I'm cursed. I'm cursing the teams as well. Some of these teams you're looking at, they're like, oh yeah, this should be an easy, you know, 2-map affair, and then it goes 3, and I'm like, that's my bad. Put that one on me. Pin that on my head, you know. But yeah, I think this could go the whole 24 rounds, all 3 maps.
Yeah, we're heading to OT on all 3 maps. It's possible, but I think even just on a deeper level, like we were speaking in the green room there about how there's statistically this is more likely to be a best of 3 given the percentage rates in every single match this stage on China. I think that speaks volumes in terms of how the whole level as a region has risen, right? But previously it was just EDG sitting at the top. You can see them on your screen just now, sitting high above everyone else, with some teams fighting for scraps for second and third. And now you can see how close every team is. That it isn't just fighting for second and third. They are fighting for first and second. Like Billy just now trying to get that first place. You had Shilai Gaming get first place on the last stage. It just shows you that this is a region that's quickly elevated its game.
Yeah, it has. And on a very side note, can we just appreciate the jerseys? It's not often you see pink on a jersey, and
I'm a fan.
We need more. We need more. But yeah, this very much is a series that could go any number of ways. The map veto, I think, is going to be quite interesting because both of them have sort of a very large sprinkling of maps across the whole pool, right? None of them particularly, you know, played excessively one more than the other. Something that I really want to see is I think EDG have the possibility to pull out if they can push a Corrode into the veto.
Oh, it's not happening. It's not happening.
You
I'm
don't
sorry,
think it's happening?
It's not happening.
I think that would be the most punishing pick possible.
I would agree.
BLG haven't played it.
They've insta-banned it first round every time. It's insta-banned.
But there's other maps that they could choose to ban. I mean, I don't know. I think it'd probably be smart. But if EDG can push it, if they can for some reason convince Billy to be like, no, don't first ban it. That would be amazing. That would be like the running start they need. I don't think it's gonna happen, but you know, a girl could dream.
I think the hope would be that EDG haven't looked phenomenal on Corrode themselves, right? They've played it twice. They've got a 50% win rate.
Yeah.
So there's maybe that slight aspect that Billy go, okay, maybe we focus on banning another map through, but. Ever since day one, it's been the first ban for Billy. They're refusing to adapt to the new map. They struggle to deal with Taeho leaving the meta. I just don't see them adjusting into it this fast, unfortunately.
No, I don't think so. But it's been something that Echo has been talking a lot about recently because they get really annoyed at people that have like a permaban. Because you should be trying to play the veto a little bit more strategically and looking at it going, oh, I don't think they pick Corrode because they've been not great on it recently and they don't know what we've got planned for it. And Echo's been getting very irate that 2 teams, neither of who play Corrode, when one of them bans out Corrode first time and try to take it and ban out on the second, Echo gets very irate about it. And you know, I've been egging it on a little bit. I've been like, yeah, you know, you go on, you rant about that, you lecture them.
Yeah, you're not going to get that here. I'm very much stick to what you know, play what you know, especially when it's such high stakes such as this, right? You talk about how much that first seed can mean getting you through to the next round, not having to play as many games, and it's certainly one that will be wanting to be taking place. And EDG know exactly what it takes to win, and as we watch them come out here, I'm a fan of this pistol skin, right? I do like it, but let's see what the confidence is that the players wreak as they enter this stage.
I said this to Echo the other day. I'll ask you as well. What's your pose? What's your esports pose?
Oh, probably just cross-armed. Like I feel like.
Are you like a stereotypical cross-arm? Yeah, the normal.
Yeah, I'm a stereotypical bloke. I'm just gonna just go like that.
I like that from I like that from Can with the because he's the duelist with that. That's really cool.
Yeah, let's see what it does. Is he gonna live up to the expectation, or does he give us like gun fingers or something?
I mean,
nothing. Just straight high fives. Focus mode.
Yeah, it was quite low energy. You know, conserving the focus.
Okay. I'm there for it. What do we get now? Jenny coming in, obviously the player that was dropped, comes back in to pick up and help aid Kang, but straight focus as well. This is a team that aren't messing about. They're not here to play up to the crowd hype. A little bit of a hype from nobody. Can't see me, John Cena tonight.
I'd be absolutely strutting down. Oh, look at this. We've got some enthusiasts going out like this. I'd be strutting my stuff. I'd be like walking. I'd be like posing. I'd be doing all of the esports stuff, I think.
Yeah, who was it? Matt, this is going to be really bad considering I love PRX, but who was the PRX player? Benkai. It was Benkai, right? Benkai was the one that came out in the penguin costumes. That's what I would do. I'd be rocking the penguin costumes, doing the bolster dances coming out. That's what you need to energize the squad.
Bolster has been amazing with the K-pop dancers.
Yeah, that's what you need.
It's a little bit flair, isn't it?
Yeah, get a bit of Blackpink going on. That's all over my TikTok right now. I'm here for that song.
Oh yeah, that's a controversial topic though, because their comeback tour hasn't been great.
But it's a good song. It's a good song.
It's okay. It's okay. They've had better songs.
But anyway, now EDG have made their way out. We see one of the previous champions, Billy Gaming, coming out. Russia starting this one off. A little bit of a nice pose. Slow walk down the stairs, getting analytical into this point. We don't play the game cast by. We are here to analyze the walkouts.
We are. This is, mind over matter there. There's, hand was there, but it was like, I'm above this. I'm ready to game.
It was a quiet one. There's no real flexing. Everyone is just kind of
Everyone's really
down.
Humble about this. This is why it's a good thing that I'm not a pro player, because I wouldn't be humble. I would be having the time of my life.
I feel like that's acceptable. That's where it should be, right? It should be on that kind of format. But listen, we can take it some time to kind of talk about the players that we are seeing. When we were yabbering on before, they were highlighting the key players, one of them being Nobody. And it's someone that you touched on in the green room as well. Obviously, Kang is what's known for this EDG squad to be one of these key players, but Nobody has really stepped up and helped Kang elevate the game, which is kind of probably one of the main reasons that they've got themselves back into these winning situations.
Yeah, it's playing that initiator role. There's a lot of different emphasis and pressures on your role, but more recently we've been seeing a huge step up in the individual, fragging prowess of the initiator role. It just seems to be a role that draws in the frags. I mean, you're getting the information, you're the best person to play off of it sometimes. So I think Nobody's been somebody that I've definitely been keeping my eye on with these stats. Even, on a team with Can seems to be out fragging them on some days, which is a wild thing to say in the year of 2025, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Kang was one of the first people that really elevated this whole region in total. So to see someone start to stand up and maybe not take the reins over completely, but certainly take a hold of the steering wheel and start driving it themselves is something that's a huge challenge, and is one that will not be fully taken lightly. But if we're then looking at BLG, the likes of Russia coming in is always a star player. K-Knight is one I'm always a fan of, always seems to be left in clutch situations and gets the job done as well when it matters. And there's not a time that's going to matter more than this right now. This could be a potential sneak peek at our grand final later on the end of this month. This is what one of these sneak peeks that we get into the game.
Yeah, it is. These are two teams that came into this stage looking like the favourites. So we've got a map veto available for us. It is going to be Lotus, Sunset, and then Haven is what we are seeing. You're right, that Corrode ban out of the way. And actually, no, it wasn't.
It was left a little bit, yeah. Interesting.
I said there was a world. Where there's a will, there's a way. But they didn't go for it.
Yeah,
I saw the future.
But not quite. They still got it banned out. I think BLG will be probably quite happy that they managed to ban it out. I thought Ascent would have been the third map that we head to, but unfortunately not that one. We get 2 3-sided maps, which is always exciting. You kind of start this one off fast and kind of chaotic from what we see on Lotus, and then we kind of end in a very similar way if we do end up going all 3 like we kind of expect to.
Yeah, and these are sort of staple maps in the map pool. At any given point, whatever the pool is, there's always the sort of core of maps, isn't there? And these feel very much like the maps that everyone is ready to play. Everyone is finding themselves playing quite a bit here. So maybe nothing too out of the ordinary, but that's, I think, is a really good thing for a matchup like this. You don't want those extraneous maps. You want 3 maps that you see both of these teams play a little bit, because then you get a real test of what's to come later on, especially, as you said, when they go forward into the upper bracket, is that this could be the grand finalists that we see potentially down the end of the road. And a map where we get to just test the fundamentals on a map that everybody knows it's even territory. I think it's a really good way to go. And we've got our picks come on through. Double controller coming out for BLG.
It's an interesting one. It's a completely different comp that EDG have chose to bring into this, given what they've played previously looking at the Lotus. Obviously, with Jenny coming in, it's maybe opened up some different options. The Yoru is an addition. Kang switching off from Neon as well to go into Raze. So it's, if any VODs have been watched for BLG coming into this map, they're not really going to have too much of an idea on how EDG will play. Obviously, you can play up against similar, so you have kind of comparisons to go on. But in terms of prep that they would have been expecting, this is not what this team would be looking to come into it. But I do like it, right? It's BLG have gone to what they've always done. This is their bread and butter from before, but EDG putting a little bit of jam into the sandwich instead.
And whilst we're here as well, point out that the signs are so much better for this than anything we see in Europe. It's just that the creative, like some of the hand-drawn signs as well are just, amazing.
I feel like the passion for, especially over in CN and in Pacific as well, actually, it's just so much higher. At our areas in EMEA, it's a little bit more dead.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. I'm not saying it's completely dead. Don't come for me in that aspect, but they certainly have a lot more passion for the regions over here, and that's one thing that we would like to see. We obviously see Hazan Cairo starting a football chants. Let's bring that. Let's elevate that. But anyway, here we go. Stepping into map number 1 Affinity. Lotus is the first place, and it's going to start off with a little default for EDG. You've got nobody over here trying to cause a distraction for this 3-stack of BLG, but not really wanting to buy into it. They will put the hunt out to get a little bit of information, but happily go back to B, and you can see Neff posted up on this box, ready for the contact off Russia.
Yeah, the difficulty is they're being baited into a trap, and that's when Neff steps on out, finds the third as well, and single-handedly dispatches this entire offense.
Yeah, hook, line, and sinker. You wanted to play into a game. Well, we put that trap down in anticipation, and it's one that we're seeing come out a lot more with teams baiting for the box. EDG not wise enough to check it, and the swing is good enough for 2, and EDG start themselves off in a tricky situation. 2 versus 5 with 0 space gained. There's a couple question marks, but the fact that BLG have held over by A-Mound as well makes this one so much trickier to get past.
Yeah, majorly so. And the numbers disadvantage. Way more bullets than they have bodies to throw at this one. Waisy's got 1. Nobody, not spotted by the horn, but they know exactly where he is. They throw everything, the kitchen sink towards him. And there it is. Final kill, pistol round 1. Conversion swiftly inbound.
The first checkpoint goes to BLG in a very smooth fashion, right? And it does all come down to this set play. You see EDG try and play out the map, create a little bit of pressure, but BLG just didn't step for it. They knew they had the ground to stay. They are the defenders. They can just hold for a second, let the trap sink, and capitalise off of that. But it's a pistol, right? Let's not get too carried away. Let's not go too far. And you can see what BLG are bringing in. 2 rifles, 2 Spectres, and allowing YZ to go hunting with the Ghost will be pivotal to starting to get that showstopper online.
A little bit of a fight early on here for Mound, and Evius not really wanting to give it up. Has to fall back eventually though, losing a teammate, puts the wall out ready. Unfortunately overrun by nobody. They really want to convert on this pistol. Prowler spots out 1. Yeah.
Can they do it? Jenny, 1 versus 2 here, Affinity.
It
has
is
the Bulldog in their hand as well.
But low HP, it's a little bit of a worry and caught between a rock and a hard place. But it gets a little bit dicey there for them in the midst of all of that. You know, a couple of opening picks, they pick up some of those Bulldogs as well, and then it gets a bit scary.
Yeah, I mean, the damage that's done just in general, obviously 2 Spectres and a Ghost shot. You're not worrying about the Ghost in general, but for EDG, it's impressive. They get the damage done. They just straight on get the first contact. Maybe having that Bulldog player sitting behind the box trying to play a trap again was the first mistake for BLG, but the recovery was maybe just a bit good enough. But it is going to be a tough round to win here, especially with this huge buy coming in from EDG.
Yeah, big buy. We've seen weirder, wilder things happen. Oh, that is a personal paint shell. Lucky to still be alive, I say that. No, there was no escaping. You saw the idea, you saw the toy with the jump away, but just not able to do so. When they get that opening pick, immediately back away. They've got the map control. They can continue to hold it if they want, but they're not too pressed about the issue. Just going to leave Neff having a little bit of a look.
Yeah, it leaves a Vandal on the ground as well. It'll be interesting to see if BLG try and make a play to pick that one up or if they just accept it, but they're not going to have any time to even think about it. Russia in the tree will collect 1 kill, which leaves us at an even number here. Thankfully, the Vice is dead, so that wall will not be triggered, but you'll have to have some idea that presence has been created. That boombot gets the information that Kang is at least creeped up, takes the shot, and it's very clean as Kang takes down YZ on the duelist straight across, and all of a sudden we're sat EDG in the man advantage.
Yeah, been a bit of a roller coaster to get here. Smokey needs a bit more, but unfortunately taken down immediately by Neff. The paranoia is perfect and now can post up on this angle, but Kang already got it. Swings wide, finds the pick, and the spike goes on down. Russia, can you do here? Spots the first outs, so isolate the fight, needs one more, knows where they are, but can't find the elevation just yet. Dancing with the corner, but cannot find the pick.
Close job does it. It was a late call pivot on to B, and it's Kang really that stepped up and saved that round for EDG, coming in with some huge kills. You talk about the Raze dying over on the stairs and then the trade coming in as soon as they got onto B site. It could have went so different. But I do love that first set play, right? You called it the personal Raze paint shells that goes out, and it's a set play that so many teams do, so to see it get punished, it's a good call, but for Jenny not to TP back away is probably the first sign of concern.
Yeah, and I think the TP was available, which makes it a little bit of a difficult one, but sometimes these happen, warm up into the first game. Odin's already out for Neff, and it is a statement piece in round 4.
Yeah, the heavy utility gun that can change the way this map plays alongside the operator. And you see Edward Gaming not entirely sure on where to go. Billy have allowed B to be taken if needed, go back through Hobbit, and it will get taken, but it's only the clone that gives that false sense of security for BLG that maybe someone is there as the rest of this pivot comes over to C. Still have to deal with this Vice that's holding through though, but there's no wall left. That has been triggered, just the vines and the flash to try and stop the tap of the door to create a little bit of pressure. More question marks to be answered from BLG.
Yeah, plenty more question marks. Teleport spotted and taken down there, and that's going to cause maybe a couple of problems in the later parts of the round. Blocked out of thin air is Kang. Now 3 versus 4. They've done a really good job of holding on to this site, but needs to find something more once the teammates come on over. But Jenny says no. 2 versus 4. Nobody's had a little bit of a cruel round. Going hunting. Proactive defense for this site, and Neff knows that somebody was here, has to clear them out before they can push towards the site, but it's all these bought seconds.
Yeah, taking the time away. Still 3 players for EDG, just happy to hold up on site. You talk about the higher lower, well, there's absolutely no way back into here. The stairway to heaven will not be open. It's just going to be a quick call for BLG to save, give this second round up to EDG, make sure that you can take that Odin into the next round. One of these win conditions that certainly can cause through a map. And they'll take the kind of time to pause and talk about what happened, right? And what did happen was a little bit of pressure created over towards B, and then kind of an overflood of utility to get on to C that meant that one remaining player wasn't able to hold it as quite effectively as they needed to.
Yeah, and the Odin's an interesting pick on a team comp like this, because you've got Fade as that information gatherer, but doesn't quite have the same level of recon tools to be able to pinpoint somebody to, get that wall ban. Like a Sofa does. You have the drone tag as well as the recon dart. With Fade, you gotta hope that you catch them with the Haunt. Otherwise, the Prowler, it gives you a vague direction, but maybe not necessarily perfect, especially with smokes in the way. So I'm going to need to see a little bit more come out from it, but Rusha's got a judge, and anyone that knows me knows that is the best weapon in the game, and has already became my favourite player.
Yeah, we have a lot of Sliggy viewers in, so they will be excited that judge has come out. Will it be the Executioner? Well, it's not quite situated just to do that, but as these players start to levitate over to the C side, if Rusha can get into a prime location, might just be there to stop it, but you can see that EDG have noted a bit of pressure, start to maybe fake presence away again. The gate crash sent back into spawn and will allow Chichu to start to slowly walk down and clear through B. It's going to call it the Viper's Pit as well to try and deny that, which will force EDG onto trying to split on B.
Yeah, with how proactive they've been on B, there's nowhere really that they can run immediately JDG holding the line, but it's not much control to speak of. And as the wall goes up, everything gets infinitely harder for them.
Yeah, they're playing this incredibly slowly, which allows BLG just to kind of hold their space themselves. They don't need to worry about anything. They still have Neb holding this for the Odin. Gets the Dimensional Drift and the Showstopper out, but it's not going to connect to anything. Yes, you get space for it, but with 25 seconds left on the clock, you've still got a whole task to do.
Oh, nobody. It's a lovely play, even fully blinded by the paranoia there. And now they can post on up, the slide on down. K-Knight is caught off guard. And now the jump up, slide up the rope to try and get proactive with this defense. Isn't going to spot any initial danger, so they've got this huge safety net padding to protect the side.
I wouldn't be surprised if they end up just calling another save to go back and count the chickens. Yeah, they want to go. Kang wants that Showstopper back. The rest of the team want to get those orbs online. They're so close to many a few. There's the Burst Judge, the second as well. But Jenny shuts that down. Forrest will not go running today.
Don't let anyone ever tell you that the Judge is not a good weapon.
It's
situational, but it's satisfying. It's eloquent.
Yeah, I think if we're to look back on where that round went wrong for BLG, right? Because I was praising how good their setup was and how much they left. It's when that Dimensional Drift comes in that Neff decides, instead of playing forward with the Odin, tries to backtrack. And yes, you did have Kang pressure with the Showstoppers, so probably would have fallen down. But when you're just retreating away, you're giving all that space up for free. That they didn't, like, nothing was needed to do for EDG, right, for them to pressure down A site. They could have just walked down, because that Dimensional Drift forces Neff to kind of get scared, puts their hat on and runs back to safety.
Taken down, but that's given them the space to work with rubble. And now nobody's slowly creeping forward. Here's the smoke come down. Here's the door. Actually decides doesn't want the smoke right now, but may have to take the fight anyway. Paint shells to displace him. Haunt destroyed. Naturally the jump on out, but unfortunately K-Knight has ruined all plans in the meantime. 2 for 1 on the opening. Picks the paranoia. Forces Smokey back, but can't quite get to safety in time. 4 versus 2 is what they're left with. And actually, looks like nobody's still hanging around with that spike, still wants to fight, baiting them, luring them into this as his teammate takes space. Naturally finding one there is good. Neff decides just to back away and not let this spiral too much further.
Yeah, aware that they would probably want to try and pick up some of those weapon upgrades, considering the eco that was brought into this by BLG. So thinking that they would get hungry and greedy, and does get full advantage of that. Meanwhile, Jenny walks up over to C. Still has to deal with this trap though from the Vice. Still has to get past that wall, and that would have given information away, but instead you can see it's just going to be a clone to come through and try and distract this BLG side, but they're aware, they're at the back, ready and waiting to go, and now they've kept it in a 3 versus 1.
Yeah, great situation to find yourself in here. Well, the best of a bad situation. That's the best way of putting this, is that you are able to get the spike down if nothing else. Secure yourself those credits, but it may be a short-lived victory. Actually, it's got a bit of an angle to work with here, but it's going to be a very flat hold if you try and push back in towards spawn. So, actually looking to take the fights in. Your BLG, all you got to do is just not let him isolate them.
Yeah, this is the thing. All 3 coming in that one choke point as well, though.
Yeah, the jump on over. Oh, can spot all the heads on the jump, and they are feeding. Issue is the stagger is great. Oh, attention is caught. The transfer's amazing, but luckily, Levius just slightly too removed. The flick would have been something else, but timed well to not allow this to be a clean wipeout.
Yeah, that was almost incredibly nasty from nobody to try and clutch up and win that 3 versus 1, turn into a 1v1 at the end, but rescued for BLG. But I love the pressure that they applied on A this time. They've constantly thought about it but never fully enacted it. They just take full advantage and not allow EDG to take any of that space for free. Make it costly, make it expensive, weapons dropped on the ground, and ultimately find themselves back in a really strong position, tied this one up at 3 apiece. But the problem is that's the first rifle round that they've managed to win. They need to start finding ways to convert them more often.
Yeah, There's only so many rifle rounds you could afford to concede like that before it starts getting slightly problematic. Prowler, ooh, spotted something before being taken down. Got a bit of an idea, so the snakebite's going to come on over.
Not pressured. They're willing to give that space up for a little information, but it's just going to be a triple face out of that wall. The Showstopper finds it alongside the Razor Vine as well, equalising this one up, and nobody has walked down. Will take out K-Knight, but the spike is down in no man's land. The Steel Guardian isolated, but doesn't hit anyone with how separated these EDG players are.
What a wild round there. Another ultimate comes out, the Dimension Drift, pick up some weapons and try get out of dodge. The door to bait the noise, to draw them on over, and then immediately teleporting all the hell away, and now can just sit. Plant spike, and so much time to set up because, well, now they've realized it's gone down. They've got to know that it's only this A site available, but it's bought so much time. Moment teleport comes on through, but still has to fight on, take this space back.
Yeah, I mean, isolated where nobody's position could be. We've seen them in a 1 versus 3 cut it close. This time it's a 2 versus 1. Both of these players huddled up together down by the ramp. They have to try and exit here. And the knife! Oh no, the timing! I know you spent $50 on the knife, but you didn't need to pull it out in that situation. BLG rescued from the Showstopper and then finished it off in the end. Get themselves another round in the book.
It's one of those things that you see so many times. You just... Why the knife pull out? It's and the thing is, there are times where I understand it, but this was not one of them. You'd rounded a corner out onto the open where you knew that there were going to be reinforcements coming, if not from heaven behind you, but from directly in front of you, round the corner. So, a little bit of a faux pas, an oopsie-doopsie, Your Honor, but it happens. A bit of a timeout being called here to have a conversation. They've gone very back and forth with this, and the stalemate doesn't really favour anybody. It keeps everybody's economy on the ropes here. And we've seen a lot of ults expended, which means the next couple of rounds going to be a bit of a dry spell here.
Yeah, and I mean, what more were we expecting from these two teams? We expected all 3 maps. You said we're going to go to overtime constantly,
24
so why...
rounds at least every map.
Why bother splitting them up currently? For BLG, you'd probably have to be happy with, I mean, given how it started and how the middle went, you'd be happy that you found yourselves back in the lead. Obviously, Lotus favouring attacking sides traditionally, being in this 4th position with a lot of economy starting to stack up. They'll be feeling good, and I think they'll take this time out as well to kind of double down on how their tactics have gone in these last 2 rounds and really just allow the players to take a deep breath and realise that they've picked themselves up from the recovery and they can just keep going and get even stronger.
Going to get even stronger is what we're going to need to see for one of these teams to pull ahead, and it's not going to be a strong buy to speak of here for EDG. In fact, when you've just got Chichu on nothing but a sheriff, it's a little bit of a warning sign. Towards Mound
with that hero rifle as well, but it's going to be a terrible start as nobody goes down first. The flash didn't connect on Kankan, who tries to win it all, but it's going to be an absolute punish from BLG. You see the stand up, they're starting to feel their way into this game, Affinity. They're starting to feel really good.
Yep, and a round like that is a confidence booster. You dismantle. I don't even think they knew that it was like this half buy, messy, scrappy buy. But because they just ran in before they could even see what weapons were being held. It was all sort of done. A weird pace decision, I think, there from EDG on that round. With these messier buys, usually you want to see all of this pace. It felt like they were kind of hesitantly just rushing Mound. And they get caught a little bit off guard there. Prowler spots out Evis, but I mean, nothing expected. There's a player on site, lo and behold.
Yeah, surprise, surprise, someone is on C. What a shock.
We could have seen that coming.
But you do get to see EDG kind of going back to this sort of BC split that they have been doing and focusing on for the majority of it. Kankang struggling to deal with the wall that's been placed a little bit deeper than traditional, which forces them into a position where they can be punished trying to get on it. And look at Russia taking up that aggressive angle so that if anyone does try and pop back in, they can take advantage of it. But some warning shots pop back in will force Russia away from that and start to focus on trying to get a hold of this B site.
Yeah, B is where they are setting their sights now. And here it is, the wall comes up and there's a lot of utility. The Page Shells aren't going to find anything. The Razorvines claim their second victim of the map. And they've completely stunted this assault. There is no way to get onto B. Smokey finds a nice little pick here. Actually, maybe able to tether this one player in the corner. K-Knight, though, still fighting tooth and nail and still has a little bit more in them here. It's Wild Spray through the smoke. And the Traitors are going to get them caught, but it is a 2v1 and enough damage done onto Smoogie that only one single bullet could be the end here.
Yeah, one single bullet. Smoggy only has 4 left in the chamber, but that's a really nice hold from BLG. The Steel Garden gets activated, then EDG decide to up the pace and start to run in, but you can just see the sheer volume of utility that Billy Gaming had to deny any entry, whether it was the Razorvines, then into the Snake Bite. Everything was there just so that EDG couldn't build up momentum based on that ultimate, and it really throws it into Rupture. These are one of the ultimates that you expect teams to build and win rounds of, and if you can stop that from happening, then Billy just keep getting stronger and looking at the favour to take this first map.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation there. I mean, Smokey finding the kill is it's a little bit lucky, but it feels a bit like a consolation prize at times. Sometimes a round has just fallen into a bit too much disrepair. Viper's Pit coming out super early onto this B site to shut down this whole connector. And it does mean that all of the rotates are going to have to be long and tiresome, but YZ's found the opening pick in the meantime, and there's been no response really. Paint Shells come in, but look at the Haunt spotting all of them.
Yeah, it means that you don't really need to re-clear much when that Haunt gives you all that information back that yes, they're still out on rubble. They're still there. You don't need to fight for the space back again. And like I said, that Viper's Pit that just holds me kind of puts all the pins into EDG's plans. They like to play this CB split, and if you have that Viper's Pit down there, you only really have a C hit to go to. Still have to deal with this wall. Still have so much challenge to deal with, and you can see Levius starting to reposition, knowing that the hit's going to come in just purely off all the information that's gained up on it.
There's the execute, caught on the teleport, but not quite enough damage for the kill. The Nightfall comes on out, and it spotted all of them. K-Knight with the first. Knows that there's somebody else round the corner, desperately just trying to find the wallbang angle, but will not. Has to be wary of Can in the midst of all of this, though, but it's Chi-Chi with the stinger. Close range is lethal. Back and forth they go, but YZ, the advantage, the player advantage to allow the trades to swindle in their favour. And another round on the board.
Yeah, and it's genuinely just really good gameplay from Billy Gaming, not fully relying on one individual to do it all. You can see... hold on a second. That just a one tap through a smoke. What?
If you get one tap through the smoke, that is the most hard done by feeling ever. You're like, no, time out. What was that? This is smoky. This is meant to keep me safe.
Maybe it is all down to individual. Maybe the aspects of team play didn't matter. Maybe YZ just has that in them. I didn't know they were. Sorry, I wasn't that familiar with your game. Yeah, I'm sorry. Apologies. Fair play. GG go next. EDG finish second place. BLG win this one 2-0.
Yeah, uncomfortable round here for them. Ooh. There it is, but the noise wall could be a bit of a problem here. Lovely showstopper to find one, and as it goes down, actually not too detrimental to be cut off from the team, because what's happened now is EDG, they've lost that opening fight. I say fight, it was a bit of a one-sided fight. But they've lost the opening pick, and now alone again, the Vital separates yet another showstopper.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing from EDG not to be cracking that wall at the same time to get extra space. Yes, they have got themselves on site, but they managed to whittle their way past that never-ending machine gun that goes brrr. They get the plant down. They use the Nightfall to try and take waterfall space, and it will collect on one kill, but with YZ and Rusha coming in from above, the gods from heaven will slap down on EDG, and another really strong performing round from Billy.
Yeah, that's the one thing with the Odin, is that it's an amazing weapon, it's a great weapon, but you get very hyper-focused. And you can see that, not expecting anybody to actually jump out at the smoke, having dodged a quite literal hurricane of bullets to get there. I'm hoping we get to see the replay, because it's so cheeky.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to bring it up, but for BLG, they're starting to play this defense a lot stronger. It was risky at the start, they were kind of falling back, but ever since that round 6 comes in, it's been all one-way traffic, and there's no school time lollipop lady to come out and try and direct this one back for EDG. They're going to have to do it themselves. They've already used one timeout and it's had little effect, and honestly, I've not really seen a transition in their playstyle. It's just consistently been, let's go C, let's go make a little bit of noise on B, let's just do that over and over again.
Yeah. Ooh, and they have been denied this mount control once again. They have been burnt time and time, trying to just take this little bit of space. And now, Neff posted up on the angle. Just sit and wait. Isn't actually at this position going to be too burned if Jenny wants to hop on out.
Just hold that one way. Kankang's trying to create some pressure, like you say, to get Jenny out. Or they can just choose to leave them in that sleeper agent role to try and catch anyone out on that rotate, but it looks like they have a read on it, that they're pretty confident that people are there and that they're going to be walking up B, which is exactly why you see 3 members posting up, get the first kill, and then the calmness and the resilience not to push it even further and go toe-to-toe with them, just call back and go support elsewhere.
Yeah, it's been really good sort of ebb and flow here with BLG, never overextending. They find this pick, and yeah, they absolutely could have pushed further and trapped them in that limbo between B and C, but they didn't, not wanting to lose any casualties, and that means that when they go 1-for-1 in the trades, they're still out on top, but nobody the difference maker. Trade to come through, and there it is. All primary weapons will be disabled. And 5 seconds. Ooh, it's going to be close, but should have enough time. Triggers the wall. Actually works in their favor a little bit here, yeah. Got to be careful from behind, though. Actually, I say that. They all choose to jump and swing around the same corner, but there is safety in numbers, and they secure themselves a 9th round.
Yeah, beautiful recovery from BLG. Like I said, it was looking a little bit risky after they lost that 3rd round and failed to get themselves back up, but ever since then, BLG just realised this was their map pick. They were the ones knowing how to do it, and now they get to switch over to attack and show us what they have prepped for there. This double duelist composition that EDG brought in, you would have favoured to go strong on attack, but it's certainly one that has its ups on defence as well, with not only the fast rotations but the ability to take space and damage on that space as well. So let's see how they can perform on defence. It's not all over yet. We've all been wary to that 9-3 curse, but for Billy Gaming, a very strong start to this series.
Yeah, and the 9-3 curse really hinges on securing yourself that pistol round as well, which it's still doable to bring that. You know, we've all seen the Fnatic heroic storyline, the comeback to end all comebacks, right? But realistically, it does need to start with a pistol round.
Yeah, that's where it has to come through. Where partly this is a singer that we're getting the interview with. I'm assuming they're supporting EDG.
No, they're just on an EDG side.
It's an industry plant to try and get EDG back into it. They're asking about memorable plays in the first half, and I think the memorable play for me has to come down to how strong Billy's comeback was.
I mean, I've got a judge in mind. I've also got, you know what, credit where it's due, the Vice Thorns.
Yeah.
They've claimed 2 victims, which is, and I do not use these words lightly, 2 more victims than I have ever seen on a cast before.
Yeah, often it's just purely down to time denial, right, and slowing people down, but falling fate to it. It seems to, I've only ever seen it happen on Lotus. I believe I've seen it happen on over by A stairs, and now we get to see it happen by C and B, fully splitting the sites that go through.
Just been told by our wonderful translator Bidos that the singer that they were interviewing just then plays Smoke Agents, plays those controllers, and is a Clove main, I believe.
Do you know what I've been doing recently? I've been going into games and telling people I'm the voice actor for Clove.
You can't say that and then not give us a voice line. Just give us the, has anyone got any ibuprofen?
Hold on, let me pull up a voice line, because obviously I'm not the voice actor for Clove. I should say that I'm just typical Scottish, but I've got all the time in the world.
Oh, and so do BLG after a round like that. What an opening. Nothing left to do. And that was beautiful, by the way, Reggie.
Nobody is left with the namesake, like you said. Nobody left alive in their team. And he will fall down as well. You said the first choke point that had to be questioned for EDG to make sure this 9-3 curse was alive was win that pistol. And unfortunately for them, they've fallen at the first hurdle. Their horse will not make it to win the Grand National, but they certainly have another opportunity.
Yeah. That was a very unique reference there. Alright. You can see the happiness, you can see the hype. And we said pistol round kind of felt necessary, double digits already. Means that EDG are not going to have much or if any of a buy, at least in their opinion. As we can see, it is just going to be the pistols, and it is a super speedy. Go on, please tell me they clear this. Come on.
Oh my goodness. After the punish that they were able to do in the first half, you think they check these angles. Yous were the ones playing these angles, you can't not check them. And honestly, a lot more value gained than should have been, but Russia is going to be creating a lot of pressure over towards A, but that Guardian drop Affinity does give Smoggy a chance to create some extra thorns on the side for BLG here.
I saw your hair go a little grey there.
That's just natural now, I'm old.
If you know what, we've just had a request from production, and if the Twitch chat would like it, petition for Veggie to cast an entire round with Clove-like voice lines. Now, if there's enough of a public demand for it, then I feel like you're contractually obliged to.
I have no option in this. Oh dear. Well, let's hope that people don't want that, because I don't think I'm fully capable of it. I'd be adding my own voice lines as it goes on.
I'm not very good at knowing what people want, but, you know, I can tell that this is something that I don't think anyone would say no to. There's no pressure, I say, knowing that there is all the pressure.
Yeah, for what there is pressure is on for BLG, because it looks like EDG are just trying to play this one really slowly. They've accepted defeat into this round, try and get some exit frags and wait it out. Smoggy maybe trying to go for a quick ninja as the door gets broken down, but K-Knight, do you know what, will take the orbs coming in as well, getting that Nightfall closer and closer to it. They'll be happy.
Consider it demanding and do it, the Twitch chat has spoken. That is an oh-no of a broken man. But yeah, I mean, there's not going to be many rounds left potentially to cast of this map, so it might have to be a map 2 kind of situation, because 11-3 is, we're somehow looming on the edge already, and we said that this, I said that this was going to go 24 rounds each map. I am being proven distinctly wrong.
Yeah, this isn't even that bad a buy coming in for Billy Gaming either. They have a lot of utility. They know they're weaker, so they're going to be heading over towards that B site. The Prowler noise will give it away and allow the door to kind of get broken, which should trap the members there. And you can see nobody picking up that first kill based off it as well. And all of a sudden, the game plan's just gone down. There's no hope, no left. There's going to be no peeking. But instead there is Russia and Nef combined to get 2 kills, opening this round up for a little bit of a pace change.
I see what you did there. I'm very proud of you. But yeah, this round, I mean, it's a 2 versus 3 and they have the spike. So yeah, I wouldn't say it's impossible. It's going to be difficult. They may be able to get through towards C, but there's a couple of, actually I say there's a couple of bits of utility, but Vice is no longer alive, so it's not going to be as telling. They have sent Can over to have a look, but it's been a bit too quiet.
Yeah, but Can is here. Probably the one person that you do not want to be challenging. The unspoken god. Can swing through, does get the first kill. The satchel to try and deny the plant. Russia gets another kill though. Will have an opportunity, but Jerry is there to shut that one down. But it's a costly round given where we started with those opening kills.
Yeah, that's going to be the thing, is to come back into this. Not only do you have to think about winning those rounds and putting those rounds on the boards, you got to think about making sure that they are clean. Because you've got to build up this economy to make the long slog back into the map here. All that's needed, 2 rounds, sneeze, and that can happen accidentally, you know? They need almost as many rounds to win this as you have won in total. So,
yep.
Oh, you can see there at the end, they had the hope, they saw a world where it could happen. Early utility thrown on out, it's Can with the opening pick, immediately punished for it, however, and Smoggy with the difference maker, I say, still fighting, still wants a little bit more. Nobody's using this opportunity to take a bit more space, but nope. Smoggy stands strong, stands tall as the last pillar remaining on this side, buying enough time Chichu to come on over. Can see stuff being thrown, and do they still suspect somebody playing this close after they've tried to flush everybody out? No, they don't. That's the 3rd in the round. Now 2 versus 1 has been awarded, has been fought for, and K-Knight being spotted out by both of the Prowlers. Not sure which side could be peeked from. And actually, Mogi, you just want to dance around this, try bait them. It's not going to happen. Oh, actually, could have had a timing there. Just about misses it. But that's everything that you need. But Chichu has been read like a book. Swings out, but swings wide. And it is absolutely amazing to secure them that map point.
Chichu didn't want to put themselves in a 1 versus 1 situation. Didn't want to allow the player that was left on side to be stuck, especially given that low HP. So just waited for the steps to be made. And K-Knight did make those steps. And you've got to say it's rough for BLG. They kind of got close to getting onto that map point, but Chichu just a little bit of thorn in the backside, and now after that brawl on A, it's just going to be a straight up hit back to B. Tried this before and it didn't work. Can they make it work this time?
Oh, they're going to have to try and make it work this time. Levius, K-Knight, they find the important picks here, exactly what they need to. They just want to try to close this out, secure that map point. Prowler up close, destroyed. Ooh, the flash being dodged, but all of it is extra bullets whittled out of the chamber, and Smoggy has found the kill. 3 versus 2 has been bought.
He heard the steps though. It shows not to go challenging, just to wait back instead, and with all that chaos, the spike had actually transitioned over to C, gets placed down, and YZ is in a phenomenal spot, gets a little bit greedy to take the first kill, but will now just go join up with the second teammate and try and isolate any more 1v1s. You know, nobody's close, the stinger spray won't connect, and now it comes down to K-Knight in this 1v2.
Now, like maybe a little bit of an unnecessary push there, leaving K-Knight by their lonesome. The dimension drift can be absolutely everything, and nobody able to flash themselves out of it too. It's perfect. And yeah, we go a little bit longer. Live to fight, live to die another day.
Yeah, you almost think it was a slight overheat from YZ, right? If they'd waited that extra second, you could have got all 3 just coming in the cross. And even at the second opportunity, when you knew nobody was close to you, you could have just backed up and not tried to run and gun with the stinger, because when you look at those bullets back, it was nowhere near. It allowed nobody to get the dimensional drift, which meant that 2 versus 1 was always going to end up in EDG's favour, with the information coming through, the flash, and then of course getting onto that TP, and BLG identifying quickly that this timeout was needed, got themselves onto double digits, then into 11, but they can feel this one slipping away ever so slightly.
Yeah, and they've not got a whole lot of chance to try bring it back in. They've managed to keep at bay that dreaded map point. Yes, it's BLG's map pick, but you really don't want to be going into a series knowing that you have to reverse sweep it. But I think it's good timeout being called here. You've bought yourself a little bit of a foothold if you're EDG, so this is a really great opportunity for them to get their coaches on the line. If you're BLG, you're trying to figure out how you break the stalemate, but maybe I'm a little bit worried that you're giving EDG the opportunity to also get on the mic here. Yeah,
absolutely. I think for me, all the coaching team really needs to do is just give them one set play, right? You just need one round to get to 12, and then eventually you're going to have your ults come online that you should be able to build around off of the back of that, right? So just one set play to get the round wins, get you onto 12, and then all of a sudden you start building up to that showstopper. You're 2 away from having to steal Garden. You've already got the Viper's Pit. So you just need that one round to then really make sure that this game is over. But for EDG. They're also very close to a few ults. They're certainly in a position to challenge. They will be forcing a lot of fights over on towards A, but for them, there's going to be no contact, no success, as BLG are heading across onto EDG's tactic of splitting C into B.
And it worked so well for them, you might as well give it a try. Mound control has been secured. Just waiting out this smoke patiently, putting their own smokes in a little bit deeper, give them the opportunity to take that space. Gonna have to take this first fight with Chichu though. Spams away, forces them off the angle, and it's been really damaging as well. Managed to just catch them with a stray bullet, and that one's gonna hurt. Whittles down the defense, but the issue that they're gonna have is that the reinforcements already coagulating on this site, and they are gonna look to head over towards A. They've got that buffer in towards B, but they do still have to deal with Jenny being so pushed up here.
The information at least come in. You can see Jenny retreats, calls the rest of the team in. You can see Kang making that quick rotation through into spawn to try and back the teammate up as Spike is quickly heading here. You do have two agents tucked in though to try and cause a little bit of a last chaotic ditch and catch anyone out guard. Just want to play the numbers, showstopper up. Will not connect, and Russia, Clay Pigeon shooting, takes down Kang, and all of a sudden, BLG, 15 seconds, they could deny the plant, which they do, but Caps again. This is getting scary.
Yeah, and that's all they needed to do. You know, the wide swing out there, the likelihood of you being able to get wide enough to actually have the angle to see that planter is low with so many people watching you. You do everything you can. You throw in the paranoia. You deny it the first time, but, you know, there's no way to safely do that. I was a little bit worried seeing so many players, you know, they had this really staggered sort of flank here to catch any of the rotations going on. But the issue with that is there was only one person that they would have been able to catch, which leaves the site actual, you know, push very, very weak there. But it all comes to fruition. All is well that ends well. And now we see ourselves needing to double the rounds for EDG for them to even take this to overtime. 1 round needed and a timeout being called. Again, same reason that I said last time is you need to think of something, anything, to just try keep this at bay and to try get yourself mounting this comeback. But you also give the Bitty Bitty Gaming coaches the opportunity to come in with yet another set play, because that's what happened last time they called a timeout. You've given them another chance to have a set play. 1 is all they need here.
Yeah, that's the exact problem, right? It's a much needed timeout for EDG so that they don't let this map slip away. But the problem is you just used your showstopper in that last round, which was one of the ultimates that can really start to snowball you back in this. And if my memory serves me correctly, Billy didn't use a single ult to get themselves anywhere that was going to matter, at least onto that map. So they still have everything available. Like we said, that Viper's Pit, you have the Steel Garden now available. Showstopper should be close to coming online if you play for these orbs, or it actually is online with YZ picking up some extra kills as well. So it should be a play to get this orb onto Levius. Then you have the Steel Garden to capitalise. You're so close to just making this one fully work.
Yeah. It's a difficult prospect, a daunting prospect to be up against. A couple of ults available on the side of EDG as well, just to try and cling on, but the other's fairly far removed from the economic situation. So if you can weather the storm for the next couple of rounds, you buy yourself a little bit of a clearing, but that's a big if.
Yeah, I think the interesting one is that Russia with that Viper's Pit is going to buy the Outlaw and does get punished by Kang trying to make a little bit of peek, and you can see Levius now just wants to hold. But that was one of the big ultimates that you had in your back pocket, taken down because your Viper wanted to get a little bit of aggressive based off their wall to take some extra space, and now you give some freedom, an element of it up to EDG, who can just hold, jump peek through and retreat back and call in for reinforcements.
Yep, called in for reinforcements. They've got the player advantage. They most certainly don't have the weapon advantage right now, and even the short-lived victory that they had is gone. Pushing towards Mound, and there's not really much defense to stop them, but you can see so eager. They know it's not a fake. They just have to get on to site here. Showstopper comes out, waiting so patiently. The longer you can hold on to this as well, the more time you buy to get your primary weapons back, and it's just enough. And sure, it doesn't find anybody, but it holds that space for you. There's the peek out for Wisey, gets the first as well, and cuts up this retake in half. Can's the only one to find anything. Counter still got and comes out. Smoggy just about dodges it, but with only a sheriff in hand, it's... I mean, why did you even dodge it? And now that smoke is devastating. Just have to sit here and wait. No one's going to be able to peek over the top. No one's going to show their face. And now 3 kills needed to find. You've got the haunts available, but they're going to know exactly where you are. And they are going to swing off of the back of it. And it's an incredible victory there for Billy Billy Gaming to kick this off.
Yeah, it's a really strong showing on their favourable map pick. We talked about the differences coming in from EDG having changed up their composition with a little bit of player changes as well, so a little bit of unknown for what they would have let slip through, but BLG handled it well, right? There was that slip up just after the pistol that allowed EDG to get some rounds, but straight after that adaptation, it was just a one-way street of destruction for Billy Billy Gaming, showing EDG why they want to be the top seed and really why they're sitting on top of the table right now. And as you look through these highlights, I mean, this one was a great response, right? Showstopper getting 2, unlucky not to get the 3rd, but the Steel Vines does pick up on that as well.
Yeah, there were some amazing individual moments from this as well, but in terms of just general team cohesion, Billy Billy Gaming just looked far, far better here. First half, I mean, when you buy yourself such an amazing lead, you know, you're 10-3 up at some point, it's a very difficult road to get back into. They bought themselves all of the safety nets in the world, and those 2 back-to-back timeouts, you know, all you could have asked for and more.
Yeah, it was a great display of skill from Billy Billy Gaming, showing that this is their stronger map, but for them, they need to start now worrying about where we're heading towards afterwards, which is Sunset, which for EDG, they have a little bit of success on, right? A little bit of success. They did win 1 map. They have lost it. It's a 50-50 win rate for them. I believe it was Trace that managed to take Sunset away from them in Titan Esports, which they won on. So they were feeling confident that they should be able to muster up something, but I don't know. I know we were expecting all 3 maps, but from what I've just seen from BLG, they look more composed as a team. They look more reactive as a team, and they certainly filled me with a lot more confidence.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait to find out and see if they can take it the distance.
他给捆了，他捆雷了，他又捆雷了。
我开过吧，反正没人让我。
哎，好像就一个围他把门破了。B 点回了一个。
还在烟里啊我。
去小巴位置 ，A 点飞得再顶前点。
我觉得我们得等这个烟散，我们得封包点烟骗这叫道具好吗？
删一下花什么的，可以。耶路这会儿可能会提。
我要封烟了。
哎，下车。 不用，你不用管着，你不用管着，你准备补枪好，你贴近点，准备补枪可以吗？我混一下花好吗？你站住！1点回来一个，1点回来一个，回哪回 ？A？ 快，帮我打狗！水下！没有，我没血了，
我去
打240，等我换死了。哎，1点飞得，
等我，
还有一个夜路，
我给你们小 K 倒回去把 C 控制了好吗？把这个 A， 把 A，
我也去了，
对，留我在这，
我1滴血了。 等会儿开 Q 吧。A 小近点啊，近点可以有人，我跟你说。拿住枪。B 点又回来一个，B 点又开狗。
你们快点好吗？这个瞄没时间了。
他把狗没确保我。
准备夹 B 好吗？准备夹 B。你们把 A 控制了，准备夹 B。
我们得。可能不太好夹 B 啊，这个我们在这儿，他能拖很久啊，等会儿。
他退了应该。
B 点是我的了。
我出去好吗？
我就开个门好吧。欧门。他开门夹 B 吧，等他开门夹 B 吧。他开封宝点烟了，架住这个门啊。
我可以封这边烟，对，然后你们直接夹好吗？我可以封2路烟，等我。
来，我给你大拉。 啊！开大了，大空了，牛！最后一个还有哎，
死了，2个 A 们，就下包在 A，
帮我加楼，我加哦100，帮我加，
没事，可以下包，
帮我加，一滴血打死他！
Hello everybody, and we can see our MVP for the map is none other than Wisey themselves. Hands up if you're surprised. Nope, not a single hand went up, but I mean, look at that KDA. 3.1 is nuts. Only 5 opening picks though, which, you know, is maybe not the strongest we've seen. Exactly. I mean, yeah, you know, you can't be the best at everything, you know, you can't have all of the opening picks and the highest KDA and the highest ACS and all of that. But on the flip side, the MVP for the other side, unfortunately for EDG not being able to secure that map, is going to be Smoggy. 11 and 17, it's a rough one. They were just being run down, especially on that first half.
I think that story tells everything, right? You look at all the KDAs for EDG, and every single one of them negative is just the story that you weren't expecting to see coming in. Maybe on a little bit of an aspect, but for the whole map and the whole team, is 6 rounds is actually impressive when all your players are unable to go positive. And BLG just fully went with it. YZ aura farming as usual, no surprises there. But the biggest concern for me heading into Sunset is just the lack of team cohesion that we've seen from EDG. The team comms that you've seen from BLG they were calm and precise, right? And I love when you're watching team comms, and yes, there's a little bit of panic, but that's just the comms like hyping things up. But overall, the strategy seemed to be there. They were communicating effectively, and everyone speaking is the biggest aspect of why that round kind of went to their favor with the little bits and chinks that went through the plan at least.
Yeah, exactly. And I think what we're going to need to see is, yes, it's EDG's map pick coming on up next. We're going to need to see a really strong start from them, especially given that they won't be starting on the favored side. It will be Bilibili Gaming allowed to choose the side that they wish to start on. So they are really going to need to dig deep and show us why this is their map pick. But that is all to come. We're going to go have a little bit of a break, go refill our drinks and get ready for the next map. And we'll see you guys very shortly. Welcome back everybody. We've got map 2 coming up very shortly, and we've also got a present at some point during the map just for you wonderful people watching at home and all over the world. Veggie has been, despite his protests, the masses have spoken. You know, we live in a society, we live in a democracy. We'll at some point be trying to cast around using almost exclusively Clove voice lines or some variation of something that they say. So that's going to be super exciting, and I'm looking forward to that one. I will not be doing the same because
refreshing.
See, that's just a little bit of a sneak peek.
Does that count? Am I done?
I'll be honest with you. Right. Veggie. What part of cast a round of Valorant makes you think that saying refreshing in the pre-game counts?
Listen, it's worth a try, okay? Let's just go with it.
This is desperation. This is what desperation looks like. But I'm super excited. It'll happen at some point. Or you drop them in as we go along. We're realizing that Clove has some of the best voice lines as we were looking.
Yeah, I mean, I love the agent. It was a great addition to it. Certainly fills me with pride being Scottish, knowing that one of my own are in the game. But I don't really think we're going to be expecting to see a Clove in this map or the agent select, right? Looking at previous history,
I don't think we'll see Clove in any of the maps.
No, none of them have picked up Clove coming into it. It's been an underutilized agent, and probably correctly, given the selfish nature that Clove brings as a smoker. It's one that, I mean, FPX were the team that kind of went crazy with Clove originally back in, I can't even remember what stage that was. Was it one of the Masters where they just went absolutely toe-to-toe with Heretics? But it's not kind of been the same ever since. You have to rely on having another two smokers traditionally after it. But as we head on to Sunset, it's going to be interesting to see for EDG what comp they bring in, considering they swapped off on the last one for Lotus, right? So if we're anticipating the same to come in, or if Jenny's going to be picking up a different role, I'm excited to see.
Yeah, Jenny, of course, being listed as a sub coming into this stage and now being a little bit of a staple of the team. So it's been exciting to see them be able to fit into the team fairly quickly, which is always a good sign to see. Maybe a little bit of a honeymoon period, but I mean, if it's working, isn't it?
I think part of it comes down to the mentality that you speak for from Jenny, right? Before ZGC came into the squad, it was Jenny that was part of them, and then to get benched and then to be brought back in so quickly, for me at least, your mental would have been drained slightly, saying, oh, I'm being replaced by this player that was on another squad that was actually playing really well. And then they come in and all of a sudden you're back in the squad. It's going to fill you with a lot of confidence, which is maybe why we're seeing such strong performances out of them, apart from in that last map. And I think you're absolutely spot on to highlight that Jenny is one of these players that is going to have a larger performance to set up players like Can going forward onto this Sunset map.
Exactly, and it's always a weird one. It's an uncomfortable one to say, but a lot of the other roles are there to try set up your star players to shine. That's why they're called star players. But that doesn't mean anyone's like less important. It just means that your role is important in a different way. You're not going to be the player that's, you know, in every single highlight in the replay package. But you need to have these people that are so consistent to be able to set up, you know, to be this amazing player. You can't do that on your own, and that doesn't translate into wins automatically. So it's good to see the team come together around them.
Yeah, it's the unsung heroes that often go unnoticed, but we notice you, Jenny. We notice players like you picking up and helping your duelists. Yeah, exactly. Shout out the initiators, shout out the controllers, shout out the Sentinels, really. Not that
dude, the Sentinels,
trash, not that trash team from NA, but just the actual agents in general. Shout out you guys. You're the backbone of the structure that lets players like Kang and YZ frag out as heavy as they do.
Yeah, I mean, Sentinel players. At this level, we do get to sing about them a little bit more. But, you know, in your ranked games, I can imagine you're probably having a very difficult time fighting for your life. We see you. We appreciate you. But let's have a look at the team comps here. I like the Breach coming on out. But I think up against this, I'm favoring the KO a little bit, especially on this map.
I agree. I think KO can prove a lot of value. That null command is massive, especially when trying to take some sites. But I'm glad to see Jenny back on Breach. That's the agent that they were kind of dominant on before being replaced. They were, in my head at least, they were a one-trick Breach that was purely there to set up the fast plays from Kang. So I'm expecting to see that Neon have full fruition and really be playing alongside, almost like, you know, that Jet and Sage that you get in your lobbies that follow each other around, the Sage just with the ball healing. That's what I want to see Breach doing, but instead of the heal orbits, the stun for the opponents and the flashes around the corner.
Yeah, Veggie is the pocket Sage to my
absolutely.
That's a lie. I am also we are the pocket Sage to each other. There's a reason that we are here and not there.
Yeah. You go Sage, I'll go Sky. We'll just walk about healing each other.
We'll just walk
the
around
whole
healing
game.
each other, yeah. It's the only way we're going to survive the round. But I'm excited. The other thing is, whilst we're here, other slight tangent, is you see the great floor, like the grated floor. Every time I see it, it looks so cool, but I'm so scared that I would drop like my keys or something down it. I get paranoid looking at grated floors.
Well, you'd have to be a player on the stage first. And I don't think we need to worry about that for now. But what we do need to worry about is how EDG are going to hold on to this defensive side as they start off. BLG splitting up through mid, and it's a really quiet walk that's going to come through, that's going to catch EDG off guard. You can see them applying that pressure quickly onto main, but they're not aware of these players coming in behind, and it's YZ that collects the first 3 kills of the half, setting the tone and setting it quickly. EDG left wondering what has even happened.
Oh, the paranoia is absolutely impeccable. Some players popped out the smoke. It takes a second for them to take down Chiyu, but there it is, the shock dart. If that's not going to do it, YZ will. But as you said, the quiet walk, but it was deceptive, wasn't it? It was incredibly pacey for being this silent walk. The paranoia absolutely perfectly timed. Players have got no idea how they're going to get out of dodge here and end up trapped, and they find these 2 opening picks out of absolutely nowhere.
You know, it's almost like the Vision Striker tactic on Ascent, right? Of everyone making noise down in main, and then just the jet that dashes up catwalk to get on site. It's like a new version of that, but set for Sunset, and it worked an absolute dream. But it really all just does fall down onto the fact that for EDG, not a single person was even thinking that mid was a possibility. Maybe they had to open the minimap and realise that wasn't part of the changes to this map. It still does exist, but this time, they still need to be worrying about mid, because that's where the spike is headed.
It's headed indeed. Ooh, line of sight, but no shot to connect. Cage goes out just to buy them that little bit of security as they back away. And they regroup over towards B.
They'll be coming over here. Just waiting for the dropping smokes to come through. Seeing if anyone's going to be peeking, but there will be no peeking right now. Kang does take that first contact, has to get post off. You see the knife trying to suppress any agents, but YZ with that stinger takes up backside and just puts a bit of spam to see if they can get any chip damage.
Yeah, chip damage not going to be found, however, and they've got this huge advantage now. Timer on their side as that spike starts to tick, and they're able to tuck in these post-part positions. It's not a hugely advanced place. The fault line comes through and it's going to absolutely stun YZ, but enough time being bought for it to wear on off. They peek on out, and that retake attack will not even get to see the likes of sight.
Hey, YZ running away, saying, "Back like I never left," as it comes on through, picking up the form that they left up on that last map in that first round of this map. Looking absolutely incredible, and EDG failing to win a pistol throughout this series so far is a downfall that they'll not have been looking forward to.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a rough way to start this. The conversion round makes a little bit of sense, but losing the pistol would have been a really good feel-good round after that last map. Especially when they were so back and forth for the first couple of rounds, the first quarter of the first map, and then it all started to go a little bit pear-shaped. Now this time, suppression comes out early, but already worn off by the time that they can really work anything to do with it.
BLG's focus enjoys being on mid to try and create pressure and the illusion of the attack being elsewhere. See if they can catch this EDG side off guard, and right now it is just that stalemate. Not fully wanting to commit, wanting to see if anyone from EDG oversteps and gives an avenue for success. And it looks like that's going to be headed over towards A. You can see that stun coming in, which is going to force Kang. Jenny does have the stun back online, which prevents anyone pushing up and challenging that one way, which for BLG just kind of puts another pause on this as time is slightly ticking away. 40 seconds down and no real space has been gathered.
Yeah, they're playing the waiting game, but there's only so long you can wait. You do still need to make that progress towards the site, and the longer you wait, the more of an idea EDG is going to have. Has to be now to try catch them off guard. And YZ, oh, it's so pacey. The flash is good. Has to just tuck on in and wait for their team to try and find the punish. But Jenny still finds one before going down here. 3 versus 3 is what we've been left with, and YZ's going to punish Kan's offensive there. Mogi taken down without any clue where from, and now K-Knight Usha left to defend this spike. Paranoia is going to be dodged. Playing around the box here. Smoke comes on out, and as it descends, it comes into a one-way, and it comes into another round on the board for BLG.
Yep, that was close. But for K-Knight, close is all they need to take advantage of that one way that falls down and surrounds this site in darkness. For EDG, as their hopes of finishing in that first place of the group is quickly drifting away. Another huge round for Billy. 3-0 up on this second map of Sunset. EDG in absolute ruins so far. Only a Marshall and a Stinger coming into this. Haven't had control of the orbs, haven't had control of the tempo or the game. This is all BLG's traffic.
Yeah, that camera spots out only one, so whether they're aware this is a bit of an offensive or not, but pushing into it so confidently is going to be their downfall. Goes for the repeat. Smoggy going to get punished, not allowed anything more than 1 3 versus 3 on the cards now. Spike's managed to get itself onto site. Post-plant, it's not going to have much time to set up, because as we've seen through mid, they start to push. Tripwire's still available, but Kankan's got that first pick. Weapons haven't been able to be retrieved, and that's the one advantage. Stuns to try buy some space, but actually, it's not going to displace Levias at all.
At least all 3 positions noted for Billy. Using that cam to try and identify any extra space. Kankang's steps can be heard on site, and all of a sudden this gets interesting. They don't check for Levias, and they need to kind of worry about this defuse now. It's been put to half, and Kankang on another kill. Levias, you have to swing, you have to do something, and you're not going to do anything as EDG steal a round in a victory out of Billy's hands. They thought they had that one sealed up, but a couple of mishaps, a couple of overpeaks and overstays will be what costs them. And Kankang, the 3k to get them back into this fight.
Yeah, I think it's also really important when we see in this round, Kankan gets that first one. Jenny being able to push up so far, even though they go down without a pick, really buys them the opportunity. They've got the locations of all of these players left alive, and they have this confidence just to stick. They've got 2 players still available to it, and you can see the heartbreak on some people's faces there. It's just, it hurts a little bit because you're so close to that spike, but there was no way to deal with both of them when they know that you're right around the corner.
That with a sniper in your hand, but this round it's up the tempo. There's no playing around in mid, no trying to build any stacks, just get straight onto site, get the opening kill. Hunter's Fury to try and create extra space, and now you can see this wraparound that wasn't created before, but Kankang's on top of it. K-Knight falls down, but YZ quickly to act and get behind this squad as well. The win factor, all BLG need to do is delay for YZ.
And delay, they have the overdrive ready. First pick found from it already, but everyone else cowering in fear, not really wanting to give away any more picks. Gonna have to be soon running low on battery. In the meantime, Kankan's got the first, manages to jump on down, is gonna be suppressed, however. They're just gonna try and stick the spike. They know that they have to, but they're not gonna be allowed another ninja defuse again. It's been half, but they just cannot clear out this defense.
Yeah, they relied on YZ just creating so much more pressure backside, but I like the fact that EDG managed to smoke off main and cause a lot of pressure, and it takes a lot of weapons out of BLG's hands there just by forcing them to step out of the smoke and either get picked or get a kill taken down, showing that, listen, if you want to do the heretics tactic and just stand in main, you're going to be costly for it. It's not going to be as easy as you want. You can no longer just spam a spot and hope that the kill comes through. You're going to need to blindly walk out, and that's exactly what happens. And you can see all the members fall down, no guns recovered. Means a full buy has to be forced back into it.
Right. YZ has a little bit of nosy in mid, but doesn't want to overstep. Sixth sense, something's telling him there's danger, and absolutely spot on with that one. Eyes all over. Very claustrophobic round. Walls closing in pretty quickly for them. They have managed to force nobody back a little bit.
Oh my. A shot like that will force BLG back, especially with the drone following it up. Means that that space was taken with a body falling down. The gun will want to be recovered for EDG, but Billy more than happy just to hold and not allow that to come through. maybe swap that Bulldog across for the Phantom, throw it off the map if possible to make sure that EDG can't get it.
Yeah, best way to do it. You know now that they are on this eco round, so anything you can deny them makes this round more difficult to let them spiral. You found the equalizing pick just to bring the tide back some sort of stability.
You know, nobody has recovered that Phantom. It's been left on the ground. And, oh, not checking the corner, but K-Knight will get the kill. But with 14 seconds left to go, they're trying to recover that KO. We'll have to try and stick the plant, but it's going to be so tight. You need to commit to it now. You can't afford to come off of this. 1 versus 2. Can they fill it through?
The HP swung from both sides. The clinging on for dear life is not going to be enough. And, I mean, that shock bolt, you know, that shock dart, it's a miracle it doesn't outright kill him there.
Yeah, leaving him with 3 HP almost is an offensive thing to do. Like, you probably just wanted to die when you get hit with that, knowing that there's no chance. You have to take down 2 players. You're not even going to get the first one down. The second shock dart was coming in to finish the job off as well. And you just have to see BLG are letting this one slip away. They managed to get it back into their own hands on Lotus, but right now they were the team in the ascendancy. They were the team that had things going their way. Can they find a way to stop EDG answering back, especially on Thrifties of all the rounds?
Yeah, we saw a couple of Thrifties last map. Recon dart immediately broken, so hesitant about the oncoming onslaught. Paranoia comes through and the Hunter's Fury. Oh, it's marked up, 2 of them, but actually now suppressed. Has to just take this as a gunfight. Gen sees the teleport available and is going absolutely crazy. 2 players left, 2 names left on his docket. One might have a little bit of a tussle in mid, and I have a feeling Levius is not even going to be allowed to see a battle with him, and they are dispatched in their individual 1v1s.
EDG showing Billy Gaming how to deal with lower buy rounds. You don't need to go full send. You can just hold and punish when the other team makes that first move. A flawless victory. It's just sloppy play. Like this TP to try and take back sight when you know Jenny's by dice. It's just a guaranteed kill. You're not getting any space taken off it, and no damage is done to EDG. They'll be feeling confident. They'll start to find a way back into this map as the scoreline gets closer and closer. The hopes for the EDG fans that a run to reverse sweep this series up is more than possible.
Yep, more than. They've given themselves a little bit of momentum, and that's what we saw. BLG ran away with the momentum, so this time, if you can deny them even getting that foot in the door, you deny them being able to really spiral this map and thus series. That's going to be really good. Getting on the mic, I think this is super important. We've seen really good things come out of BLG. Set plays afterwards have been immaculate, and they're just trying to break that little bit of a stalemate here and, you know, stem the hemorrhaging of rounds that they've started to experience.
Yeah, it was the timeout on Lotus that started that BLG ascendancy to really shut down anything from EDG, so you'll be looking to see the same from the coaching staff once again, to really show their value and make that next step. You know, you're already on 4. It's a decent start to the half, but if you can get yourselves up to 8 or 7, then you'll be feeling really confident going on to that defense. YZ's been a little bit quiet ever since that first start. Obviously 10-5. It's a very high scoreline, the top fragger in the lobby, but given the 4K to start off the map, it just shows how EDG have managed to shut YZ down.
Yep, and it's going to be what they need to continue doing. We saw YZ last map be the absolute standout highlight MVP player. And so being able to shut them down like that, once again, you know, case and point is going to be huge. It stops those opening picks, and it stops this, you know, crazy frag streak that we see that puts a real dampener on your plans.
And they keep getting caught walking just round corners blindly, right? There's no utility apart from the neon stun. There's nothing else to support that walk round, and you're just giving EDG every opportunity to win these gunfights. Once again, prime point example, walking around that corner, nothing to clear it. Jenny and nobody's just happy to stand here, take the kills down. That timeout has just been fully wasted from the fact that Billy refused to use any utility to check corners, to clear angles and make any space.
Yeah. And I think the dry peeking, the neon stun is good, but it's not the most reliable piece of utility for rounding these corners.
Mm-hmm.
You have a Sova. Yeah, you have a Sova.
What's the point in having a Sova if you're not going to use the drone effectively?
Yeah, you need to be using it as that, you know, opening flashbang, your Euro clone decoy. You've got to be using it as that little bit of attention bait to get around the corners, because they are just being punished for the fundamentals.
Yep, you cannot win success if you don't have any information on where the opponents are playing. And right now, it just starts off chaotic. Yes, it's another round for the side of BLG. They managed to get some trades back though. Russia and Levy is stepping up to the plate to make this a 3 versus 3. The space is being gathered all in mid, so not really on any site, but they should start to have some awareness that A could be a site that is opened up given where the Cypher player of Chichu has been set up this whole time.
Yeah, and whittling the health bars down, especially on this buy, is going to be huge against Levius, for instance. Is a single bullet's all it's going to need. And stuck isolated in mid there. Back is turned as well, just a cherry on top. But unfortunately, they've had all of their attention dragged away from that A site. It's given an angle for BLG to work with, but they've been pretty slow at moving in. So by the time they get here, it's going to be a bit too late. Knife gets broken as well, so there's no information about how many players are here. Lining up that fault line. The stun's going to be absolutely amazing. Peeks out to their doom. And that's EDG finding themselves finally a lead.
Yeah, back to where they left off, back to why they picked this map up. And yes, it was a little bit sloppy in the middle, but for EDG, they've won so many rounds convincingly now that it won't be too big of a damage. It does kind of come through from that stun and shock and awe of just pushing the smoke with the stinger. But once they get that, you see they didn't know what to do almost. Like, Levius was just stuck in mid, had no way to get back out. The rest of the squad too slow to be reactive to take any space back that was created by that pressure on mid. And it meant that by the time they get that plant up, EDG are all over it because the Cypher player's left alive. There's no pressure being on B. You know exactly where the hit's going to come in, and they can capitalise on that.
Capitalise they can. Capitalise they have. This time, you were talking to me about it in the pre-game in the green room. Can on the off.
It's such a good... Can on the orb, it means it's game over. We might as well call this one off. BLG, you gave it a best try, but now Can has that operator. 13-4 is the final scoreline.
GG go next.
Yeah, GG is over. We'll see you on Haven.
It's on the right side, at least for the moment, where they're heading, but as they back away and head over towards mid, they can get proactive with it potentially, though.
Good, but they need to start using stuff to clear this space out. And nobody's going to be the one to try and dry peek it, but actually it works out as a bait as Can picks up that first kill. And at least for Billy, they lose a life, but they gain the information that Can does have that op in hand. So now it kind of changes the game plan completely to the almost Aspas strat, right, of just avoid Aspas. But instead it's avoid Can.
Exactly. Overdrive, that's going to cause a little bit of a problem trying to hold on to this site, but Neff fighting, suppressing everybody, doing the team a world of wonders. Does get taken down, but is still able to continue having that effect. Gets resurrected, gets taken down again. Farming up the kills here. Neon stuns to go on forward, and this is going to cause some problems. Unfortunately, though, Russia is going to have been unstunned by the time it happens, but the round's done in a matter of seconds. Doesn't even matter.
Yeah, it's a lovely retake from EDG. Didn't push one at a time. They wait for everyone to be there ready to come on. Yes, you allow the spike to go down, but I mean, really, you've just got players from Billy standing in the open that's going to get taken down. The sacrificial lamb of the KO to get rezzed just to go back down once again. And really, EDG have a strong grasp on how this one plays out. They lost the first couple rounds convincingly, but ever since then, it's a repeat of Lotus in reality, but for a flip switch on the teams.
You can see the passion reigniting. Bit of a quiet game. I'm expecting a timeout to come through soon if this keeps on up, because they've just not been able to find any footing. Can on that op, everything gets infinitely harder. There's the opening pick, the stun to put some space, and the immediate reaggress.
Yeah, forcing Billy back into main. They're going to try and peek through it again, but that smoke is a little bit deep, so it means that they get some space. They're able to clear this corner, but they need to walk into the smoke, and Kang sat there with the shorty, is going to collect another scalp, and is really just not allowing Billy any way through to this site.
Not at all. This needs to be the difference maker, needs to alleviate the pressure, does eventually take down Kankan, doubles down and finds one more. Neural Theft will come on out, and that's the op picked on up. Still has trips available to secure themselves this site and try buy the space to plant. Low HP, it's risky. EDG just gonna bide their time, wait this one on out. Patience.
We've been in this situation before though, Affinity. We've seen EDG come back in 2v3s, and they're just so cohesed as a team that they know exactly when to swing and play this one through, and that's what you see. They wait for the utility to come back up, the stun comes on, the drone comes through, and all of a sudden, yes, the health pools didn't favour Billy, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway. If they were full HP, the team of EDG just so confident to swing together.
Yeah, but I mean, with an opening couple of sequence like that, you told me that he was a god with the op, you didn't tell me he was a god with the shorty as well.
Just a god in general. That's all you need to know about Kang. Just a general god.
But it's an interesting one. They're gonna need to keep shutting this down, but unfortunately, being able to shut down Kankan on the op in that round came just a little bit too late and just a little bit too costly as well. You need to find a solution a little bit cheaper on the casualty side of things. And a little bit earlier into the round to buy yourself that time. Yeah, you can get the spike down, but you had nobody left to set up a post plant. Nobody just about dodges the suppression. Goes on forward, takes a lovely opening pick, and don't know why they weren't expecting that. And the drone just to follow up forward as well. And the aggression just ever so slightly poking and prodding to stop them finding anything. K-Knight wildly fires off the Hunter's Fury, but it's not going to find anything.
Yeah, the beast of EDG, the sleeper dragon, has woke up ready to reclaim that #1 spot and showing exactly what they're capable of. Kang with a rare whiff follows it up with the kill regardless, and in a 2 versus 5, EDG looks set to take this round #8 as well, added to the belt. Just line them up one at a time. It's like shooting duck at a fair. Happy go lucky, they will take it. 8-4 is just absolutely brutal for Billy to look into it, given they were 4-1 up. Affinity, they've just not been able to get a single round, and EDG just decided to start playing and being the aggressors and punish every single mistake that this BLG squad makes.
As they should, but at the end there, I get a little bit concerned because they know that the op's there after the first shot and kill, right?
Yep.
And then they peek one by one. I don't know about you, Veggie. If I was trying to dodge, or if I was trying to take down an op, and one of the greatest, you know, sniper players in, and maybe not even in this region, just generally playing Valorant at the moment, you know, would I let them isolate the 1v1 with a weapon that can shoot only one bullet at a time? Probably not. Yeah. A little bit of a faux pas. An oopsie-doopsie.
It is. So this question that's coming up just now is the feel or the special effects, but I'm going to ask you, have you seen the new bundle? The gloves?
No.
These gloves are the best thing to ever come into the game, I swear to God.
Are they? Okay, I'm gonna have to look this up.
I had a knife kill yesterday where I was just punching someone in the face with these gloves, and it's the nicest sounding thing. It's just blub blub blub. They're so cool. Prod's saying they're ugly, but clearly Prod doesn't have my glasses on, because the gloves are so... When you punch a door to break it as well, oh, the sound effect is fantastic. We're all here for the special effects.
Okay, let me have a listen. Okay, can the person in the video stop talking? I want to hear the sploosh.
it's literally blub blub blub.
I'm a big fan of blub blub blub.
Yeah, same. I do love blub blub blubs. But for EDG, they don't need to worry about special effects. They just need to worry about collecting the rest of these rounds. 8-4 reads the scoreline at half-time. Billy Gaming kind of left in a similar situation to what they put EDG in at half-time on the last map. They need this pistol, and they need to capitalise on really the pressure that they put on at the start of this half to put it on at the second half to make sure that they still have a fighting chance in this series.
Okay, no, I've just listened to it. You're right. That's one of the best things ever.
Yeah.
I don't like the sound when the two gloves hit each other, but when it's just punching the air or punching a wall, okay, that's pretty satisfying.
Yeah, it's the wall. I was breaking the door and punching people in the face, and I was like, "This sounds good."
So it is sounding good. This is a nice looking first round. EDG already with the first pick. The frenzy. Ooh. Can saw somebody. Live and let live, however. Look at this. Jenny really wanted this player out of the corner and actually just going to displace them to run into their teammate instead. And it is a massacre to secure themselves a 9th.
Yeah, EDG starting this half off like they finished the last half, not wanting to give any space and time to Billy Gaming. You want to retake this site? Well, tough. You're not even going to get close to coming across. This is our map. This is our playground, and it is out of service for any visitors. We want this dominant victory. Put themselves on to 9, and look at that passion coming from Kang. That wasn't their map number 1. That is certainly here for map number 2, and for any team that's going to be facing up against that, that is a scary, scary sight.
Yeah, I would not be particularly comfortable if I was on the BLG side of things right now, and they've just had to switch over to this. Russia just using a shorty, nothing but a shorty, is an interesting decision, because if they don't come to your side of the map, you've got a very big problem.
Jumping headshots are possible with a shorty. We've seen it from second last night to secure the 2000th kill, but maybe not quite what's going to come in this time around. YZ at least warranted the orb, prioritising getting that overdrive back online, but as Levius tries to clear one of these question marks that have been raised out by B main, their life will fall, and that's going to take down any of that Cypher utility that was up.
Yeah, that it is, and nobody's going to take down K-Knight. There's a little bit of a tag there. Can desperately trying to hold off these players, push them back into the spawn from whence they came, and has successfully done so. Actually, all the time in the world there, they can choose where they want to plant the spike, knowing 5 versus 2 against pistols. They've got nothing to worry about. And yeah, we've seen great things from the shorty, not from this angle we haven't.
No, you asked for it, but what I think was interesting is EDG prioritising getting that Hunter's Fury online. Nobody with a 3k and the plant means they're 1 point away from getting that online, and you would have to fancy an early push to get one of these orbs. Most likely going to be over by that B main spot, the easiest one for the attackers to claim. Around 3 Hunter's Fury is going to be very difficult for Billy to even find any footing back in this map if you start to allow EDG to get the ult orbs going as quickly as they have.
Yeah, but I mean, with the aggression that we've seen from them just generally across the board here, they could go for any of the ult orbs and take those fights at face value and probably just win them on out here. We can see B main looks like it's gonna be a little bit of an early bloodbath. Knife goes out, suppresses all of these players, and actually forces them to back away, knowing that they've spotted 2 at least. And with that Neon player, they know this isn't any particular uncomfy flank. It is going to be the master boat of the team. Boat line comes on through, take that space, the smoke comes on out, and whether they want to push this or not, that's the next big question. They've got the confidence to do so, but still not recommended. Can't see him just back away here.
Yeah, you've seen Billy identifying that Hunter's Fury was going to be priority to get, so they tried challenging for it at the start, but ultimately didn't take enough space off the back of the suppression. The smoke goes down, and it meant that they couldn't take any extra space. Hunter's Fury orb gathered, and then now they're going to back off and try and create the Art of Illusion elsewhere to draw any rotates away, but you can see YZ still posted up very close. 3 members still on this B site, not falling for the fake, and EDG identifying that and will start to move the spike back across to A also.
Yeah, they've really been poking and prodding, and it's all been maybe a bit of a distraction, a ruse for them to take so much space over towards A, but going 1 for 1 on the kills. The paranoias, one after the other, need to keep on fighting, but there's nowhere for Russia to even hide. Choo-Choo gets 1, but slowly taken down as a trade. And it's messy. They are on site. They have the spike down. The retake's not even that far behind, though. Displaced Jenny. Pushing on forward a little bit more, though. YZ finds first and the second. And alas, finally, the drought is broken. Finally, a round on the board. It's a little bit closer than is comfortable, but they managed to hold off every single time. EDG poke the knife at them, poke the knife at the defense.
And it was this bit on mid that just caused so much damage down to Kankang, meant that as a 1v1 on site so far that they could isolate that fight. And then you knew that Kankang was going to be late, which is why YZ's able to step up. You see the stage presence being shown again there. Come on, Kankang, you were giving it your best. Let's have it back. And it's an early timeout actually, which is really surprising. If this is EDG calling this one through, maybe just identifying something in the comms, trying to calm this team down, right? You know you're on 10. You know you're only 3 away from securing this map and taking us to the third. So just slow it down. Maybe not the pace of the game, but slow the comms down just to really stress on exactly how to win this one out.
Yeah, and you've got the rounds, you've got the capitalization. Usually we've seen the timeouts be called in order to get them this round to be that difference maker. But now you've found yourself a little bit of a crevice. You can dig your foot in, you can continue climbing. It's always that initial first step, isn't it? But it is a long road back into this map. Doubled the rounds to even tie this up. Yes, though, they have managed to keep them away from map point, and that's the really big one, is they've still got a couple of rounds to play with here. A couple of rounds they lose one, or they want to limit test a little bit, they have the opportunity to do so. You've not got much leniency. Your contingency is running very, very low, but you've bought yourself at just the right time enough of a buffer. Yeah,
it is going to be this one that's absolutely massive. The swing round coming in, you can look at BLG, you see that 3 of them can't afford to buy going into next one. For EDG, there's I think 2 or 3 players as well, so it has to be a fast and good start for either side, and it's furious at least to start the way off, and Diesel would have been happy with how that one goes. 2 taken out for BLG, Kankang, the Raid God taken down, but there's still nobody left alive. There's still Smoggy to deal with as well, and this space has been taken up on at H-Choke point. Pushing through into elbow, and Neff is in a really difficult situation.
Yeah, especially with that paranoia coming on out through. Needs to win this fight and then some. There's the molly to give a bit more space as well to try and get their team onto site here. Finding even more. Neff single-handedly trying to keep this round in contention and now needs to win just one more duel to keep it going. The swing round that they direly need. Spike in a position that it could be retrieved, but Neff, no idea where nobody is anymore.
The timing does come through, and Neff picks up a huge 3k in a position where we thought they were dead. Managed to get the first, then the second. The reposition is pure brilliance to go back to CT spawn. Catches nobody off, doesn't know where to look, gets the timing correctly, and the huge swing round falls into Billy's hand.
You can hear the headshot at the very end as well, which is devastating. Yeah, you see, left on 10 HP. Oh, you know, that's a Vandal. That's a win right there.
It's the Phantom Diff, but at least you get the spray coming on through. 6 rounds now on the board for Billy. They've already secured 2, and oh, we've got a tech timeout, do we?
Yeah, I think I heard someone playing with their headphones. Is speaking to people that work on, you know, these big events. They're like, anytime you see a tech pause on LAN, 99.9% of the time, it's an audio issue.
Understandable, to be honest. Audio is one of the key parts to this game. Need to make sure it's going on. So hopefully it's a quick fix for the squad coming in.
Yeah, because they're not allowed to talk during this time. And if you're Billy Gaming, you finally managed to get a little bit of a foothold. You really want to just keep this going. The longer you pause, the longer you can get a little bit colder. And you just want to, round after round after round, bash them out.
Yeah, you just want to keep that momentum going. And honestly, you're absolutely spot on. That could be something that EDG are kind of happy with for it to happen because of that exact factor. Slow the momentum, take a breather, get yourselves back in it. It's going to be a 3-stinger rush for the side of EDG heading over towards A site. And so far, you only have Russia left to stop this. The stun comes in and it's going to be capitalized. Kang sprints that one down, upgrades the weapon. Hunter's Fury to stop any reinforcements coming in. Will not collect any chip damage, but it creates a little bit of space for this EDG team to capitalize on.
If the 3 Stinger Rush actually works, I'm going to be very upset by this.
It's the best gun in the game. It's incredible.
Ooh, good choice not to use the drone close quarters. YZ's found the first, and there it is. The null command to come on through. Just to try and force this retake, force the players on this site to be uncomfortable. Nothing here. YZ's popped the overdrive as well. Desperate to try and get their name into this. They're finding the kills, but time starting to run a little bit low. Has to run into their own team's molly, but does indeed wipe everybody out, and loads of time to get that defuse on through.
Yeah, Kang on a 4K was absolutely heating up themselves. What more can they do? They'll be asking, but they had to collect. Yeah, exactly. Had to get the ace to secure the round, but with YZ pushing into that molly, unexpected position comes on in and gets another round in the bag. And you spoke about how it has to be one round at a time. It's my favourite saying about building a house, right? You start with the foundation, then you lay the bricks, then you put everything else on. I don't know, I'm not a builder. But it's step at a time, right? And eventually the house is built and the palace is there that you can reside in. And that's what Billy are doing just now. They're building this comeback up one round at a time, getting there, closing the gap. The train is coming and they want to be on it.
Yeah, I think there's a couple more components to go into building a house. You could build maybe like a Minecraft dirt house like that. Like, you know, dirt block by dirt block, but
a Lego house, just block by block.
Brick by brick. Exactly. That's a really good. You know, I'm gonna have to use that one. Big fan of Lego.
Brick by brick, we will make our Picasso.
Exactly. And making a Picasso BLG are, in fact, this comeback is looking mighty fine so far. Still a little bit cautious. There's still a lot of work to be done, but the timeout being called here. Again, we've talked about how it's a double-edged sword this whole time. I'd be very wary about taking any timeouts when I've seen how BLG has won the round after. I do believe every single timeout they've won the round after.
Yeah, I mean, this is apart from the first one.
Yeah.
In the first half, they used their own timeout and got slaughtered right off the back. But 2 timeouts on this half for EDG is not really that promising. It really just kind of probably highlights that there is some communication issues and the coaches aren't liking what they're seeing coming in. The team were heating up so much on that first half and looking like they were going to carry it into the second half. But so far, Billy have found an avenue back into this game, an avenue to saving this series from going to that third map on Haven. And EDG don't want to make that happen.
No, they would like to continue this, I say flawless streak. They did lose a game to Trace, but they would like to reign supreme in this stage of Swiss. They, I believe, in Alpha Grid. You can see the pings going out. Yeah. You can see where they're wary, and BLG, the stun's coming on through, but they've not pushed far enough to do too much off the back of them. It's more acting as a deterrent, but the issue is they can't deter somebody that's already there. Kills one apiece, but it's going to be YZ that steps on up. 2 kills found, wants a little bit more and will find it. Can nothing at all in this round, and 4 kills once again. YZ is incredible.
Yeah, YZ got 4 kills there. It's a literal of looking at Kang and saying anything you can do, I can also do. Secures the round when Kang's on a 4K in the previous, picks up a 4K of themselves this round after flanking out through mid. Absolutely huge pressure coming in, and even when this overdrive pops on.
I was going to say, yeah, draws out the overdrive for absolutely no benefit.
Yeah, Kang will be kicking themselves with that, but for Billy, another path back to redemption, now close to 2. As long as they don't get thrifted once again, they'll be looking at a 1 point of a difference, and will be feeling that they will be getting the upper hand.
Yeah, and with only 1 stinger, the Sheriffs can be lethal. We've seen them do good work here, but when Russia is firing like that, there is going to be no foothold in this round. The Stinger's still available. Are they going to clear this corner, though? I'm a little bit worried that maybe K-Knight is Gonna have an opportunity to peek out for one here. Oh, paints an outline. Gets ready for the second. He's gonna be taken down by the Stinger. Has done a whole lot of work to warn the team, though, about the impending doom. Can with one kill onto Neff there. They are keeping this fairly humble here as well. But Lucia, there's the kill they need to find. One more needed, though. Cannot rely on the teammates to find the kills against these sheriffs. Smoke goes out to block, knows that they have the spike in their line of sight. There is a teleport available, ultimate online. Smoggy, should they choose to take it? But the issue is, wants the fight instead, is going to get the fight and is going to lose it. And the comeback continues. Now only one round in this.
That was so close. That was anything but clean. You know, the mop and buckets were out trying to save that round. You wonder if maybe a little bit more patience in main there would have made it a little bit smoother so that they weren't able to get traded out. But ultimately, the Omen versus Omen, the Phantom beats the Sheriff in this case. EDG so close to converting a Thrifty to put themselves onto 11. But for Billy, they don't care how it gets done as long as they get across that line.
Yep, exactly. They don't care if it's had to be a comeback. They want to clean this out 2-0, and they have the opportunity to do so now as well. Shock Dart to go on over. It's not quite going to go deep enough to tag. Maybe a bit of a deterrence as one gets sent out in exchange. But look at this from Wisey. So aggressive on this A. Trying to take this space. Clear out this information to let the rest of the team know that the map is under control. But no, actually, they may be needed for a fight here.
Double facing that one way means that if EDG want to cross, they're going to have a hard task to do it, but they're certainly looking like they're going to face into it. 4 members going to follow through after this drone. Chichu going to be that menace in mid, that potential win factor in the end if it's not dealt with and not observed onto it. The smoke will be cleared, the space will be taken, the paranoia connected, and Wisey swings through to get the first kill, but it's space denied, at least for EDG.
Space denied, and actually the read has been so good there. They call people over to reinforce A, but they haven't over-rotated. That means that as they push through mid, they have got K-Knight ready and waiting. Spike has been spotted, lines up the second and has teammates nearby for the third. Spike in sight, and now with just Smoggy left, what even is there to find? You don't even get to have a look at that Spike anymore.
No, 4 seconds now left on the clock. This just has to be a save. The suppression identifies the position, which means Smoggy has to move further away. There will be no hunting. You can see that BLG, despite having mounted several rounds in a row, their money isn't great. It has been very tight each and every round. So they'll just happily let that player live, not go looking to cause even further damage. But it's that initial fight that then means that EDG have to reposition, and K-Knight just staying up in market, taking that initial fight, stops the spike creating any pressure, forces it through, and now it's going to be a bloodbath for A. This fight is going to come quickly up A main. Wisey in a position to try and punish. We'll get the first, and we'll look for more as the one-way comes in, but it's the Sheriff once again that rules supreme.
A little bit of an overextension, I can't help but feel, but the Hunter's Fury does a little bit of tag damage. It's not enough for a kill, and nobody finds that difference maker. Yes, Boogie is hobbling through the rest of this round, but they have the advantage, they have the pressure to be able to apply here. Rolling Thunder to come on out, and that is absolutely going to clear on through the side. Rugia is in a world of trouble, taken down, and now the team struggling. 6 rounds in a row of momentum coming to a halt right here. Shock Dart just brushing the cheek of nobody. Recon Dart not going to find anybody, and that makes this so much more difficult because they've got to clear out everything. Drones come on through, but they now know exactly where he is. They're not even going to give him the time to pull that gun back out. Nobody finds the pick. And Neff, last left alive, time already starting to tick lower and lower. Just has to back away here. We talked about how money isn't great for them, so any safe weapons they could find could be huge, but nobody's going hunting and is going to win out that fight, steal away the weapon, and deny them anything going into the next round.
Yeah, I feel like Neff was a little bit too slow to react onto there. It meant that the Sova on site was left in a 1v4, had everything to do. And it's an impossible situation, right? Nef wants to get back into it, but ultimately not able to. EDG get themselves back on top after rotting for so much. Put themselves back into that winning position. 11 on 10. BLG do not want to let EDG get on to that winning round and start to stack up ultimates once again.
Yep. The moment you start stacking ultimates this close to the end of the game, it is all to play for, and it could just be that one important round that secures you that map point. A little bit of noise being made, just showing their presence over in B main. It's got Levius a little bit concerned, yeah.
He's tried to make it, but no one's pressuring it. The judge buy as well is going to be costly. You'd maybe fancy the overdrive to come out for that retake, and with nobody using that Hunter's Fury to create even more space, the kill will come through for K-Knight, but it's not really going to do much. It stops a bit of mid pressure, but now that EDG have access to site, they've actually chosen not to walk out onto it, which maybe now will allow this judge to find some success.
Yeah, unfortunately just missed the angle, just missed the timing. There's one more player available, trying to bait them into a fight because long range is not the way to go here. In the meantime, Nefa's got one and they can start to encroach, and the reposition absolutely necessary for this judge is trying to get ahead of it. Round the corner, not going to be ready with it though. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's perfect. It's incredible.
Valorant is a horror game. I mean, for both players there, right? You're just not expecting either player to really be there, given the circumstance. And now 13 seconds.
Yeah.
Can gets that kill, but Spike's still in mid.
I don't think they can get to a site. There's no time.
No. Have to try and plant it down in that mysterious C site that is mid. Hope for the best, but...
We've seen that happen in show matches, though. Show matches where you can, you know, plant the spike or spike equivalent anywhere on the map. It's quite fun.
I'm just going to stay in spawn. Yeah, just a little bit. But once again, tied up Affinity 11. All these teams refuse to go anywhere. This could be the first game that we see go into overtime, but at least for Billy, they'll feel that they have the ascendancy going right to where they want it. Despite dropping that last round to give EDG the 11th, they've certainly answered it back quickly.
Yeah, it has been a very rapid answer. It looked very out of hand. EDG calling another timeout, which means we're going to get to see another Billy set play. But exactly, I think, when you're this close, I think they've got one timeout left. You've got to use it in regulation. You know, overtimes, I believe, reset when you hit OT. So there's no point in not using it, I guess. But conversations to be had on both sides. 2 rounds in a row needed, which... we've been going back and forth a little bit over the past few. Billy have definitely been finding their footing a little bit. Defense side seems to be very favored.
Yeah, and it's a weird one, right? Because it's not like Kang was probably the one of the biggest reasons that EDG managed to get themselves such a flow and ebb into the match originally to get so far up. And it's not even like Kang started going quiet. He's still been picking up 4Ks on rounds that they've been losing. It's just they've been unable to then hold sites or take sites originally. YZ, that one player that we highlighted early on, has really made a huge difference. Since that, I think it was round 6 or 7, has gone to 22 kills. The rest of the team's sitting in negative. It's just YZ taking fruition, being that aggressor, getting the first contact and actually connecting the shots. And that's exactly what happens up here. They take B main, knowing that something was going to come through that timeout, gets that first kill, and that's your entry player down. Kang sat back down in the seat so early on in the round. It's going to be a hard task for EDG to get over to.
Yeah, as we were nearing, you know, the 3/4 mark of this map, Kang was on, you know, 22 and 7, I think it was. And it's just really struggled, has been shut down time and time again. And we said that was what EDG's sort of win con was when they were on their insane round streak, was they were shutting down YZ so fervently. And now it's just reversed, and they're not being able to find the grip. They're not being able to find that entry potential without him.
Yeah, and they're struggling to kind of adjust into this round. They're trying to make a little bit of noise over towards A, but not hyper committing to it, which means that BLG don't need to react. They've not heard that many footsteps. Yes, there's been a couple bits of utility, but it's really just some smokes that have gone down. Finally, a drone gets used out on B now that the spike starts to transition its way over towards A, but Levius has everything still alive. There's a cam on site. There's some trips to deal with. BLG just aren't biting this apple. They don't believe it.
And it's a good read as well. You don't bite the apple. You don't, give in to that temptation. And it means that they keep themselves safe. They keep this player advantage going into this. The time has been so whistled down, and EDG have been burned by this time and time again. And that is the worst possible time for this to happen. 6 seconds it has to be now, but they just cannot even step foot here. They do start planting. Do they have enough time? Oh, it's so close, but just about. But 5v3 on the retake. Stray going through. Oh, the run through, it's a little bit too confident, and Smoggy lines them all up. Levius needing to step up and be the difference maker. It's an incredible flash around the corner for Nev, and that is going to be 12. A comeback to put themselves not only in the lead, but on series point here.
Yeah, it's played to perfection. Getting that spike down in elbow, I mean, you're talking literally milliseconds away from even being able to deny the plant in full fruition and win that round out without the spike going down. But all three players then trying to push out the smoke. Smoggy does an incredible job to get one is great, to get all three is fantastic. But then you see the rest of them just hold off, wait, play the 2 versus 1 properly. The flash from Neff is absolutely exquisite. Means that there's not a hope in any chance that 2 versus 1 gets lost. Billy put themselves onto series point, put themselves in top line to be the top seed coming out of this group, and EDG need to maximize this round just to even take us to overtime.
Yeah, they're gonna need to maximize it and then some, because the journey is not done even if they win this round, and they've got pretty much everything they could want for it. A couple of bits and pieces missing, but nothing to write home about. And this time you could see EDG so hesitant to give away that opening pick, so unwilling to let Can take these fights for fear of losing.
Only going to be making their way through this mid. I mean, it's really not any space that's been gained at all. Yes, you've created a little bit of pressure, but the door hasn't even been broke down. You're in the middle of no man's land. The wall goes up now to try and cross through. The door you'd fancy starts to get broken through, drags a body off of A, but with 40 seconds left to go, you've still got YZ on site, and YZ is more than capable of mowing down this entire squad, which is why EDG are so hesitant to go anywhere.
1 for 1 on the kills. You can hear the teleport go on over. Nobody wanting to fight for this one, but Smoggy has been the difference maker, has been trying to drag his team through these rounds. There's a couple of low health bars that could be potentially punished here, but a job, still a really tall order, just about misses the nobody cross, and that's going to make this very, very dangerous. Now this paranoia is going to have to be absolutely everything. Jumps on forward, so hesitant, loses Rusha in the midst of all of this and cannot trade, and nobody low HP jumps out at the perfect second. Overtime we go.
Overtime 12 apiece. These teams refuse to be separated. But Finny, I just do not understand how Smoggy's been able to stick that TP and then find value after it as well. You knew where the Omen was, you could see it, you've allowed it to be stuck, and then you died to it as well. That is huge win condition for that round. If you take out that Omen, that round does not fall in the same, and we'd be talking about how Billy have completed their comeback on this map and won the series. But instead, Edward Gaming get themselves a chance to see this map out. 12 all, they just need to get back into that first half flow that they had, and they will comfortably see this one finish off.
Yeah, comfortably indeed. Back into form. It's a difficult one there as well. It's somebody still being alive at the end is just, it's so difficult to weasel them out there. You're working with limited utility to actually push on. You have that one paranoia, but once it's gone, you know, every other angle that you have to try clear out, you're gonna have to just dry peek. The crossfire being so well established as well. But I think, you know, after what we saw on map 1, this is a return to the normalcy that we were expecting.
Yeah, this is exactly what we're expecting from both of these teams. Maybe not quite the fashion of how they got here, but the fact that we're at this stage is what we would expect to see. Two very closely matched teams with very high skill ceilings, right? Both reaching that at the minute. Yes, there's been some of those, let's call them glue grounds for sure, but it wouldn't be Valorant if we didn't have that. And as these teams head into this first stage of regulation overtime, we get to see what they can handle, and EDG will be feeling good that they get themselves back on the defense. And I think what will be interesting is if Kang picks up that glass cannon operator that was finding so much success, and he does pick that one up. It's a good call from him. He was able to shut everything down on that first half, so why not give it a go?
Right, as well. It's been so successful. It is a fabled weapon in his hands. I'm excited to see if we can continue the same form as in the first half.
The body's heading that way as well was the scary part, but it almost seems like a sixth sense has kicked in and they've actually just navigated their way back.
Survival instinct, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Spidey senses tingling. Maybe there could be a glass cannon operator holding down for Kang. Let's head elsewhere. Head into this market. Deal with the tripwire with the shock dart, and now we've got a little bit of a pinch onto B to try and net out Smoggy and Chichu, but it's them two, Chichu and Jenny, that picks up the first kills.
And there's the spray through the smoke onto Levias as well. And now YZ trapped alone, not completely alone, but on an island on site here. Really needs to work some, manage to buy some space to plant this spike. They've got no coverage of main, they've got no coverage of backside, and they know that the onslaught is about to start. The first step is putting that spike down, but it is a baby step, and the worst is yet to come. And they're not expecting the op to peek out there. Smoggy runs on through, using his teammate as a human flashbang, and that's the first round of overtime.
Yeah, YZ put themselves in a really good position there, but they realised that they'd left their last remaining teammate all alone on site, so kind of wanted to be a little bit more aggressive with the angle, which allowed for Kang to peek back down the stairs and get that op kill and isolate the fight on site. But for Billy Gaming, they need to find that resilience that they showed on that comeback to make sure that it wasn't for now. We hate these fake comebacks coming in, being I think it was chat saying 10-4 down to bring it back to being 12-11. You do not want all that effort wasted for nothing. It puts you on a real downer going on to that third map if you can't at least convert the first round of overtime. Need to find some answers back, and that's why you see them using this time out, just to orchestrate a plan, orchestrate exactly the ideas to come through to make sure that this defensive side here is a lot stronger.
Yeah, it's also looking at the context of LAN as well, is that if this goes a third map after going, a really lengthy time here, when you're in the LAN setting, when you're on these PCs, when there's the crowd and the energy, and honestly, sometimes the heat of being in that environment can be a lot sometimes and can be really exhausting. So if you can close it out in 2, you save yourself any of that issue with going that third map. If the third map goes the distance as well, that's when you get a little bit tired, miscommunications start happening. And then you know that you had the opportunity to close it out. 1 round was all that you needed, but you just couldn't. It's devastating, it's heartbreak, but an opportunity here to take us to overtime number 2 potentially.
Yeah, that's what they'll be hoping for. That's what they need to avoid going to Haven. Ideally for Billy, they don't want to go there if they don't have to. They will go, but for now, this defense starts up. An aggressive push from Kang to set them up into A elbow, and Russia's just going to have to give that space up with the 2 TPs used already, just to make sure that they can stay and fight with the team.
Yeah, the paranoia goes out to deter them, gives them time to set up that smoke. There's a little bit of an angle in the corner, but it's not going to cause too many problems just yet. Sit and wait, hope someone's going to be a bit cheeky and peek the smoke, but nobody will. The drone scouting low and high isn't going to see anybody. They're a bit worried. They've got no eyes on mid, and that's going to start to become a problem as the team moseys towards.
Yeah, Chichu's just been allowed to walk up here. Hasn't made their presence known, but with 2 players holding out onto B, it could end up in a pinch. But I like this silence from EDG, right? It means that these question marks have to be quickly answered from BLG to see if any players come out with the shot, with the recon dart shot. It means that there is presence there, and now that Chichu reveals themselves, it's a double swing and a double face that gets that one down. A little bit of chip has been taken, but now this sight hit comes in. K-Knight has to hold from the angle, and with Kang fully set their eyes on sight, it's going to be a bloodbath.
Kato the first, YZ with 2, however, and doesn't need the rest of the team. A 3K, and it is perfect to take us to a second overtime. The relief, I can imagine, immense, but now 2 in a row, and both of these teams are just struggling with defense side. So whoever can take that attacking side first, well, in for the world and more.
Yeah, that's what they have to do. BLG just need to find that confidence. They need to channel YZ to get these opening kills, and you're going to see them try and challenge up onto A, but once again, the glass cannon operator is here. You don't really have too much to force the angle off. Yes, you have the wall, but a peak time shot could set Kang up, and there you see it, not checked out. YZ does fall so quickly, and all of a sudden, your star player's dead. You've gained 0 space, all because you couldn't challenge Kang to get off of that angle.
Challenging, and there's the equalizing kill onto none other than Kang. So both of these duelists down and out for the count in this round. Relying on the rest of the team to step on up, and it's Neff for the first, but Jenny with 2 is perfect. Russia tried desperately to find the pick on the end there, but it's Levias to finally find the avenging kill. 2 versus 2. That spike does need to go down, but they've got 50 seconds to play. Would they bait out the paranoia? Successfully do so, and there it is, punished. Chichu trying to get ahead of this, trying to get that spike defuse coming on through early, but hasn't been able to clear through anything. Smoggy spotted by the neural theft, and the firing squad come through. We said it, the attacking side has been so weak for both of these teams, but BLG, they finally got the round in overtime. 1 more defense round, all they need.
Yeah, and Levius, who's had a quiet series, if we're being fully honest, is the absolute bit of the puzzle that fits perfectly. Kang on the reposition into mid, gets taken down, manages to get away, and when they get that ult online after planting as well, it just meant that there was no hope for Smoggy to try and reposition. Gets tagged out after the cheeky TP, gets taken down, and BLG put themselves once again into series point, but this time, can they close it out?
Another timeout available and being called. A set play once more needed, and this time it's EDG using their overtime timeout. An opportunity, but it needs to be now. The attacking side, we said, weak for both sides. The defense has been immaculate for both sides. And it's been very much a case of both of these duelists going down pretty early, whether they continue to let this streak play out, where they try and find something a little bit different. Ideas do seem to be flowing.
A lot of conversations being held here, trying to figure out what that final success has to be, or what that looks like. And I don't know, I feel like for BLG, they've got to be super confident. They've shown the resilience before to come back. They just need that final step over to make it over that finish line and put themselves into that deserved position that they find themselves in. A dominant map number 1 after the comeback. It looked like map number 2 was certainly supremacy for EDG, but BLG put themselves in that winning position. Couldn't get over the finish line the first time, but they give themselves a second chance at redemption. And it's a hold that's leaving a lot on mid. Not really challenging for A, but pressure in B and mid control is where they seem to think the success might come. It's off though. Oh, what a shot from YZ, sitting Kang back down for the rest of the round.
Defeating the godlike orb. What is a king to the god of YZ? And it is exactly what they need, and it's untraded. It keeps the 5 of them alive, and as they start to converge on this mid, the slow crawl through mid, is it going to be for nothing? Will the pilgrimage amount to anything? Shots exchange, knife goes up. It is broken, but that gives them even more clues to work with, and it forces them back here, and you could see them moving Levias over just to reinforce, and that A site is going to be targeted next up.
Have the tripwire here to get some early information. Unless these players net themselves over to elbow, they have to deal with that. That'll give the final bit of information. You see the shock dart going down. The players, the rotates start to flood in. You have Russia posted up backside to try and use that paranoia on the retake. A spray through the smoke to try and deny the plant, but it won't do for now. but it does just hold off the space and stop EDG capitalising and being more aggressive. Kind of seeing it like fish in a barrel. They're trapped on site. It just comes down to BLG putting the final markers on this retake.
There's the knife, and the paranoia going to come on through any second. Lucio has got the first one. There are trades coming through, but it's just not enough here. 1 versus 2 needed, and Chichu caught switching weapons. Billy Gaming are going to take the victory. They're going to top that Alpha Group Swiss stage and put themselves in top seed, pole seed position.
You can see what it means to them. The relief on the face, the happiness, knowing that they come out of this group as the #1 seed. It's a very tough group, and they will be ecstatic to be the leaders of it. Finishing up 4-1 with that slip up to Trace, you could have felt that they could have gone undefeated, but they capitalise on this side. They put themselves through to the playoffs with a bye round, meaning that they're almost certain to finish in that top 4 without wanting to curse too much on what could possibly happen, right? But for BLG, a huge win for them and the organisation.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, a couple of people thought maybe underdogs coming into this, EDG looking like the stronger team if we look outside of the context of, you know, VCT China Stage 2. But there we have it. Oh, exciting stuff. And we're going to get to see the highlights in a second. I don't know if I could pinpoint just one that was my favourite. I mean, the judge plays were pretty good.
The timeout usage for me, like, we spoke about it during the game. Almost every timeout bar one netted in a Billy win. I think for the coaches, that is a huge standing ovation, showing that the value that they're bringing to the squad, even if it's not them talking in the timeouts, just knowing when to call them, when to be effective, it's massive. And the resilience from Billy to get that comeback, not only on map #1 but on map #2 as well, shows what this team have and gives you a real wrap of confidence going into this next half.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, both of these teams will see progress on forwards, but as you said, the confidence booster, you can see that the coaches are having this really huge impact, and when you get into the playoff stages, I feel like that's going to be even more important, especially when you get to those best of 5 games as well. That's when we really see all of this coalesce together. EDG by no means bad showing. Their attack side, they seem to really struggle on the attack side on both of these maps, so that's going to be something that we need to see a little bit more polished up, some conversations to be had there, but there's not too much you can necessarily change right now, but when we're looking, you know, going on into the future as well. But by no means anything bad here. We talked about Can, for instance, an absolute wizard with this op. Had an amazing first half. I think finished it like 22-7. It was unhinged, quite frankly, but really slowed down, and they were shutting him down.
Incredible to see YZ stepping up in the later stages as well to make these comebacks possible, and as we start to get closer into that final round.
听到我射中路降了，他们要反心中吗？哎，别来了，别别过，哎呀，他们要开飞机炸市场，然后搞市场的。中路我能看，中路来一下中路好吗？我们5个人来。我会开飞机要吗？可以。OK， 跟我说了，中路准备。开飞机。中路过来。红砖一个。跟我掰3。带中退，我关门退好吗？我这还有，封个避痛烟好吗？可以，我去 CT 带避痛烟，快！我马上，我可以叫王者没事。小中远了，这点线掉了。没事，他在做默认的，没事。我是关的。哎，我得轮转，你们2个说好。4秒钟我能插 B 的摄像头。你们2个插市场摄像头好吗？摄像头关了，门关了，你们就我插里面可以吗？可以，我5秒拿 L 部信息好吗？我有 A 小单下，你要吗？中路播了。OK， 再摸我，回来攻一通，没接 B 动，一个，跟我下，就一个保完，2个中路。要退 A 吗？我要顶 market， 直接劝退他们了。我来顶 market 好吗？这个中路我就在后点叫了。我直接顶 market， 我直接踩烟顶 market 了。我也来，他们有狙哦。打不了 A， 我 B A 也下得很斜。我有 B 通。正中加 B。拿好枪，管住脸上。剩余30秒。A 封烟了。A 下包。下来好吗，老王？可以来。A 给剑了，给剑给烟。好点下包，过来拜好吗？来，3、2、1走。爆能器已部署。我有剑，怎么说？留了一个。哎，等会。我去跟他走 CD， 你们走 A 上。我有闪光。
准备小心。
等我10秒封 A 小灯下，我10秒封 A 小灯下。
就架好，我有火墙，我有
上头。别急，等我5秒封 A 小灯下，等我5秒。
我要走 CT。
等一下，我马上能封。我现在可以吗？
我给火墙。
四个，我被黑了。
我有闪光，等我王者，闪光，3、2、1，爆！
8点多发，8点保安，8点，左边打他，
Hello there, everybody. And as you can see, MVP there, none other than YZ. We can give you a little bit of insight. We've got our wonderful translator, BDOS, who, listening to the team comms, has been able to give us a little bit of an insight into maybe some of the stuff that you heard. At some point, Neff is telling everybody to peek with him because they scared them off. Calling on that last round, the one way is it's so coordinated, it's so cohesive. And of course, thank you to a wonderful BDOS for translating this for us. The comms always sound so chaotic, even when we'll make no pretense that we're able to understand them. Even when it's in a language that we can understand, it is something else completely. I don't know how with all of the inputs and outputs, but this is how the chips have fallen in overtime. We have got none other than our two Neons going head to head for that top position.
Yeah, that's kind of what you expected. Both these star players on the rosters going head to head. It's YZ that comes out on top over the two maps. 2-0 for BLG. Listen, you asked for a 2-0. We said it wasn't going to happen. You got what you asked for. The present was delivered. BLG finishing this one up in overtime. The curse for Affinity has been broken. It was beautiful from Billy, refusing to go into that haven, puts themselves into that top spot, and honestly, they looked really good. I think you can't fault it. They were a strong seed coming into it. EDG had a lot of questions to raise to them, and they certainly answered them back and gave us a lot more questions to ask about Edward Gaming going later on into the playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. Some questions to be asked, but they've also, a series like this, the first map was a bit unfortunate, but that second map, lots to look at and lots to learn from as well, because of course the journey doesn't stop here. In fact, there's so much more to come for these teams going into the rest of stage 2. And I think, even if it's not an amazing result, it's not the result they wanted, there's a lot they're going to be able to look back on this one and pick out as well. A lot of the time we were seeing very heavy reliance on Can, and it's my word of the week, is it's not sustainable to rely on individual brilliance. So, yeah, some good signs coming out from them, some amazing individual standouts, but honestly, congratulations, Bitty Gaming. Even though I was on the more popular side, I was on the right side this time, so, winner all round, somehow.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on. It was Billy, the unfavoured at the start of the season of the act, but as soon as it came through to these finals, definitely the more favourable option that comes in and wins it. We do have the interview, so we're going to head in and see what's been said.
浩哲选手先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是来自 BLG 的王浩哲。
欢迎王浩哲，今天打的真的非常的出色啊！今天其实你们是主选到了厅内，并且秒锁了莲华古城。其实上一次 EDG 在打这一张地图的时候，大家对于他们的阵容以及位置，
Did you guys choose Lotus today for a different reason?
不一样的原因吗？
其实主要还是想跟他们打一下星图吧，然后我们就把星图放出来了，但是就是没有选吧。
但是没有关系，季后赛还有机会。那其实还想问到的就是对面的 Nobody 选手，因为他是一个打得非常聪明的选手，那你跟他也是很。
What do you think you guys have to take caution about Nobody's Euro?
我觉得没有什么要提防的，他从昨天发抖音就一直说要。
And he's like, I'm going to like play with you. Like nobody kept saying to YZ to play with him today.
回去之后要好好教他怎么样去装一个真正的假人。
对，包括你平时也会玩夜路这个英雄，大家一起双排的时候可以多交流交流。那还想问到，因为他之前其实可能是单指挥嘛，现在变成了他和球球的双指挥。
How do you think EDG's playstyles change with the co-idealing?
整体 EDG 的风格有什么变化吗？
可能Nobody 的这个指挥风格就更激进一些吧，然后可能球球就是比较。
He's like, there's like not much of a difference, but Nobody's better at like falls more aggressive things, while Chiju focuses on map control.
最熟悉的朋友以及对手了，因为上一次交手是争夺去往多伦多大师赛的门票，这一次你们交手是
What's your mentality going to the match?
的门票。那今天面对比赛，心态是什么样的呢？
其实今天心态还是比较放松的吧，因为就是。
Yeah, and they want to like test out new things today. They're quite relaxed.
然后去检验自己的不足，然后其实整个队伍打的总体都还比较放松的。
对，其实也相当于检验出来了你们练习的东西以及所坚持的东
And
西。
how do you think the team has grown since last time facing EDG?
你觉得整体队伍有什么样的进步和成长吗？
我觉得我们就是能在劣势的时候，所有人都稳住心态吧，然后去把。
Yeah, and then he says that we got the right kills. We kind of like stabilized our mental.
然后慢慢连住翻盘。
对，可能现在露露包括 Russia 他们也是更加成熟的选手了，在心态方面也更加的稳。
What are you looking forward to in Chongqing?
这一次重庆行，你自己比较期待什么呢？
我听说重庆那个场馆人很多吧，然后那边城市也是很有激情，很燥热。
And he's looking forward to the arena.
那个舞台上去表演吧。
And if you had the chance to get to the grand finals, who do you want to play against?
本来是想复仇的。
复仇 XLG 的，现在听到大家的这个。
He's like, originally I want to like get revenge in XLG, but like playing against EDG isn't too bad either. And is there anything you'd like to say to the fans at Chongqing?
那最后有没有什么话想要对重庆的粉丝说呢？
就是谢谢所有人对我们 BLG 的一直支持吧，然后也谢谢大家来看我们的比赛。
Yeah, and then thank you to like all the fans to coming and seeing our matches. And thank you to the mascot.
B 站年度瓦推主播，请投小角，谢谢没有？谢谢大家，谢谢大家。
好的。
And yeah, that's it for the interview.
夏天一样火热的发挥，再一次感谢王浩哲，谢谢。那我们常规赛的比赛到这里就全部结束了，让我们季后赛。
It is amazing to get to see that little bit of an insight from behind the scenes. Thank you once again to our incredible translator, Bidos, for the on-the-fly translations and being able to help us bring this to a wider audience as well.
Yeah, it's great that we're in a position where we can expand VCT China into English-speaking sort of broadcasts and really up the knowledge of people worldwide on this sort of the region that's certainly set to take over the world in no time. I'm a firm believer that this is a region that is rapidly on the rise and is rapidly coming for that #1 spot.
Oh, absolutely. And it's always great, you know, it's such a global game, it's such a global industry. So to be able to be another link in the connection, to be able to highlight the amazing Valorant going on worldwide is incredible. And to get to watch teams like Bilibili Gaming play is always a privilege.
Yeah, they seem to be going from strength to strength, right? I'm loving the fact that they've managed to adapt after the Taeho sort of nerf to the ground. That they seemed very slow to react to it at first, and all of a sudden they start to be able to play as a team with other agents and really find that form that they had previous to Taeho entering it. We still have that question mark of Corrode coming in that we spoke about at the very start of the day, that they've just insta-banned that almost from the start. Yeah, it was floated, but they did pick it as a second ban, so I still don't think that they're clearly confident with it, whether or not maybe it's something they're just hiding for the playoffs to bring in and be that secret weapon to make sure that they can secure their place in Toronto in the Masters when it goes to Paris, champs I should say. But we'll see. I'm a little bit hesitant to fully buy in quite yet.
Yeah, but I mean, we've got plenty of time to see, and we've still, I believe, got the group Omega still has their games to go as well. So I believe them. No, actually, they're not.
This is it.
That's the end of Swiss stage. Oh no. I mean, I guess we're straight into the high impact stuff.
Yeah, it's the groups are done, so we're back on the 9th and 10th with the start of the playoffs coming through. Obviously, we have both seeds now confirmed, first, second. Well, all the seeds are now confirmed now that the groups have committed, but we will be coming back with that. So obviously shout out to Project Horizon, going to be bringing you all the action throughout the playoffs into the grand finals so that you can follow along your favourite CN teams that have made it. And if your team hasn't made it, well, time to pick a new one. Pick a good one to follow along. I'd recommend Billy based on the back of what we've seen today, that's for sure.
Yeah, but as you can see there, the teams from each region that will be going forward to continue on in the playoffs. It is sad to say goodbye to a couple of these teams that we've been following for the past couple of weeks, but alas, there are some amazing teams still to root for.
Yeah, I mean, there's a million different storylines to go through, right? If you're a Wolves fan, Lonely from Birmingham, there's still a hope that you can make it into champs based on how Trace and FPX do in the playoffs, so you'll be rooting for their downfall, but for people like FBX, will be looking to get themselves back onto that international stage and really make a run. Despite being starting in the lower bracket, they'll be full of belief that they'll be able to complete that comeback and get themselves back on there. Sheila Gaming will be looking to get themselves back into that #1 spot after winning Stage 1 and Act 1. They'll be feeling confident, especially with a 4-1 finish once again.
Yeah, now we've had a little bit of a sneak preview at the bracket. We're waiting to see if they're going to show us, because the opening matchups have been decided. Now, the winners of each group, and why we said that the winner of today's game is so important, is because the winners from each of the groups go straight into the upper bracket semi-finals, which is a huge boost to be in. It means that you don't have to worry about the quarterfinals. You don't have to worry about that immediate lower bracket run. You've got a little bit of a buffer to work with here. And as you can see on the screen, the points distributed to each of the teams based on their positionings. Our first place teams each securing themselves 13.
Yeah, I mean, EDG and Sheila Gaming will both be very confident in themselves getting into Paris. I think it's almost basically confirmed, whereas your Wolves are
I
hoping
think
on
they
other
have,
teams.
yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, but there you do get to see the bracket. EDG taking on Dragon Ranger Gaming right off the bat. That'll be an absolute fire match, especially with how Dragon Ranger have been finding themselves. And All Gamers taking on TYL, probably not teams that you would expect to be starting in that upper bracket, but with performances that they've shown, certainly have a capability to cause an upset.
I'm Team All Gamers all the way now. After the ego boost from being the one person who guessed AG the other day is... I'm an AG fan till I die now.
Listen, it suits. I like the name, having All Gamers, showing that they actually are All Gamers. I'm thoroughly in the lower bracket run camp. I'm Team FPX making that run and finding a way into victory.
Oh, fair enough, fair enough. I'm with you. I'm with you on that one. Okay. But I think that is about it from us, at least. Reggie, do you have any parting words for anybody, everybody?
Parting words for everybody is obviously shout out to the team working behind the scenes at Project Horizon.
Absolutely.
Maybe not always the faces that you see on your screen, but everyone from prod to translators, everyone that's putting in such a big effort to bring you this project to your screens and keep on supporting the region. And all the viewers obviously watching, tuning in and making sure that the project gets the growth it deserves. And the fact that you get to see this is fantastic, and the support and love that has been shown universally is phenomenal. So shout out to the viewers as well.
Exactly. It is just you guys at home that keep us able to do this as much as we do and keep us going with this project. It's absolutely amazing, and the community response has been incredible, especially over the past couple of days. You know, the numbers we've been pushing, watching, for everybody who's tipped, everybody who's subscribed, it's absolutely incredible. For everyone who's just watched or maybe shared this with a friend, it has been an absolutely incredible journey, and thank you so much. But with that, we are going to head off. Thank you so much, everybody. Having a wonderful rest of your day, and we'll see you soon for the playoffs.